Welcome to the Truth UnCompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda. Join us every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Truth is peace. Truth is freedom to love, live, and be. We are Truth UnCompromised.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth UnCompromised.
You have entered into a dimension of truth. Time does not exist, and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of Truth UnCompromised.
Still unamalgamated. Heartbeat, the sound of the bass drum. Come with your best shot, I'll take one. Rumble in the jungle, I'm a lion. Stand up for your mercy nation. Hey, for these generations, we the people lost but not forgotten. Tribal rivalry is the problem. One love, the key for what we locked in. Don't call me a doctor, but I will be your medicine man. We're all from the melting pot, so everybody in the crowd is a Native American. Like me, what can't you see? The enemy is a L-I-E. One family tree we are. The truth is like smoking Joe and so far. The bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will. Never surrender, born with the soul of warrior. I will remain a contender, born with the soul of warrior. I will. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey, 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 hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. I rule my Dominion. I'm part Asian, Indian, Dominican, back to Hindu, Dravidian, so Mexicano loco, man. Yes. Egyptian fits my description. Yes. I'm training hard for the mission. Yes. I'm a country boy from the south, and mama said knock you while I'm in the ring like. The bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will. Never surrender, born with the soul of warrior. I will remain a contender, born with the soul of warrior. I will. If you're down for one love and one people, let me hear you say, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey, 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 hey. One finger in the air, hey yo, hey yo. Somebody wanna yama see me break it down, down. Watch me break it down, down. Watch me break it down. Somebody know that yama see we break 'em down, down. Yeah, we break 'em down, down. Yeah, we break 'em down. The bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will.
All right, family. Welcome to the Truth UnCompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda, and tonight is Thursday. Child, May 5th. So we have a great show planned for you. We are actually on episode 6 of our series, The Age of Ascension with Brother Odel. So Brother Odel is scheduled. Child, let me hit recording because I'll be the main one.
Recording in progress.
Okay. Brother Odel is scheduled to be with us tonight, but y'all know that he's on UK time. So it's literally 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So it's like the next day for him, like 1 or 2 in the morning for him. So we'll play it by ear. But if he's going to come on tonight, he's going to sum up. He still had information to bring on that astrological clock. I want him to get to that part because, child, hopefully he could come on tonight. But if he can't, we certainly understand, Brother Odel, because we definitely want you to get your rest. Okay, so before I bring on my co-host, let me send a shout out to the YouTube chat family. So, of course, shout out to Son Scotty. Shout out to Ncast Vibes. Shout out to Sis Thelma. I know I saw her in here early. Shout out to Brother Orlando. Shout out to Nubula. Shout out. Shout out to Sis Copper Color Libra. Shout out to Jarrell. And I think I got everybody. Shout out to El Sheba. Shout out, sis, peace and love. Shout out to Queen Ottawa. Good to see you. Shout out to the Gaming Cat. What gaming you are into, the Gaming Cat? Okay. And shout out to sis Sandra. She's in the chat as well. I'll bring her on in a minute. So shout out to the YouTube chat and shout out to the YouTube family. All right, so let me bring on my co-host. I see Sis Sandra. All right, and Son Scotty's here as well. And shout out to Brother Sean. He's still traveling, child. He kicks it for his little born day. He done had his born day, a week or 2 ago? And he been kicking it. I think he's on the West Coast now. So enjoy yourself, Brother Sean. Kick it up. Have a great time. And you all have safe travels. You and sis have safe travels. Okay. So with that said, let me bring on Sis Sandra. And then I'll bring on Son Scotty. My allergies cutting up, y'all, because this weather keep flip-flopping. Let me bring on Sis Sandra. I think you're unmuted. There you go. Peace and love, sis.
Peace and love to you, sis Rhonda. And to Brother Scotty.
How are you, sis?
Oh, I'm great. I just saw an ad or a news thing, and I'm like, what?
Child. And I'm so behind. I haven't been keeping up this week. So
well, I haven't either, but I just happened to see it as I was coming on.
Okay. And
it is. You want me to tell you now? Because it's really good.
Let me bring on Son Scotty, because you know how we get the yang, and then they on hold for 30 minutes. So let me bring on Son Scotty. Okay. I think you're unmuted. There you go. Peace and love, Son Scotty.
Peace and love. Peace and love.
How are you?
I'm great. You know, it's Cinco de Mayo.
Oh, that's right. I thought it was always on a Tuesday, or is it just it's a specific day? Child, I don't be keeping up.
It's on the
you know, it's actually a historic type of thing. Because I was looking it up, I was like, oh, it's for the 5th of May. And it celebrates, so that's why it's literally in the name, Cinco de Mayo, the 5th of May.
My non-Spanish ass. Okay, non-Spanish language ass knowing. Okay, I know LTC did something on it, but I only caught the last maybe 15 minutes of it. I have to go back and listen to the drop. It really seemed like it's good. That he was laying some heavy info.
Yeah, because it do get into is like the time period of 1862, and you got is celebrating Mexico's victory between the French Empire.
Oh.
So the French Empire in Mexico, 1862. And, you got these generals, and how like a lot of these historical people, you be like, oh, they seem like, they was painting them as, a white person or, like a, Latino or Asian or Native American or whatever the case may be. But General Ignacio Zaragoza. So, anybody want to look up that information, you can go ahead for it. But, Mexico is part of the Americas. And I had got into this with, someone about like how, first of all, the differences between a continent and a country. And how they switched up. I don't know what people learned when they was in school, but how many continents it was and how it went from the Americas being one continent to now it's North America, Central America, South America.
But I never remembered those as being continents. I thought it was the Americas as one. Because they'll switch up between a generation on how they teach and stuff.
Yes, that was my belief too. And that's what I came to learn through my research as well. But in certain so, I work in tech and stuff, and we coming up with ways to get these like satellites to hit certain locations and stuff. And we were talking about traveling through different continents and being able to use the service and whatnot. And I was like, well, the Americas is one continent. So would they be able? And they telling me like, oh, well, North America is a different continent from South America.
No, that's Sis Sandra. What you remember what they taught us in school? It being one or separate?
One continent.
That's what I thought. They just be making up stuff.
7 in total.
Because it also happened on the other side because you had Europe and then Asia, and then it used to be Eurasia.
Right, that's where Eurasia. So now they've tried to sit up and say that's two.
Yeah.
Yes.
Child. Yeah. See how what I be talking about? And when I did that drop on that reset, how they be remixing stuff up?
Yes, ma'am. So
okay, well, I'm gonna definitely check out his drop on Cinco de Mayo, because to be honest, I don't know a lot about the West Coast stuff. When it pertains to the Mexico and the Texas stuff, although I know people in Texas, white folks have a lot of pride of being a Texian, which I don't have a problem with that, but I know their version of what shook down.
They stole it.
What versus what actually happened is two different things, because they want to talk about the Alamo, this, that, and the third. So yeah, I definitely need to check that out, because I don't know that whole Mexican, Texas, and even you could throw California in there as well. I don't know much about that particular history.
Yeah. Queen Ottawa, Baba de Gregory did a lecture on true history of Cinco de Mayo and the Yellow Rose of Texas, a melanated woman. Yes, and that's what I was.
Because honey, I'm sorry. Go ahead, son, Scotty.
Well, no, I was just saying, a lot of the history be tied to these melanated people from other nations, from Europe, and then the indigenous people. They try to make them be like, whatever, another race or whatever. But then you look at the history and be like, oh, these was like melanated on melanated people, and then why is they over here in this land, and what's all this stuff going back and forth? And then they give us the history that just been stripped of all the melanation, and putting on other nations. And then it's just like, okay, it's the enforcement of the propaganda, and then you tie it to these celebrations and holidays, holy days, and all this type shit. And then it just makes it more entrenched in the false narrative of it all, as opposed to realizing the real history of it. So
yeah, and
like with St. Patrick's Day and shit.
Right. And that whole thing that Queen Ottawa is talking about, I do know supposedly, well, this is the white version of it, because don't they call it yeah, that's what they call it, melanated. Well, they, of course they don't say she's melanated. The Yellow Roll of Texas, that she was the one that saved the day with the fighting of the Alamo, because I think she wound up kicking it with somebody, but she was the ops. So I don't know the story, child, but of course, you know, the average white Texas person and Hispanic or Mexican person, they're not going to say the Yellow Rose of Texas is melanated.
Right, just like
they're
out
not
here
going
in
to say
California
that.
with Queen Khalifa.
Exactly.
And that's why it gets more mangled out here in the Southwest and the West and stuff, and as opposed to more so in the East Coast and the South and the Midwest, where it's like, okay, it's more of a knowing that these people was melanated and stuff. It's on this side, it's more of contention between the so-called Native Americans and the Latinos and all of them, and the Asians, all of them, even though they all on the other coast too, but it's like the melanateds have more of a stronghold and know and recognize. I mean, they do out here on the East Coast, on the West Coast too, but it's like, it's so much more concentrated of the other inside of our history and culture, or their history and culture out here is just like easier to go. And then especially with the whole fucking Hollywood and shit, like, and that's another thing. On the East Coast, you got theater, and so it's easier to trace back some theater shit that'd be like, oh yeah, this is just like, these was black people, because like them motherfuckers was like on stage. Like, you can't like change the descriptions of motherfuckers that was like, oh yeah, they had fucking woolly hair, yeah, they was ruddy, swarthy, they was this, that, whatever. So all that to say is it's just like the it's so mixed up out here with the other ones so much, and with the propaganda so much, that it's like it's easier for people to like give it away to the other ones. Cause you know, like the whole fucking Native American image in Hollywood was started by some, like, I don't know, they say he was a Sicilian.
Yeah, the man from the 70s. I know y'all wasn't born. Yeah, and they said he was Italian. I just shook my head. I'm like, I can't with these people. But yeah.
So it's just lie on propaganda.
On top of lie, on top of lie, on top of lie. And then what really ticks me off is the fact that all you have to do is go back to the pictures from the 1900s. And the people that they were saying were the Indians were dark. They were darker than me, with straight hair. And so how people can sit up and justify this total whiteness of Native Americans, it's beyond me. And then the same group of people, they're not even claiming that they have white people in their family. And I'm like, where they do that at? So people are seeing what they want to see. That's just the bottom line. Because they still cannot answer the question, how did your ancestors lighten up to the point where now you have literally Caucasian looking folks as your chiefs? And even the people that are calling themselves Native American, the darkest would be my complexion. But if you look at those pictures just from the 1900s, they were dark people.
Right.
They were dark people with straight hair. And even in some of those 1900 pictures, those still were not the indigenous people. Not all of them. So
Iron Eyes Cody.
Yeah,
That was the name of the motherfucker.
Oh, that was the name of the man in the 70s that they were using as the face of
sadness.
Yeah.
Yeah, Iron Eyes Cody, an American actor of Italian descent who portrayed Native Americans in Hollywood films, famously as Chief Iron Eyes in Bob Hope's The Paleface.
It just makes no sense whatsoever, and people just don't want to believe that there was switching out of identity, although the proof is right in your face. All you can do is look at somebody's phenotype, and I'm like, you look Asian to me. What am I missing in this picture? You look Asian.
Hey, did you see the commercial about something being passed about the lands, and it was a Asian Indian woman and man, and when they flashed the pictures of the people that supported, they had a melanated man up there. I said, for real. I don't know what it is, what they were asking for, because I don't pay attention to commercials mostly.
Mm-hmm.
I looked at the faces of the people they were showing. They had a melanated man in there. And I said, they're going to have to have more than that one.
Right.
They're Asian, and they know they're Asian. But
yeah, I just can't see. Okay, come on up, Nisi Poo. Why they
That's
don't?
Why, I don't believe in the whole like religiosity of the Bible, but the breakdown of the history of it, I lined it up with myself, and that's how I came to this show, because like Lex Will and all that type of stuff, and when he's breaking it down and talking about this is Rome, and they was niggas, and they was a confederate, and this confederate involves these niggas of Rome with these other non-melanated races lining up they propaganda history stuff narratives together. And so these people is going to stick to the narrative because they all agree to that shit.
Exactly. I 1000% agree with you. And I just don't understand how everywhere they go, they're digging up black and brown, but everybody came from Africa. So at this point, it's on, people can believe whatever the hell they want to believe. That's on them. Just folks, do your genealogy and just know who you are, because nobody can take that away from you. So if they still want to go with the reset program, that's on them. Mm-hmm. That's just straight up on them. I can't help them at this point. And it's interesting because I don't know which particular video it was, but somebody's drogs got all in the bunch, and I don't even know what part they got the drogs in the bunch on. And I usually don't mention this, but I think only reason I'm mentioning it because I think it was from the standpoint because I said that the Native Americans cursed themselves when they took on that identity. And the person was in the comment saying, oh, you're being disrespectful. We didn't know they was going to do us like that. Woo, woo, woo. I'm never going to live. You know how people got to announce that they not going to listen to your channel anymore, which I don't know why the fuck you got to announce it. Just get gone. But I found that interesting, that really upset that person that I said that. And it doesn't matter what they thought. It doesn't matter. That's just the facts. Same with melanated people that went around and participated in conquering the world and was turncoating, and now they fucked around and they at the bottom of the barrel. It's the same concept. It's the facts. I mean, that's what happens. You get back what you put out. What's so hard about folks understanding that? So again, people can keep running around here pretending to be whatever they want to be. Just understand, you take on all of that history with you. And the sad part about it, most ain't even trying to correct up the ills that happened.
Yes.
Most ain't even trying to correct it up because, you know.
And a lot of them knowingly just sign up for it. They be like, okay, yeah. Because it reaches so far back, these scriptures from this Bible and these Anunnaki and they doctrines and they hybrid children and what they was meant to do and all this type shit, they gonna still buy into that. And the oath been taken long ago. The oath is in your blood.
So can you say that again for the slow ones in the back?
Sign up for it. Right now, today, you were still benefiting and getting the privileges of it, and the history ain't been corrected, and everybody still believe the bullshit, and you going along with the bullshit. So don't talk to me about, oh, that was my ancestors. Yeah, they was, okay? And you're still benefiting off of that fuck shit.
Exactly. And it's like people, it's like, they acting like that's going over their head. Oh, okay then. So you don't mind being in the position that you're in.
They don't.
And that's cool. If you don't mind it, that's cool. But don't be getting your draws in a bunch with me because I said it.
Well, you know what? It's just like if somebody steals your ring and you see it 10 years later, is it still yours?
Exactly.
You know, you stole it. So you can't say it's yours, but you're saying it's yours. So you're living a lie, basically. That's what they're doing.
Exactly. And what you put out is what you get.
You just speaking on your identity and what you know to be real, it triggers their agent programming. It triggers their cognitive dissonance. So some of them don't even know how to even process the information, so they just start fucking spazzing out. Like, what do you mean? Oh my God!
You're always trying to take somebody's identity. Okay, all right. If you say so, and you know the flip side is the people that you from Africa. How so?
Yeah,
it's the same thing.
Right, now you want to tell me where I'm from?
Exactly,
okay.
Exactly. I'm like, oh, okay then. Okay, if you say so.
Was that my cue? Because that happened to me this week. Was that my cue?
Well, come on with it now. Hey, these people.
Peace and love, y'all.
Yes.
Y'all already know these folks can't stand when you coming with the truth. They can't stand it. And some of these folks need to take 2 seats on the back of the bus because they time is up. Okay, you know, the minute that you've been working for the government for over 30 years, okay, and then you go get your ass on YouTube and create a YouTube tribe.
Oh Lord, I know where you going with this.
And they're gonna call me an African bee on somebody's live because all I said was bye. Don't nobody want to hear that tired ass shit no more. Just bye, get off. Always on somebody's platform, doing a commercial for her channel. Like, if folks wanted to hear from you, they would have went to your channel. Like, obviously, you don't have any remedy, lady. You live in an apartment. You have no land. You have no resources, and you're the one that's mad. Let's be honest. You're mad because you don't have any resources, and you're trying to get something out of the system because after working for that same system for over 30 years, you ain't got shit. Let's tell the truth.
So, all right. So
but I'm gonna let that go.
Okay, because I'm assuming y'all didn't have no conversation behind the scenes. Oh, this beef just popped up on a live.
It wasn't even a beef. It was literally, it stemmed from last time we was on Top Cats and she wanted him to drop the link.
Oh, yeah, because I didn't know what was going on. I'm like, that's kind of harsh. And he like, no, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, well, let me shut the fuck up. This ain't my shit. Let me shut on up.
Because she's literally confused. She's literally confusing the people. That's really what it boils down to. And she hasn't studied enough to wear that hat that she's trying to wear. And because she hasn't studied enough, she's literally confusing the people. And it comes to a point where it's like, okay, you might need to take a step back and listen to some who've already been through these streets, who already know what's up. Take a seat and learn. Like, you don't have to be the teacher all the time, you know, and she doesn't want to do that. And so her ego is going to get the best of her, I promise you. It's already had, because a lot of people have already complained about her YouTube trial. But go ahead.
Okay, yeah, because as far as what she want to do with the tribe and stuff, that's not my business, not my concern. But I just want to clarify, because I'm not for the bullshit or for the beef. Because if I got a problem with somebody, I'm going to reach out and we can pull up offline and MFSB and cuss each other out. I don't do the public talk around the circle shit. I'm a direct, straight shooter. So just to clarify, whatever problem she had with you was not addressed behind the scenes.
It was not addressed behind the scenes because she doesn't have a real problem with me. The only thing that she can say is that I am an African bitch. And she doesn't have anything else to say. She can't say where I've done anything wrong, said anything wrong, or even came at her. All I said in the chat was bye. Like, bye. Like, nobody want to hear that.
You mean today. From that couple of weeks ago? Oh, wow. Okay. I thought you was in these YouTube streets.
I was not messing with this lady. I promise you I wasn't. All I said was bye. And then she decided to call me the B word. And then it just went from there. I was like, why are you upset? I still didn't cuss her out like I wanted to because I'm just trying to be respectful.
Yeah, that's not necessary. And
it's not necessary.
Hopefully, I don't know if you're open to that, if she wants to address whatever problem she has with you, that she can hit you up via one of these social media platforms and discuss it out.
She got my phone number.
Oh, well, child. Okay, say no more. Say no more. It is what it is. It is what it is. Okay.
Because whenever I hear the word land, I always reach out to people and let them know I'm more than willing to help in that department. That is my field of specialty. Okay. You know, so she does have my information. I always share my information with people.
Okay. Well,
you know, when I feel like they're genuine, but that was before, you know, all the craziness started. But yeah, you know, I ain't trying to badmouth the lady. At the end of the day, if we've been misclassified, right, and we don't like for people to classify us, why do that to somebody? Why call them an African? Like, that's just
an insult.
And like, you didn't like, it's an insult. You didn't like it for no one to call you an African American. You want to be called an Aboriginal. So, okay, fine. But then you turn around and do that to somebody else who you know is into this information as far as learning our lineage and active in helping other people. Like, come on, why would you do that? You know, so that just goes to show she's not a very genuine person. And she really, really, you know, need to take 2 seats. That's just how I feel. And when Two Hawks came, and he said exactly what he said. He said, you're sitting there in Pequot, Mohegan, and Mohawk territory. If you feel the way you feel, knowing that those original people of those tribes were melanated so-called Black people, why don't you reach out to them and help them?
Well, see, I got a problem with what he was saying based on, I don't know if that was his last live in his defense. Here's my only problem with him. I don't care. Let me be clear. I don't care. Now I'm going to have to use my grandma's terminology, so bear with me. I don't care if you do the Watusi backwards. And I don't even know what the fuck a Watusi is. But every time she used to say that, it would take me out. I don't care if you do the Watusi backwards. And your own shit. That's your business. If you want to run a tribe, that's your business. That's not my business. I don't care. Now, once you cross over and tell me what I is and what I ain't, and that I need to come to you to do XYZ, 1, 2, 3, then I have a problem. That's with whomever. That's why I have a problem with Two Hawks. To me, this is just my opinion, and this is just based on his last little live. He wants people to come to him. He's not the gatekeeper. He's not the gatekeeper of that territory. He's not the gatekeeper of that information. He's not the gatekeeper and decider of, quote, quote, indigenous Indian culture across the whole United States. He doesn't get to decide who is an Indian. Now, if that's not what he feels, please accept my apology in advance. I am woman enough to apologize if that is not what he's saying. But based on what I heard, that is what he's saying. And I'm telling you, nah, bruh, I have an issue with that. Your people are your people and your family, and what you decide to attach yourself to is your business. So, no, I don't agree with that. Now, I don't know if this other person is in his territory, and even if that person is in his territory, he still don't have a right to tell that person what to do.
I agree with that. He does not have the right to tell them what to do. But excuse me, I don't take how you feel about it. I don't take that from him. What I'm taking is, you know how these roach ass niggas get the cuss out?
Oh yeah.
That he is cussing out the roach niggas.
Okay, and that's fine, really, but you need to be specific. You need, right, because he kept throwing in, well, you don't know language, you don't, ninja.
And part of the reason that he's not saying that to say you're not Indian because you don't know language. What he's saying is, yeah, you're misclassified, but instead of trying to get reattached to the culture in the way of the people, you just want a bag.
That you just want to see. But first of all, what people is he talking about?
Just people, period. So if you find out that you was Cherokee, right, and you want to get all pissed off at the Cherokee Nation, and you want to flex muscle, mm-hmm. and instead of coming to the Cherokee Nation and saying, hey, my people were misclassified, coming in a kind way, a lot of people are coming in a nigga way, mad as hell. And so instead of coming in an angry way, what he's saying is, if you come in a good way, you will get the result that you want to get.
And that I don't believe him that they're going to get the results that they want. But I do agree with him. This is just my take. This is my take. I'm not going to no nation begging them for a mother effing thing. Let's be clear. Now, this is me personally. I will not go to a nation that's not sovereign. Let's be clear. They're not sovereign. They're still under the thumb of the United States corporation. I'm not going to them asking them for anything. They don't get to decide my heritage.
Oh, that's what they do.
My mama and them decided that. My mama and them, my great-great-grandmama and them, and so forth and so on, and them Europeans. They decide my heritage. Not no nation that's been classified by the government. Now, that's my take on it. So far as me going to them angry, from my standpoint, that ain't gonna never happen because I ain't gonna go to them for no type of classification, no type of status, and definitely no type of bag.
And that's the difference between you and the road.
Well, then he needs to make that clear. Because what I got out of what he was saying, that we're all supposed to run through. No, bruh. No, bruh, no. If that's the way you want to rock, that's the way you want to rock. I'm not rocking that way.
I didn't do it either.
And I don't think his tribe is federally recognized. When I looked it up, it's not federally recognized. The way they set it up, they are recognized by the state, and they went to the United Nations for their remedy.
And which makes sense, that's what you have to do. And if that's what he's saying, I support that. But say it. Say it that way. Instead of coming out telling people that they need to sit with you. They need to sit with you to learn what to do. I'm just saying what I heard on the last live. And maybe that's not what the brother meant. And if it's not what he meant, I apologize. But nobody has to run anything through him. Now, he is correct when you coming to somebody asking them for something, you coming out of an MF and bag on them ain't gonna get you what you want. But remember, the key term...
And that's what's going on. That's exactly what's going on behind the scenes. But the key term to
that phrase is you are asking for something. Why in the hell would I have to ask for something that's inherently mine? I'm not trying to attach myself to any of these recognized tribes because that's not my family's story. That's not accurate. Now, I'm just telling you for me.
I'm with you.
So he needs to be clear. Because that's not what he said.
I've heard him say it before.
Yeah, and see, you have more content. I'm just basing it on the last live, and he was off the chain. I'm like, who the hell is he? Ain't nobody got an answer to you, bruh. And matter of fact, y'all all the way, aren't they like Northeast? That ain't got shit to do with my people in the Southeast. And that don't have shit to do with my family individual story.
Wow. And which is why Anthony, I didn't mean to say her, in the North, and their story is in the South. So it's like, okay, if said state did such and such to your people, what does that have to do with the state you're in? You got to go to the state. If you're mad, don't be mad right here. Go to the state that it happened in and go take it up with them. You know, you can't just establish some new shit and create some new boundary lines and call it your territory and you and somebody else's. No, go back to where your ancestors and where it happened. Go find their graves. Go make sure that they're not excavating their graves. I mean, they have so much going on right now with taking people out of their graves, literally. And they call them African Americans, but we know that the truth of who they are.
Right.
And folks is just looking for a bag. It's like, so you don't care if they take your grandma out her grave, but you want some money? Like, what the hell? Get your priorities straight.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we're not gonna be able to tell people what they need to do. Do I feel it should be about a bag? Absolutely not. Do I feel that people gonna get a bag? Absolutely not.
We're not.
But what I feel and what they choose to do is two different things. And quite frankly, if we want to be real honest about it, that ain't none of my business. If I really want to keep it real, if people want to get a bag, if they want to have tribes, and the only purpose of them having the tribe is to get a bag, at the end of the day, that ain't my business. We have to start looking at stuff the way it is. Now, when you cross over telling me what I is and ain't and what I should and don't, I'm going to tell your ass out the frame. But to be honest, but I'm sorry, go ahead, Nisi Pooh.
what he was able to get, through going through the United Nations and suing the state of Rhode Island, the first thing that he did was he went to Brown University and he told the story of the misclassified Black people. Then from there, he gained recognition off of being who he was as an Indian, as a heir, and as being there.
You breaking up. You breaking up.
Ancestry done, not his DNA test.
You broke up. All we heard was he went in we didn't hear none of that.
How about now?
Okay, yep, we hear you now.
Is that better?
Uh-huh.
So he was like 1,000 acres or more of his own, basically his own territory, his own reservation, where the police cannot come onto his land because it's considered their reservation. And so a lot of people are like, well, if you coming from the hood, coming from, Providence, Rhode Island, in the hood, in the projects, and now you literally have your own reservation and can't nobody really fuck with you. How do we get that? How do we get that? And so his stand on it is, well, who are you? Because that's the key. If you don't know who you are or what tribe you come from or who your grandparents are, then I don't know how to help you.
Okay, I mean, that's fair. So what's the issue? What's the problem then? I mean, that's logical to me. If that's what the brother is saying, what's the issue?
Exactly. And we already know a lot of people are not willing to go and do their research and do their family tree and find out where their people are from. And then some people are saying, oh, well, the records were destroyed and I don't know. But all I know is that I'm Indian. Well, that's not going to get you what he got, is what he's saying.
Okay, so my whole thing to the matter is, if he has logically told people that have come to him saying, I want to go the route you want to go, and he's told them what they need to do, and they either come back and say they don't have the records, whatever the case may be, what's more is there to talk about on either side?
I think where it comes from is a lot of people love to hate. So they see the brother done got some remedy. He done went to the United Nations and they're hating. That's what I see. But, and then on the flip side, he does have a bit of an ego.
A bit? Because that's why I'm in his ass tonight. He has an ego.
He does.
And he looks down on other people because he's gotten a remedy. And I'm proud of that, brother. Get your remedy. Do what you need to do for you. But I have an issue with the ego. You're looking down, and then your culture, you pretty much admit it, you've attached it to Native Americans. And you have an ego about that. And you're looking down on others. Now that I have an issue with. But that other stuff you told people, you're absolutely 1,000% correct. I have no issue with what you said.
Yeah, I equivocated to how you custom roach niggas out. That he cussing the roach niggas out.
Oh, okay. Well, bruh, you need to be more specific because I'm very specific of the roaches that I'm talking to. I'm very specific. So you need to be specific. Okay? Because of what you talking about, you know and I know don't apply to everybody. And you know that everybody don't have to do it the way you did it and get recognized the way you got recognized and attach yourself to who you are attached to. That's your business. I have no problem with what you're doing. And even if I had a problem with what you're doing, I know you don't give a damn and you should not give a damn. But you need to be more specific because it is a huge turnoff for ego. It's a very huge turnoff. Okay?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's a turnoff. Oh, you don't know this, you don't know that. We know the language. Okay, you know the language based on who? Who told you and taught you that language? I'm sorry, that's a turnoff. We know the specific dress. We know how to turn this way. We know how to turn that way. Okay, and who taught you those things? And so that makes you more Indian than the rest of us who saw in the records where our folks was misclassified? Or is that what you're saying? That makes you more Indian? Because that's the way you're coming across. I'm telling you, that's the way you're coming across. Because all that other stuff, what you told them people, you're right. I don't have not one issue with what you're saying. But all that extra stuff you doing, bruh, no, I'm not with it.
Yeah, I think his stance more so is be more concerned about the culture than a dollar. You know, and I can't disagree with that.
I can't disagree with that. And I'm going to even go a step further. Be more concerned about the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Be more concerned about the truth and your family. Be more concerned about that. Because just because another tribe said that's the way they're doing it now, I can't guarantee that my people was doing it that way. But what I can guarantee you is what was passed down through my lineage on the way we do things. That I can guarantee you that from the way we talk, from the way we name folks, from the way we eat. That I can guarantee you that.
Yeah, he actually said, somebody said something to him about the nicknames. And you know, he was like, absolutely, that's our culture.
Okay, so
you know, he had you would be amazed at how much you both agree on things.
Well, child, so he gonna have to help me.
Yeah, when he came with the cut, you know, how he come, it just reminded me on how you come at the roach niggas. It was no different in my
and that's
eyes,
cool. And again, I apologize if that's not your intent, but brother, I'm telling you, that's the way you come off. You come off as elitist and arrogant, and I was turned off. I'm like, well, who the hell is this ninja? You ain't finna sit up here and tell me about me and mine. Y'all up north and my people in the south. So you just need to revisit your approach. But I absolutely agree.
About the fam. He always talks about the family. You know, he's like, your tribe is your family. You know, you should be looking to get that whole.
And that's what I expected him to keep saying throughout that theme. Because I don't care how much clothing you put on, how much headdress you put on, how much ancient language you're kicking. What was your family culture? That's what I have to go with. That's the only thing that I can go with. And if I decide to carry that forward, that's my business. Nobody else's business. I'm not looking for the government to give me no bag. I'm not looking for the government to tell me who I am, because I am.
That part.
So it's your ego, brother. And it ain't like you the first one. Most of you men that put yourself in these positions, your ego is disgusting. Y'all be straight up just disgusting with your ego. But in the meantime, as a collective, ain't nothing getting done. But I do at least take my hat off to you. You're accomplishing what you set out to accomplish for you and yours. So salute to that. But y'all, when your egos, y'all can go on somewhere with that. You can miss me with that. And this is exactly how we got in the position that we're in now. Mind your own business. Tend to your family business. And as soon as the women start talking and tapping you on the shoulder, Ninja, what is you talking about somebody else and your stuff is raggedy as a can of sauerkraut? Your family is in shambles. Oh, you a man hater. And see, that's when I call them roaches. So that's all I'm saying, brother. I agree with your message. You're right. Looking for a handout. It should be about your family. Just leave the ego out. Just really, really, and you, of course, you don't have to listen to what the hell I'm saying. I'm just telling you the way it came across for me. It was very, very elitist. And if you didn't mean that, it's something that you need to reconsider. Because I don't know you like that. I've only seen you talk a few times here and there. I don't know you personally. I haven't even listened to you long enough to know your personality, to know, if that's really how you are. But that last little situation that I saw, I was like, oh no, this dude is, you on some mess. Who the hell he think he is? So just look into it. So that's all I got to say about that. So
Same. I try to listen and, not be too judgmental. Sometimes it's hard not to be, but yeah, I definitely understand what you're saying, Auntie. But I think if, at the end of the day, you got all these folks creating shit and on other people's territories and angry. They spend too much time being angry and not doing anything with that energy. It's like
I would agree, but you know what? At the end of the day, Nisi Poo, you put out the information and you can advise people. I don't advise you to go that route. If that's what you're trying to accomplish, it's been done that way before. And if they don't want to take it for what it's worth, that's their business at the end of the day.
Yeah.
We got to learn to mind our own business.
A lot of people be having that savior complex, and so they be looking at him like, help me. And it's like,
and brother, if you didn't put yourself up there as that, you better reconsider. Because you will be nailed to that cross. I hope you know that.
He doesn't advocate for them to. I think his thing is there's already things that are set up. So if you found out that you are Cherokee, you don't necessarily have to go to Cherokee Nation and join the Cherokee, but there's other melanated Cherokees that you can link up with instead of just being mad, right? Like if that's what you're looking to do, but have something in mind that you're trying to do and then go for that.
Instead of just
being mad all the time and being angry and then creating, bullshit.
I totally agree. None of what you said that he said, I'm in agreement with that. The only catch is if people don't want to get it, oh well. And if people want to be sitting up there pissed off and they want to create all of these tribes and say that they gonna have thus and such territory, that's their business.
My thing is, if you saying that to people, then you need to be actually doing that. And if you've been saying that for the last year, 2 years, and you still going live from your apartment building,
oh Lord,
then you need to sit the fuck down and shut up. Because there's other people, which this is what I think Turtle Gang has said, like, there's people who are actually out here doing real work. And these other folks are distracting them from forever being able to.
But you know what? That's still those other folks' business. We are all adults. So just like you tell them the information, I tell them the information. If what's his face, Two Hawks is telling them the information, and everybody else is telling them the information, people are going to gravitate towards who they want to gravitate towards. We have to keep it real.
Yeah,
we're not the gatekeepers. We are not the gatekeepers. That's gatekeeping. You all do realize that that's a form of gatekeeping.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta let these
they say we have to gatekeep our
ego niggas just do their thing, and you can't really save the people that's gonna go it that way.
Right? Let them keep doing them, cause they fencing to do it anyway. We can't gatekeep those people. Let them go on and make their mistakes and bump their heads.
Right.
Because if we're sitting up here saying, oh, well, you don't need to be listening to that person, they don't know what, I mean, you personally know that it has been done to me. And I didn't get upset. I said, I don't give a fuck. Whoever got the smoke, you can hit me up privately or hit me up publicly. I don't give a fuck. Prove me, please tell me where I'm wrong. And if I'm wrong, I don't have a problem publicly admitting that I'm wrong. Because I'm not here to gatekeep people and tell them, oh, what the fuck you over there listening to that one for? No, that would be me gatekeeping. We are all adults. So again, if somebody wants to do the Wat Tootsie backwards, wherever they want to do it at, that's their motherfucking business. Like I've said, if I decide to turn on this motherfucking ceiling fan on this live and swing from that bitch, that's my business. We can't gatekeep people. You put the information out there and keep it moving. And if you see someone that you feel is giving misinformation, just put out what the correct information it is and keep it moving.
Thank you. Needed that advice. So since we done switched to putting out the right information, you ready to read this article, or
I'm ready when y'all ready.
Report?
I'm ready when y'all ready. I'm ready when y'all ready. So hold on, let me do give y'all access. Okay.
Somebody else got to pull up the article because I don't want y'all to be mad at my phone again.
Yeah, because I was like, what you showing all people's little personal information?
I got it pulled up on mine.
Okay, so you should be able to share.
Yeah, you share screen, and then I'll read from my my Google. Drop it in the chat, Scotty, so I can pull it up real quick.
Okay.
Drop it in the Zoom chat.
The Zoom chat. Okay. All right. Let's go here. Let's let me do this first. Hold up.
Let me bring it in, nephew Nuwa.
Do that. This.
Okay, hold on a second, y'all. Let me
All right, I got it pulled up.
Okay, let me let me get it up for the YouTube fam. Where is? But that was a good discussion, y'all. So shout out to everybody. At the end of the day, everybody just mind your business and keep doing you. I don't wish nobody no harm. But you got some smoke with me. You know how to reach me. Because, me personally, sorry, I'm trying to find this screen. I'm not for this publicly beefing smoke. I do not want to live a legacy of getting into smokeness with people on a regular MF basis. That's not what I'm here for. So again, I'm old school. Now, what you say I done to you supposedly and allegedly, we could talk about it and we could cuss each other out behind the scenes. That's just me. I'm just thinking, as us being adults, that's how we should handle things. I know this is the world of social media, but that beefing, that's for the youngins. That publicly beefing, that's for the youngins. Adults supposed to be able to pull up each other one-on-one. Look, I ain't like the way you did it. Here's why I didn't like the way you did it. And we can agree to disagree, or, well, you know, I can't stand your funky ass. That's just that. Okay, I can't stand your funky ass either. And that's just the end of it. We have to set the example for the children. If we are 30 plus on up on fucking social media arguing, that's not a good look.
It's not.
I'm sorry. I just wasn't raised like that, and I'm not going to sanction no shit like that. So we got to do better. And I don't care what type of movement, group, whatever the case may be set up, it's always some motherfucking dramatization. And it's public dramatization instead of having conversations behind the scenes. And it's okay for us not to agree. That's okay. Everybody don't have to move the same. And yeah, folks putting out bullshit information, you put out the correct information. But it is up to each individual to make the decision what they want to rock with. And you keep it motherfucking moving. Because one thing I do know for sure, the truth is going to prevail. So put it out there and keep it moving. So I hope folks will do better and stop with the foolishness. And Two Hawks, I meant what I said, and I apologize if that was not your intent, brother, because I'm not trying to come up here and just down you. I'm just telling you that's what I felt and what I saw. It was an elitist, arrogant, egotistical attitude. Now, if that's not what your intent was, okay, I understand it. I'm just telling you that last video, that's how that came across. But you reading people for wanting a bag and going about it in a messed up way that's going to get them hemmed up and not wanting to do the research of who they really are, I 1000% support you and back you up on that. So I want to be clear on where I stand with you. Don't have a problem with what you said, your message as far as that is concerned. But all of that other stuff, bruh, yeah, that's a little rough around the edges for me. But anyway, okay, y'all, go ahead.
All right, so you're reading from, you want to go first, bro, or you want me to go first?
You can go first. I was just going to give a little intro. I was just going to give a shout out to Brother Sean, out here celebrating his life, his freedom, his sovereignty out here, because he suggested this article to us. So, yeah.
Big up yourself.
Big up, big up. All right, so we got American Indians in the Constitution. This is coming from the encyclopedia.com. American Indians are a casual part of the text of the Constitution. They are mentioned primarily in passing in the Apportionment Clause of Section 2 and the Commerce Clause of Section 8 of Article 1. The language of apportionment...
hold on. I just want to say the Commerce Clause is the one that I had read the last time.
Right. The language of apportionment is again found in the 14th Amendment. In all three instances, the primary purpose was to define the powers of Congress and limitations on the states, not to provide a clear understanding.
Can you just repeat that line again?
The primary purpose was to define the powers of Congress and limitations on the state, not to provide a clear understanding of the relationship between the United States and the Indian tribes then living within bordering the United States. Today, a large body of federal law governs relations among the federal government, the states, and the Indian tribes. The main constitutional foundations for these enactments are Congress's power to regulate commerce with the Indian tribes, construed to reach transactions with individual Indians. Remember, I told y'all about the individual Indian money form that they can fill out now. So yeah, now they can interact with individual Indians versus just dealing with the tribes.
Okay, so did y'all read this part? So why everybody windmilling on people about what tribe they should be in? Am I not comprehending properly on what they said, that they can deal with individuals versus tribes?
Yep, and that's how they deal with the individual Indians and overthrow agreements with the tribe. They did that in the past.
Okay.
With treaty signing. So they'll find somebody that's, part of that tribe, and they would make agreements with them versus it going through proper order. So the necessary and proper clause in the treaty power. In colonial times, the individual colonies dealt with Indians by royal authority. In colonial times, the individual colonies dealt with Indians by royal authority or on their own initiative. And the power to deal with Indians on an individual state basis was preserved in the Articles of Confederation. Land purchases by states were permissible, but conducting war with Indian tribes required the consent of the Continental Congress. The English and French method for dealing with Indians have been the negotiation of treaties, and the United States continued that practice. The treaty clause of Article 2, Section 2 was employed to make treaties with Indian tribes, and the states were prohibited from making treaties by Article 1, Section 2. State treaties made with tribes before the Constitution was adopted remained valid, and in fact, some state treaties made before 1789 are still in force. While Indian treaty making was a formal practice of the United States until 1871, Congress had been legislating concerning Indian affairs since the earliest days, beginning with the Non-Intercourse Act of 1793, which regulated trade with Indians. In 1870, the Senate Judiciary Committee issued a report that declared Indians to be subject to tribal jurisdiction. I'll read that part again. In 1870, the Senate Judiciary Committee issued a report that declared Indians to be subject. So they issued a declaration. To be subject to tribal jurisdiction and to have allegiance to their own nations. The next year, however, the U.S. House of Representatives insisted that the power of the president to recognize Indians for treaty-making purposes should be curtailed, and the U.S. Senate agreed. Thereafter, agreements and contracts having the legal status of treaties were used to deal with Indians. More recently, congressional legislation has been used to resolve long-standing problems involving Indian rights and claims. Two Marshall Court decisions, Cherokee Nation v. Georgia in 1831 and Worcester v. Georgia in 1832, created the concept of the domestic dependent nation, which was used to characterize the status of Indian tribes with respect to the federal government. Johnson versus McIntosh, hey Colin, Johnson versus McIntosh, 1823, bolsters the idea that the United, hi Colin, get out of here.
Well, this is a good part because I just wanted to point out this phrase, domestic dependent nation. That's what they really mean when they calling these motherfuckers sovereign, when you under state shit and federal shit.
Exactly.
And these other different entities arguing over control over you. So how is you even sovereign? No, you're
not.
Nation.
You're not. And if we don't get anything out of any of this, it's just that's what we want you all to be aware of. Now, it's nothing wrong if that's the route that you want to go. But let's not pretend that that is total sovereignty, because at the end of the day, they legislate how much of that sovereignty that you claim you have that they're going to give you. So I'm sorry, go ahead on Nisi Poo.
All right, so we got Johnson versus McIntosh, 1823, bolstered the idea that the United States had a special responsibility for the welfare of American Indians. This responsibility means that you want a bag. I'm just joking. This responsibility.
Just the fact that welfare is put in there, baby, it made my scarf itch. But continue.
This responsibility. All right, this responsibility took both legal and political forms. On the legal side, Delaware Tribal Business Committee versus Weeks, 1977, held that the Due Process Clause of the Fifth Amendment required Congress enacting Indian legislation to show that it bore a rational relation to fulfilling the United States trust obligation.
Mm-hmm.
The trust responsibility also produced a legal obligation of federal administrative agencies to protect tribal interests when those interests might be compromised by government action, such as the licensing of a dam with adverse environmental effects. On the political side, the idea of trust responsibility gradually blossomed into massive programs to assist Indians in adjusting to the economic and political institutions of the West. The Supreme Court confused the issue considerably in United States versus Kagama in 1886, when it invoked this trust responsibility as a basis of congressional power, even as it ruled that the Commerce Clause did not justify the establishment of a criminal justice system on an Indian reservation. In concluding that the trust responsibility gave the federal government such powers, the court appeared to give Congress virtually unlimited power over Indians.
We got, is it more? Can we just, if you don't mind?
I think that this last pair, no, it's more and it gets better.
Okay, yeah, because you know me, I'm like, okay, so who drew up the trust? Because the way it's reading now, they're saying that the United States government is the administrator of the trust, and the Indians are the beneficiaries, or is there more to come?
It's probably after you sign all this documentation, you probably sign that right to them to be the trustee of trust, and then they now can do what they need to maintain the trust.
Right, but my whole thing is, what's in the trust?
That's SKV trust, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's
all
nothing
right,
really in there.
Brother Odel, this
your
where
life
you
away.
need to be waking up out your nap. But
Abandoned
all of this is tied
all
to
of
the
them abandoned lands that is really up under the states. And that's why the feds and the states be going back and forth, because it's really about the land that these people is on as well as the people, but the land that the people is on.
Right.
But
Exactly.
y'all, it's deeper than that. So let's say that your mom and them, Big Mama and them left a trust. Okay, instead of a will, they left the trust. And although you can have a will embedded in the trust, but nonetheless, let's say it's just trust. And they assigned a trustee, which the trustee has the power to manage that trust, but you're the beneficiary of that trust. So you're the one that's supposed to be benefiting. Would you not want to know what Big Mama and them put in the trust?
Mm-hmm.
Would you not want to know what are the assets in that trust?
Yeah.
But did she mention that the asset between the government and the Indians is to maintain the military in this country?
I didn't see that mentioned.
No, not here. Last week, they use it to maintain themselves here with the.
Oh, that's what Brother Odel said in the Dang. It was something else. It'll come to me. But yeah, that wasn't dealing with these particular Indian trusts. So that's my thing. Everybody's running around here talking about these treaties. And now here they're talking about a trust. Nobody asked what's in the trust.
Yeah.
As a beneficiary, you don't know what's in the said trust. So you're just letting the trustee tell you as a beneficiary, this what you're supposed to get, but you don't even know what's in the trust.
They managing it for the said.
That's okay. That's the job of a trustee to manage. But I want to know what's in the trust.
Okay.
Because Big Mama could have said, I only want this person to manage it for this many years. Big Mama and them could have been saying, I want you to give them 50 acres of land per family.
And she tells them also how much the manager of the trust gets for his services.
That's my point.
Yeah.
Why aren't people asking what's in this trust? Indians, that you say you are sovereign. What's in the trust? Now you don't have to tell my nosy ass, because that ain't none of my business. But I ain't heard nary a person talk about this trust. Talk about the assets in said trust. You don't know the fees that the trustee are getting. You don't know the assets within the trust and what you're supposed to be getting as beneficiaries. But you're sovereign though, right?
Well, the number to the Indian Trust Beneficiary Call Center is 1-888-678-6836.
Can you just give that again? Let me tap on the microphone to get their attention. Indians. You Indians that are recognized. Here is the telephone number. Is it directly to the trustee?
It is the Indian Trust Beneficiary Call Center.
Okay, you are the beneficiaries. Hit that number again, Nisi Poo.
The number is toll free 1-888-678-6836. I'm not lying, for real. That's the number.
And you're supposed to have a copy of that trust.
Right.
As a beneficiary, you're supposed to have a copy of that trust, and you are supposed to be meeting with the trustees on a scheduled basis to go through that. You're supposed to know who are the administrators, what type of fees they're getting, etc.
How many businesses they done open up in your name?
Exactly. They're all associated assets.
Yeah.
But I ain't never heard no Indian talk about that.
Yeah, they got a whole Bureau of Trust. It's called the Bureau of Trust Funds Administration. Sure do.
And so Indians, and especially I'm talking to those of you that are federally recognized, are your tribal leaders having these conversations with you all?
No.
Are they showing you this trust?
You know what?
And giving you the minutes from the annually, and I hope it's more than once a year. It should be quarterly meetings that they are holding with the trustee and the administrators.
You know, the casinos is what they were talking about, the ones that's coming up here, that the United States government is breaking their agreement with the casinos. You know, this is their land. They said that there is theirs, and there's casinos up here. And that was what the advertisement was for. They're going to, instead of letting the Indians manage it, they're going to bring in private companies to manage their casinos.
Again.
They should be
just like with the motherfucking Iron Eyes, bring in the mob. That ain't nothing but the mob, fake ass. Never mind. Go ahead. Yeah.
That's what they should talk about.
Because those casinos are set up as businesses that roll up to that trust. So I'm going to say again, Indians that's in these civilized tribes, do you all know what's in those trusts? These are the things that your tribal leaders are supposed to be discussing with you. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Nisi Poo.
You're absolutely right. And according to the U.S. Department of Interior, under the Bureau of Trust Funds Administration tab, it says tens of thousands of individual Indian money account holders don't know they have a trust account. Some of these accounts have more than $100,000 in them. In fact, more than $80 million is being held in trust for over 50,000 beneficiaries whose whereabouts are unknown.
Where are these Indians? These black people are all here. Where are all the Indians?
I don't even think that's the black people. I think that's literally
the tribal.
Yeah, I think that's literally the recognized folks.
All right.
Well, it says that all unclaimed accounts.
They saying it's for the recognized folks, but it's really for the real indigenous folks.
No, but I agree with Auntie, though. I don't think the leaders are explaining to the members of all this money that's really in their names.
They're not.
No.
Let's just go with the recognized people. As Auntie said, just the ones that are claiming and have that card to say, hey, I'm an Indian. Are you getting your benefits?
Yeah, they don't do it.
If they were, they would be living in poverty.
Exactly. And that's what I said, and people got pissed at me when I said, don't you understand that that's a curse?
Yeah. If they have all this money and they're supposed to be in that pot, who is getting it? Who's touching it? Why are they living in poverty, as Reflection said?
And again, who set up the trust?
The lending company.
Right. Because they say y'all the beneficiaries, but is y'all benefiting? Nah, I don't think so. So who is really benefiting?
The Queen. Or the Vatican, I really don't know. But
all right, I'm sorry, Nisi Poo. Go ahead on.
Yeah, sorry.
And Brother Odell's in the house, so once Nisi Poo finished this, we gonna bring him in because I know he got something to put on. On it.
Holiday.
Yes. To wrap that up, it says that they have interest in land that is unclaimed and interest in money that is sitting there. All right. So let me get to the article so we can finish this off. Okay. The Constitution did not, of its own force, limit the powers of tribal governments. In Talton v. Mays, 1890, the court upheld the laws of the Cherokee Nation. Oh, no, I read that one. Okay. The Indian Civil Rights Act. Is that where I'm at, y'all?
No, you was correct the first time.
Oh, okay. Yeah. In Talton v. Mays, 1896, the court upheld the laws of the Cherokee Nation regarding grand jury composition on the grounds that the Cherokees were self-governing and had been so since before the adoption of the Constitution. Therefore, only the powers the Indian nation had specifically surrendered were to be subject to constitutional protection. This theory was reaffirmed 60 years later by a lower federal court in Native American Church versus Navajo Tribal Council, 1959, laying the groundwork for modern tribal.
Say that one again.
Aren't they trying to mess it up on the best
I know
part?
you're going out again.
Separate political entity. Okay, how about now? Does it sound better?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Repeat that last
Okay.
line, please.
All right, it says, I'm trying to run to the closet. It says, this theory was reaffirmed 60 years later by a lower federal court in Native American Church.
You know we're
versus
going to find
Navajo. His daddy should be home from work. He better go now. I'm done.
Bag that out.
Yeah. This theory was reaffirmed 60 years later by a lower federal court in Native American Church versus Navajo Tribal Council, 1959, laying the groundwork for modern tribal sovereignty claims that tribes are separate political entities with a status higher than states.
All right.
So the Indian, and that was Cherokee. No, that was Navajo Tribal Council. So shout out to the Navajo. They got one of the largest reservations. They got their own police. If you drive through Navajo reservation, you'll see their police cars. There was a woman driving the police car that I drove past. I said, go on there, sis, with your bad self.
And you say Native American Church. So even the church, the Native American Church was up in the court in the fucking decisions and all that shit. They got a church.
They were going against the Navajo Council. So
which that makes sense if the church was involved in the missionary work, right? Wasn't those missionaries the one that converted folks?
We have them all up along the coast of California.
That was a Bible for them individually.
So
now,
just like they did the so-called indigenous Indians in the Southeast and over here with the church, the same motherfucking church, they just changed a little beginning. You know, you could have put African American church there.
Exactly.
But Native American.
Exactly. Because that's exactly what they did. They just swapped out Native American, African American, same thing. So the church went up against the tribe.
Right.
Now this is the one that I think really sticks out and applies to us the most.
Come on now, bring it now.
The Indian Civil Rights Act of 1968.
Say it again.
The Indian Civil Rights Act of 1968 reduced.
We normally hear Civil Rights Act. Just Civil Rights Act.
But they're together because we read that about 2-3 years ago where both of them it was together.
No, but they stick the Black Power in front of it. Then they say Civil Rights Act. Black Power. Rights Act.
Exactly. But continue, Nisi Poo.
The Indian Civil Rights Act of 1968 reduced this political isolation, imposing on tribes some of the guarantees of the federal constitution in their dealings with individuals, including their own citizens. Religious liberty was the most notable constitutional guarantee not imposed on Indian tribes because some of them were traditional theocracies. This law was enacted in response to a lower court ruling in 1965, which is Cauliflower versus Garland, in which it was decided that an Indian could appeal a tribal court decision to a federal district court on the ground that the tribal court was partially a creation of the national government.
Oh, there you go. Hey, someone called it out.
Wow.
So where's the sovereignty?
None. I think they fall under military anyway. The Indians.
Yeah, you know, brother Odell waiting in the cut to come in with the
Yeah,
no. Blah,
that's
blah, blah,
another
blah.
thing. The church and the military and the state is all one entity. They just separated for the people. So
Absolutely.
When it comes to the state, the church, the military. So Sis said, yeah, that shit do roll up. When it's rolling up to the church, yeah, the military too.
Yeah, because you got to protect the church. You got to protect it.
So basically,
The Pope's army.
they're
Right there.
they're saying in this particular sentence that this cauliflower versus garland, that if you don't get remedy in the Indian court, that you can go to the federal court.
Partially created.
So
Like an
how
air-
does that make the Indian court sovereign?
Doesn't.
Right. Basically, you going to them talking about, yeah, I'm trying to put you on welfare. Basically, you was help creating me, Daddy Fads. So pay up, Daddy Fad.
That's daddy. Yeah, that's essentially his daddy.
It's saying that Daddy Fed trumps, no pun intended, what the Indian courts say.
Yeah. But see, you know, one of the problems I have is Johnson made a declaration. Remember that in 1965, 68, something like that, that the Negro was the Aboriginal to this country, and he made a civil rights act. Remember that? We have that one.
Mm-hmm.
So which Indians are they talking about? Because they don't give us the civil rights that Johnson said that we have. Because they said we got to prove who we are. And they know.
That's the bait and switch.
Yeah.
Say it's for these people, but do it for these other people.
Yeah. So they know.
And these other people ain't even really getting shit. They getting some fuck shit too. They just didn't realize that they were just signed, or they did, or whatever the case may be. You signed up for the fuck shit, so you got the fuck shit. That was really intended for some other people as a benefit, but you want to, you know, take them oaths and sign them contracts and agree to that. So, you know.
It is what it is. So, amnesty, that's Sis Clout says, so it's just like the regular court system, they appealing to a higher court. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
A federal court, no less.
Child. But that's sovereign though, right? Okay. We ready when you ready, Nisi Poo.
Yeah, because they already talked about up here, talking about laying the groundwork for a modern tribal sovereignty, that tribes are separate political entities with a status higher than the states. And they like, oh, okay, you was feeling big because you done got some little recognition higher than the states. But
you ain't higher than that federal. That's basically what they saying.
Hey, you in the middle. You're just in that middle.
Right. You're not higher than the
can't
federal.
touch you.
That's what they're saying.
You just a little plaything. The state and the feds is just yo-yoing control. So even if you did appeal to one and win the other, why are you having to appeal to somebody about
somebody? Period. Right. Period. Exactly. And why don't you know what's in your trust? But continue on, Nisi Poo, or is that the end of it?
Yeah. Oh no, it talks a little bit about the trust towards the, I think, fourth or fifth one. So let me.
Uh-oh, are you there?
Sorry.
Okay. Are you there? You're breaking up.
Oh.
The internet's unstable, isn't it?
Stop hiding.
Yeah.
Hello?
Right, you in the closet, you can't connect to the Wi-Fi, girl.
Yeah, get away from the kids.
Can y'all hear me?
We can hear you now.
Okay. As a rule, Constitutional guarantees have not been interpreted to protect American Indians directly. Ooh,
That's what they say.
that was a blow. Okay.
Straight out.
Go ahead, Auntie.
No, I mean, it's always been that way. If they put you under the military, you're a prisoner of war. Basically, they say you're a prisoner of war. So all our people running around here asking for reparations and their
Y'all
rights.
keep it going. I'll be right back.
Asking for their rights. They're asking for, justice. This is their justice for us because we are prisoners of war. But yet,
claiming to be prisoners of war.
They claim to because they say they won by war. Right. That's what they say. But they won. They didn't win by war. They didn't even declare war. They just came shooting. So anyway, the people don't understand. Our people don't understand that Johnson declared that they were the Aboriginal people of this country, Negroes, the ones they call the Negroes. He said it in his act, not the ones that they call Native Americans. Right. But this is what they're trying to say. And I read the Constitution they had back in the original one, and they said an Indian or person born of African descent can never be a citizen of the United States. That's what it said. So I don't know why people think that they're going to get anything as a prisoner of war.
Right, and a lot of their remedies came out of lawsuits. It didn't come through, we're citizens and we're a party to the Constitution. No, it came through lawsuits.
They didn't have a proper claim.
Gotcha. Right. So, all right. Although the 13th Amendment did away with slavery, Congress had to pass a special act to prevent Navajo peonage, I hope I said that right, and end the slave trade and captured children in the Southwest. Elk versus Wilkins, 1884, ruled that even though Indians were born within the United States, they had to have a definite act by the United States to qualify as citizens and voters under the 14th Amendment. And
I just want to say that peonage is debt slavery.
It is.
Servitude.
It's just a class. A caste.
Right. So you ain't sovereign being fucking under peonage, under debt servitude.
Peon.
Peon, yeah.
Yeah, that's where that comes from. Peon. Okay.
We call the other ones, they call them chattel property, but we peonage.
So you're just above cattle property.
Because we were born here.
All right, so we got abandonment by the individual of tribal relations was abandonment.
Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, I came back right at the right time. Now what now?
Abandonment by the individual of tribal relations was insufficient by itself to serve his or her tribal membership. Sever. Ooh,
okay, so what they're saying, so even if you, their version of abandon, that still don't get you kicked out of the tribe is what they're saying.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
You still
Your folks said they done took the oath, so you can't even be like, nah, I'm sovereign on my own. Fuck this. Like, no, you under that, so you still is our shit.
So that's why a lot of communities like the Moors lose, because they go individually trying to patent their own land.
Well, the Moors don't have no land, but okay.
Mom trying to con us to give them land.
Right, that part.
But they're using this fake stuff that they can patent that land. And they're saying right now that you're part of a tribe no matter where you are. If you abandon the tribe.
That's exactly what it says to me. You are.
That sounds like a game. That sounds like a game to me. Once you jumped in, the motherfucker, you gotta get out the same way you came in. Like,
yeah. Once you're a crib, you're a crib. and there's no way out. So therefore you cannot go individually and try to get your trust.
So wait a minute, I missed a lot there. So it said that even though Indians were born within the United States, they had to be defined. A definite act or definitive act by the United States to qualify as citizens and voters under the 14th Amendment and the 15th Amendment. Abandonment by the individual of tribal relations was insufficient by itself to sever his or her tribal membership.
Exactly. Even if you don't know it.
Wow. Let's see if they double. You know, they like to talk with forked tongues. So let's see if they change that shit. Let's read. Neither the Prohibition Amendment nor its repeal affected the sale of alcohol to American Indians because treaties and federal statutes had already prohibited the activity. The First Amendment guarantee of religious liberty has never been made effective for Indians. Church and state work hand in hand to assimilate Indians, and for a long time, this is the part where I was like, let me keep reading because this starts to get good.
Oh, that line just right there. The church was where to do what? Assemble what?
Assimilate, which means disenfranchise.
It's pretty much.
No, but it says what their job was, though. It tells you what their job was.
The state religion and the state government and the state education. Indoctrination is assimilation.
Yeah. And for a long time, And for a long time, missionaries were asked to provide educational opportunities that the federal government was bound to make available to the tribe. With the peace policy of President Ulysses S. Grant, churches were able to nominate Indian agents for the different reservations, eliminating any real distinction between state and church. And quick there verse
infiltrators.
Right.
But those agents, I don't know if y'all know much about the agents, but what they would do, they would be the liaison between the Indians and the government. And so the Indians, if they needed something, they would tell their agent, the agent would go back and get it from the government or from the military. A lot of time aid would come from the military. So that they would do that. Eliminating any real distinction between state and church. In Quick Bear versus Luke, 1908, the court ruled that it was permissible for the federal government to allocate tribal funds for sectarian education under the guise of granting religious freedom to the followers of certain Christian denominations.
This guy is.
Is that the C3?
Under what this guy is?
Hey, goodness.
But the decision sought to circumvent federal statutory prohibitions. Let me read that sentence again. But the decision sought to circumvent federal statutory prohibitions on the use of public funds for religious education. Persistent efforts were made to eliminate the use of peyote by Indians and cannabis and everything sacred that we like to use.
But again, how is all of this sovereign? And can Son Scotty, can you drop the link to the article in the chat for the fam?
Yes.
None of this is
from
sovereign.
The encyclopedia.
No. It's all structured within their corporation.
So I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, move on.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. No, I'm talking about the screen. We can see what you're doing. Go ahead.
All right. Beginning with congressional hearings in 1919 that sought to bring the cactus plant within prohibitions against alcoholic beverages. State courts were more reasonable in upholding the freedom of religion in the use of peyote until Employment Division, Department of Human Resources of Oregon versus Smith, 1990. When the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that an Oregon anti-peyote statute could be applied constitutionally to the taking of peyote during Native American religious ceremonies.
So how's that sovereign?
Isn't that the peace pipe type stuff?
So how's that sovereign?
They just decided to take your shit.
You can't see the Great Spirit no more.
I mean, that's even getting into if that's their cultural practices.
No, well, not even that. Just the fact they can just decide to take it. You're right. Yes. Is that is that even their cultural practice? Do they think that?
How is that sovereignty?
But they can just take that too. God damn.
That's what they're saying.
Okay, Nisi Poo.
Who do you answer?
So we got Oregon anti-pipe. I already read that. An earlier decision, Ling. That sounds Asian.
Don't it sound Asian in the MF? But keep going.
Ling versus Northwest Indian Cemetery Protective Association. I never heard of that company. 1988 had found no violation of religious freedom in the federal government's authorization of a logging road through portions of a wilderness in California used by several tribes as vision quests and ceremonial sites.
Where people are buried. That's what you were talking about earlier.
Right.
That's
what, They just made a road over your freaking grandpa's grave. God damn.
In California.
Smith and Ling, considered together, constitute a serious impairment of American Indians' religious freedom. Recently, however, both Congress and some state legislators have enacted laws that are more protective of Indian religious beliefs and practices. Fifth Amendment protections of property have also been impaired as a result of the complications introduced by treaties and land cessions of the late 19th century. One major problem has been to discover the primary role of the United States in these transactions. At the time of land cessions, did the government act as a purchaser or as the tribe's trustee? I'm gonna pause on that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say both.
At the time, okay, again.
Reread that, Auntie. Reread that.
At the time, see, I be knowing what I'm talking about. At the time of land secessions, plural, did the government act as a purchaser or as the tribe's trustee?
Both.
That's why they're using your property.
They told the agent, hey, we'll give you $1 for that land. And the agent's like, hey, sell the land.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing, because when you look at those land patents, right? And you see who signed those land patents or supposedly signed it, which was the president of the United States.
Mm-hmm.
And then it seems like they were acting as a trustee, but what they really did was they took the land through the Bureau of Land Management, and the Bureau of Land Management was the corporation that they were acting under by purchasing it.
Right. So that's not really a trustee.
No. That's why these people are going to jail when they try to patent their land. They're going to jail. And they say you don't have a right to do it and all this kind of stuff. All this paperwork is getting them into trouble.
Okay, but I want people to understand, because most people say they understand trust and they don't. So do we understand the difference of outright being a purchaser and being a trustee?
Yeah.
A trustee is supposed to be managing an estate. So anything that is bought by a trustee is supposed to be on the behalf of the trust for the beneficiaries. So meaning that land is supposed to be the Indians' land.
But they sold it.
Now that's
what they get. Well, hold on, wait. In order to sell something, you have to have what you call an offer and acceptance.
Correct.
So what the hell did they offer, and what the hell did the Indians accept?
I agree with that. So that's even on the purchaser side.
That's on both. That transaction. I want to see that transaction.
That exactly. That's how a land acquisition transaction happens.
Right.
It's an offer and acceptance. I offer you this. Even up in the north, they said that land was sold in exchange for like coats. I was reading something
see, that's what I'm saying. Dumb shit.
Yeah. So what the hell did they offer, and was it an even exchange? Was it out of desperation? Like, come on, be real about it.
We don't even know. As I'm saying, it would be something that we wouldn't even understood. And it's like, yeah, you can have all of this for this. Okay.
Yeah. And the thing about those treaties, because I studied the ones that happened in Georgia specifically, starting with the Savannah Treaty, they reneged on all of them.
Yeah.
Like it was saying stuff like, let us use this part, and then after the war is over, like Fort Mitchell, I think, and Fort Jackson. And then after the war is over, we'll give you the land back.
Yeah.
So they were, establishing forts with the promise to give the land back after the war was over, and they never did.
We need your help to secure the land. We need to do this for our help together. We'll work together as a team, and we'll give you the land back after we win.
Yeah, and they did it, and then it ended up in now we're gonna have the whole state of Georgia, and it's ours, and
now we're gonna manage it for you. We're gonna manage it. We're not gonna give it back to you. We're just gonna manage it for you.
Yeah. So all right, let me keep going on this one.
But that's interesting.
You guys see that transaction? The war.
The Indian Claims Commission, in resolving long-standing land claims, had found that the Indians were paid unconscious.
We get you unconscionably. We understand. I do it all the time.
Low sums for their lands, which just means without conscience. Low sums, so we know they did. Low sums for their lands. This conclusion led the courts to suggest, without clearly articulating the idea, that some land deals were in fact confiscations without just compensation. Which we
right, and they probably didn't even know that it was low sums, because they ain't thinking about a cost, a sum of money for their land. So even the dumb ones that probably did take the oath and sign up, they probably didn't even know the amount that they was getting. So it's gonna be low as fuck. They like, this is a lot of money.
What is money in that time? What time was this? 1980s? Okay, well, yeah, money was still money.
Yeah,
because they wasn't gonna give them some of their own shit that they got on their land. Like, they got gold, they got the gems, they got this shit, they got the sugar, they got whatever, the plants, the tobacco, they got all the shit that you could give them. So they had to just give them some fake ass money or the promise of that.
But that's what they say. That's what they say. These people, all they do is live and breathe through paperwork. I want to see the paperwork. Show me the paperwork where my folks sold you said land. And matter of fact, I need to see specifically who sold that land, because who gave that person authority to sell X amount of parcel of land.
I want to see what they sold.
Why aren't people Indians that's federally recognized? Are these the questions that you're asking?
How much did your land get sold for? By whom?
Because I didn't hear trust. Y'all don't know what's up in the trust. None of that. I'm hearing that land been sold. You don't know for what value. Continue, Nisi.
I mean, as you're saying that, it's making me think of the Bureau of Land Management. And they claim to be the trustees for all of the public lands.
Right.
And the Bureau of Land Management is a department under the Department of Interior, along with the Department of Office of Special Trustees. So all of these departments are under the Department of the Interior. The exterior would be Congress and the President.
Facts.
Or don't they call it the posterior? Or the postal?
Brother Odel gonna know when he come on.
Yeah, because I want to hear what he got to say about the posterior. Because you got the interior and the posterior. Okay, so where was I?
In the United States versus the Sioux Nation.
1980. The court reaffirmed that a transaction in which the United States acts as a trustee. Hey, baby. To advance a tribe's interest. I'm sorry, y'all.
No, it's okay. We like to hear the love.
Enjoy the moment.
He just came home, finally. Yes. All right. The court reaffirmed that a transaction in which the United States acts as a trustee to advance a tribe's interest is not subject to the just compensation clause of the Fifth Amendment. The court made clear, however, that no presumption of congressional good faith could substitute for a careful judicial inquiry into that factual question. The cardinal rule,
Cardinal rule. I know, Brother Odel chomping at the bit.
Right. Because not only is that the Vatican them cardinals, but also cardinal is in the astrological clock. Because some of them signs is cardinal signs.
Mm-hmm.
So that's, yeah.
The cardinal rule in deciding these cases now seems to be that the government must identify which of two hats it will wear. Trustee for the Indians or purchaser of the land.
Right?
Why doesn't anybody know this? And now they all the way up into 1980 and they still up there talking about they don't know whether they're the trustee or the landowner, because isn't purchaser of the land meaning landowner, or am I wrong on that?
Well, the word is conflict of interest, realistically and truly, but
they're trustee. They take it as a
all they have to do is direct the sale. That's all they're doing. Hey, I want to buy the land for this. Okay, you can have the land for that.
But this is 1980.
That's what they're doing. That Hegelian dialectic. You trying to be the trustee and the purchaser, just going back and forth, confusing motherfuckers.
That's what they're doing.
Trying to play both sides. Get the money.
And if they are doing both, that is a violation of the trust. Because that means you're doing stuff that it's in your benefit, not in the benefit of the beneficiaries in that acting role as trustee. So why isn't anybody talking about this?
Well, there were several lawsuits. One is Colbell, and I think it's Colbell and Salazar.
All right.
Yep, where they basically sued them for breaking their fiduciary responsibility.
There you go.
Did.
There you go.
Sure did.
You see, well, here, Indians, there's a way to talk to them, niggas, fiduciary responsibility.
But still, do they even know what's in the trust?
No.
That's why they keep getting screwed. Nah, bro, you gonna have to run me them records.
That's what I'm saying. You need that first, anyways.
Because otherwise, I'm just suing you blindly. I need to know exactly what's in the trust, who sits on the board. I need to know all the associated assets, all of the administrators. That's including any companies, because it sounds like all of these government agencies, which are really companies, are being headed as administrators of this said estate.
Correct. And then they're using their political power to now do what they need to accordingly with the estate. Oh, we have to protect it for so-and-so, so we got to do this.
And they're banking on us never ever knowing this information, which is why they continuously do the shit they do. Because ain't no way in hell you can pull money and give it to Ukraine and countries like Afghanistan when the true people who are beneficiaries of the trust know that they're beneficiaries.
Exactly.
Isn't that what they call embezzlement?
Yes. That's illegal, criminal.
Whole bunch of money laundering, embezzlement, conflict of interest, motherfucking.
This is an easy lawsuit, guys.
I mean, it's the mismanagement of the trust. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
And they can be fired
easily.
They can be fired.
So what the hell has people been doing for all of these years that are receiving these benefits from the federal government? What have they been doing?
501c3.
I'm not talking about the indigenous folks like my people, because we don't fall under that particular agreement.
We unrecognized.
Right, we're unrecognized. I'm talking about you recognized folks. What have you been doing all of these years?
God damn.
Why haven't you held their feet to the fire on the mismanagement of this trust? Why do you have poverty on those reservations?
Like a punk bitch.
And when I talk about this thing, y'all want to get your panties in a bunch when I'm putting you up on game.
You're not supposed to know this shit, bro. You're not supposed to know this shit.
Because if you're sovereign, how come you don't know these things? Why aren't you holding your chiefs' feet to the fire to bring these particular answers back to you?
Right.
How can you sit on a reservation and be in poverty like that? And you're allowing someone else to manage your assets.
And they're telling you they have millions undeclared.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Nisi Poo.
This is some good stuff. Shout out to Uncle Sean one more time.
Yeah.
Where was I?
In the 1960s and 70s.
In the 1960s and 70s, the trend in Indian affairs was to subcontract to tribal councils the administration of programs that the government would otherwise provide for reservation residents. A new line of thought devised by the U.S. Bureau
I just
of
want to
Indian
point that
Affairs.
out. The trend in Indian affairs was to subcontract to tribal councils the administration of programs. And where we hear about these subcontracting and being administrators and like you just fulfilling the role. You just got a little role to play.
Mm-hmm.
But go ahead, my bad.
A new line of thought devised by the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs to slow the growth of this movement has been to argue that either the appointments clause of Article 2 or a principle of non-delegation of powers prevents the federal government from surrendering any real decision-making to the
You
tribes.
got to be bull-essing me. I thought they're sovereign, though. But go ahead, Nisi Poo.
Although this reasoning is contradicted by a century of administrative practices to the contrary, it illustrates the propensity of federal officials to rely on constitutional phrases to justify their bullshit position. In the early 1950s, Senator Patrick McCarran, which is really weird because there's a big ass road named McCarran.
Really?
I was just driving on that road today. Hey, Daddy's home. Daddy's home. Go get Daddy. He in the garage. In the early 1950s, Senator, hold on, we gonna go get Daddy. Come on. Senator Patrick McCarran proposed a new constitutional amendment that would eliminate trade with Indian tribes from the Commerce Clause.
Mom, I want chicken nuggets.
You want chicken nuggets? Okay, tell Daddy. Hey, baby, can you get him? Thank you. Okay. Proposed a new constitutional amendment that would eliminate trade with Indian tribes from the Commerce Clause, but Congress rejected the amendment. His fellow legislators could not imagine another constitutional rubric under which the United States would have authority to deal with Indian matters. The incident illustrates the extreme confusion and frustration involved in establishing a firm constitutional basis for treating Indians differently from other Americans. While the present structure, other Americans, not immigrants, but Americans.
Child, go ahead, Nisi Pooh.
While the present structure of intergovernmental relations is based primarily on historical precedent, it is difficult to see how another structure, whether or not based on an amendment to the Constitution, could resolve the current conflicts of authority. One avenue would be to create property title.
Oh man, you breaking up.
One.
No, run it back. They always trying to come in on the good shit.
Right. You there?
Get out of that closet, girl.
We know she was.
Here.
Okay, I know she was walking to the
How
garage.
about now?
Yep, we can hear you now.
Okay, how's it now? Okay, I'm back in the closet.
Okay, you in the closet. Okay, got you.
Oh, you found me. Yes. Okay. One avenue would be to create a new property title for Indian lands, eliminating the so-called trust responsibility that rests on early international law and the doctrine of discovery.
Child, you better stop playing with me. Okay, Brother Odel, hold on. We almost to the end of this MF so you can come in. What? You back to breaking up.
The doctrine of discovery and the end. Oh, Scotty, you might have to read.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll let son Scotty read the rest.
Indians as a group undoubtedly qualify for constitutional protection against state racial discrimination along the lines of Brown versus Board of Education. Okay, this is the first time they'd ever brought up some niggas in this shit. Like,
child.
Okay. Congressional discrimination presents more complicated issues. Morton versus Mancari, 1974, upheld a hiring preference for qualified Indians in the Federal Bureau of Indian Affairs. So y'all trying to hire more agents? That's what y'all worried about? Like, the fuck?
So this source of this is the encyclopedia. This is under
the sources.
Okay, scroll back up to the top so we can show them what the source of this is. This is encyclopedia.com. This is the American Indian and the Constitution update. All right. So that's the source of this article. Child. All right. So with that said, let me take this off. Y'all don't be showing nothing. Let me get y'all off the screen because I don't want y'all showing your little stuff. Let me bring on Brother Odel. Perfect timing. Okay, Brother Odel. I know you fencing to go in. Child, I'm just too done with them on this foolishness. Peace and love, brother. How are you?
I'm all right. I emailed you earlier. I did get a message from you in the week, and for whatever reason, I didn't. I don't know. I didn't get it until about a couple of hours ago. So they're playing with me on the email side. Which is why I got in a bit late.
Okay.
Yeah, but I messaged you back, but I'm a bit frustrated because I wanted to touch base with you. It's been a bit of a busy week because we've had a couple of things go on, but I think it's timely. I had the stuff on the Ascension stuff, but you know what it is? I want to leave that till next week because you know the stuff that you've been covering recently is relevant to that second talk that I've done. But you see the stuff you've got on the worlds in this cosmos. I think that needs to come first, and I'll tell you why.
It don't. You know, it don't matter. However you want to roll, we roll with it. So I'm cool with that.
Yeah, the reason why I want you to do it first is because the talk that I've got that we're due to go into is talking about it from the two It's the talk to do with the tropic and the tropic and the sidereal astrology, the tales of the tales of the two zodiacs, and it ties into Clavicus and how they're putting the Gregorian calendar here and how they're putting the fraud here. But the reason why I think it's important to show the all stuff first is because that's dealing from a realm perspective, which is where we're at the moment, because we're talking about the realm. So if we finished off the realm stuff first, and then we'll cascade that down to what's going on here with us right now, because that will fit in perfectly. Because once people know how the realm has been messed up, then then they get the concept of the realm being messed due to what the Draco did and stuff like that. And then that gets into place. Well, how's that relate to what's going on with us down here? And then I can show that.
Okay, that's fair. That's
that
fair.
all mapped out, bro?
However you want to slice it. So before we get into that, did you have anything to put on the reading of the shenanigans?
Oh, I think I'm gonna have to do that period because of what we've just been about. I can't shut my mouth on this stuff, so we're gonna have no choice but to do with that tonight, rather than even going to that other stuff. I think we'll have to leave
figured
that.
as much because when she was reading through it, I'm like, okay, I know Brother Odel is coming in 5, 4, 3. Then I saw you come in because the foolery of it all. Because I'm just blown away that they keep talking about trust and trustee, and so I'll shut up and let you put something on it.
Oh gosh, yeah, I've been desperate to speak. I had to hold my mouth because I was like,
I know.
I just kept myself on mute. I was screaming in the background.
Exactly.
Stuff is going bonkers. I'm like, so I've just been in the chat, dropping in the chat now and again, saying what is an American Indian. So I'll do the basics to start off with before we do anything else before I screen share. Just because I agree with you, sister, I don't get how people are not getting this. So I'm just gonna screen share.
Yeah, you should have the right to do it, and it's bad over here, Brother Odel. I mean,
we need to do something. We need to put on this land stuff. I think we need to really go in on this land stuff. I think we need to do something specific on that. I know I've covered aspects of it, but I think we need to do something very intense on this land stuff. With me covering some of the stuff for the UPU. Properly. I think I couldn't do it justice just tonight because we just don't have the time to do it proper justice in the sense of we can't keep having these excuses with this land issue when I've killed what this land issue is, and particularly under trust law. I've made it very clear in the Sister 2 AKV. Come on. Come on. The sister's been doing this. She's been telling you, look, come on, with no excuses for the slower ones, the slower and the slowest in the back. There's no excuse.
It's frustrating, brother, because I'm blown away that they're even mentioning a trust regarding these federally recognized Indians, and I don't hear even the federally recognized Indians talking about it. I just don't get it to this point. At this point, I just don't get it. I don't understand what people think they're benefiting from, what people think that they own, but they control absolutely nothing. I'm not understanding it.
No, and it's like you said, sister, it's become too obvious to a point where we can't make no excuses for this. We really can't. We really can't. So I'm just going to.
Okay, let me get this screen shared up for you.
Yeah, it's all right. Yeah, I'll let you do that in a sec. I've just got my main screen up.
Okay. Yep, you should be good. Let me just think you should be coming up on YouTube. Let me see.
Just get everybody situated first. Antoine's in the house. Shout out to Antoine. I'm gonna have to give him a ring. We spoke the other day. We did speak.
Oh, good. I'm glad y'all got to touch base.
Yeah. I definitely want to get in touch. I definitely get in touch with you yourself.
Nephew Antoine, come up when you want to, if you got time. Okay, your YouTube can see you, Brother Odel. You're good.
That's fine. Okay, that's fine. So I'm just gonna share this. So I can see United States of America, and I can see a country here called India. So what is an American Indian? Because I've seen two countries here and they're in two different locations. I just want to put that out there for the slow ones and the slowest in the back. They keep classifying themselves as America, India. So you talk about two different jurisdictions here. So I was just going to put that out there. Just let
now
people just
to be fair, because I'm gonna tell you what they're gonna do. They're gonna come up in the comment section of the vid at a later date, and they gonna say, yeah, but back then that wasn't called India.
No, it was called Hindustan.
Yeah,
But
that's
then
what they
United
gonna say.
States, but back then United States wasn't called the United States.
No, it wasn't.
America.
No, it wasn't. But I'm just telling you what they gonna come up in the comments section. So you're just pointing out that today, if you classify yourself as an as an Indian,
America, American
Indian,
India.
That's like saying you're an African American, right?
Thank you.
Right.
Yep. I'm just
Okay.
drawing the correlation. That's it. Thank you, sister. Just drawing the correlation. Make people think, what is an American India? What is an African India? All these KV legalese terms they keep using. I'm going to get in on this.
Which is why those terms are patented. Nisi Poo found where those exact terms somebody has put patents on those terms.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. There you go. So I'm gonna go here first. Let me just find the first part. Oh, shall I go into? I will kill what the jurisdiction of the store called US first. So I think I'm gonna go in on this first before we do anything else. First, just because I want to touch this aspect, then I'm gonna go in properly. This is just a bit. This is just to get us warmed up. So here are the 4 facsimile sections of reproductions taken from the 156-page book issued by the U.S. War Department.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say
Sandra
that again.
was right.
She
was right.
Well, please, sister, keep backing me up. Issued by the U.S. War Department, November the 30th, 1928. Keep in mind the Latin Treaty was signed in 29, but I'm not only getting on that tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Setting forth the exact truthful definitions of a demonocracy and of a republic, explaining the difference between the both. These definitions were published by the authority of the United States government, governing the mental. I won't go in on these people and let you jump in, sister. And must be accepted as authentic in any court of proper jurisdiction. That's interesting to mention proper court of jurisdiction. I'm going to share something else with you once I'm done here because we're not finished. Mm-hmm. These precise and scholarly definitions of a democracy, as I refer to as, and a republic were carefully considered as a proper guide for U.S. soldiers, because they treat them like punks, and the U.S. citizens. You don't want to be a citizen. I'll kill what one of those is in jurisdiction of a bishop, but let me just leave it for now. By the Chief of Staff of the United States Army. Such definitions state precedence over any definition that may be found in present commercial.
Wow.
Commercial dictionaries, which have suffered periodical modification to please the powers in office.
Wow.
I mean, and I'm dropping hints, sister. Mm-hmm. Shortly after, I'm just getting barely started. I've got bare things to get on with tonight. Shortly after the bank holiday, Woodrow Wilson and Frank Delano Roosevelt, and what happened in 1933, and they're transferring the gold to England over here.
Exactly.
The United States, not so I'm going to kill that soon enough anyway. In the 30s, hush, orders from the White House suddenly demanded that all copies of this book be withdrawn from the government printing office and the army post. Wow. To be suppressed and destroyed without explanation. This was the beginning of the complete red control of the government governing mental from within and from without. It gets better. It gets so much better.
So the War Department issued the book that give the true breakdown of what a democracy is and what a republic is.
Yes.
Demonocracy.
I'm going to get in on it.
Okay, we're ready.
Prepared under the directions of the Chief of Staff, citizenship, and you never want to be a citizen on a ship, maritime, Piscean construct. This manual supersedes Manual of Citizenship Training, the use of the publication, The Constitution of the United States by Harry Atwood is by permission and courtesy of the author. So let's see where I go on. Citizenship, the monarchy, citizenship, republic. So we'll read them. A government of masses, authority derived through mass meeting or any other form of direct expression, results in a mobocracy. Attitude towards property is communistic, negating property rights.
Wait a minute. Well, we are under. Child, wait a minute. Just let me take a sip of this water and slow it down so the fam can get this.
Okay, sister. Sister, I know I got kind of.
Child, I'm telling you, my scarf is itching. So, fam, he's breaking down the true definition of what a democracy is. Then he's going to break down what the true definition of a republic. Now, automatically, for democracy, he's saying that the attitude towards property it's what? And it does what? Negate property rights. Okay, you can continue, brother.
Sister, please. Sister, please. Because put that feminine energy on it, please. Because I really want this feminine energy to be part of this. Sister, pull me back by the reins if you need to do. Because I can get overexcited. I'm like when I start going in.
That's
pull
okay.
me back by the reins, sister.
Okay,
right?
no worry. I will. Because I want to make sure people enter and understand this. Because we keep going over it. Keep going, brother. I'm with you.
1851,
okay, that's
wasn't it? Yeah, that's when they changed the Constitution to a communistic Constitution. 1871.
Well, the first one didn't matter no way because the Constitution was never set up for the benefit of the people.
Ever.
Yep. This is what we're doing with the 18-12 series that unfortunately I interrupted with this series, and this is what the sister was getting in on, which we will get back to, and I'm going to contribute to that as I have been to this series.
We're going to get back to that, but okay, we ready, brother.
Yeah, just make sure you hold me back, sister, if you need to do. Because I know me, I can start punching at the walls.
No worries. No worries.
Attitude towards property is communistic, negating property rights. Attitude towards law is that the will of the majority shall regulate whether it is based upon deliberation or governed by passion, prejudice, and impulse without restraint or regard to consequences. Results in demagogism, license, and lying to your senses. A license, in the words, lying to your senses of your height, width, depth, nose, breathe, ears, smell, touch, taste, touch the senses of the physical body. Agitation, discontent, and anarchy. Citizenship by republic, and republic meaning back to the people, a republic. But you never want to be a citizen on a ship. But anyway, let me keep going.
Right.
Authority is derived through the election by the people of public officials best fitted to represent them. Not selected, but there you choose. But anyway, let's keep going. Attitude towards law is the administration of justice, and that keyword administration. Exactly. Because I still don't agree with that because that's not original. But let me keep going. Administration of justice in accord with fixed principles and established evidence, which is better than what the other one is, but it's still not how I would do things. Exactly. But let me keep going. With a strict regard to consequences, which is better, a greater number of citizens and extent of territory may be brought within its compass. Avoids the dangerous extreme of either tyranny or mobocracy. Results in statesmanship, liberty, reason, justice, contentment, and progress. Is the standard form of government, governmental, throughout the world. A republic is a form of government, a constitution which provides for the election of This is where I think the subconvented because I know this is where I get in on it. An executive branch of government, which I know is a complete bunch for because it's called the delegate. I'll cover it proper. Delegation of powers. It's meant to be separate from church and state, but we all know due to what happened in. I'm going to cover that later on. Let me get getting on this. I'm going to cover it all later anyway. I'm going to kill it all today. An executive branch. 2, legislative body working together with a representative capacity, having all the power of appointment, all power of legislation, all power to raise revenue and appropriate expenditures, and are required to create a judiciary to pass upon the justice, legality of the government and acts to recognize for certain inherent individual rights, which is still better, but it's still not how it's supposed to be.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it like that, but okay.
Yeah, individual republics weren't like that, but anyway. Okay, sister, can I keep going or do you want to stop me?
Nope, you're good so far, yep.
Okay. Take anyone or more aware of these 4 elements and you are drifting into an autocracy. Add 1 or more to these 4 elements and you are drifting into a democracy. Outward superior to others, autocracy declares the divine right of kings, its authority cannot be questioned. Its powers are arbitrary and unjustly administered. Democracy is a direct rule of people and has been repeatedly tried
without success.
Success, thank you. Our constitutional fathers, and this gets back to all this nonsense, which is not true, because they were deists, but let's leave it for now. Right. Familiar with the strength and weakness of both autocracy and democracy, with fixed principles definitely in mind, defined a representative Republican form of government. It's still better than the others. They made a very marked distinction between a republic and a democracy, and it said repeatedly, emphatically, that they founded a republic. So there you go. And obviously that's just there.
So for those of you, just to summarize that, when you hear those politicians say we are a republic and not a Democrat, democracy, they don't say Democrat, they say democracy. That's really what they're talking about. But make no mistake about it, even with the republic, when he was going through the formation of it, please note those particular formations is still corporate titles. Let's be clear.
Yes.
They're still corporate titles. But by their own shenanigans, they are supposed to be operating under a republic. That is how they are supposed to be operating their corporation, which rolls up to a trust.
Yes.
They are just administrators. They are just the hired help for the trust. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Odel.
No, you're fine, sister. You just keep it real. So when democracies fail, I think this is what we're in right now. A democracy cannot exist as a permanent form of government. I'm going to say that again. A democracy cannot exist as a permanent form of government. It can only exist until voters discover they can vote themselves largely out of public treasury. From that moment on, the majority always votes for the candidate promising the most benefits from the public treasury, with the result that democracy always collapses over a loose fiscal policy.
Ain't that where we at now?
Right.
Ain't that not where we at now? Where the matter of fact, they bankrupted in 2008, and it never really came up out of bankruptcy, and here they are bankrupt again.
You know,
Sleepy Joe Biden.
They called me Tuesday for one of the senators here, and they said if they cut your taxes, will you vote for them? So this is for the benefit of public treasury too. And he's a Republican running with supporting Nuisance, who is a Democrat. So he said if Nuisance cuts your taxes for gas and stuff? Will you vote for him? So this is exactly what they do. And people don't get it.
Yeah, you're right. Because, I mean, here's the sentence from now. From that moment on, the majority always votes for the candidate promising the most benefits from the public treasury, with the results that democracy always, they didn't say sometimes, they didn't say maybe, they said always collapses over a loose fiscal policy, always to be followed by a dictatorship.
Right.
So in other words, they're telling you that you're voting for a democracy when they set up the corporation to be a republic. And so you're voting for them to keep spending ends and ends and ends and bankrupt.
And then they're going to tell you, you got to wear that mask. You got to take that shot. You got to go here. You got to go there. If you walk here, you got to do this. That's what they're doing. A dictator. And people call, oh, you can't tell me. You put your name
But
on
we're
it.
the dumb ones, though. What we talking about? We the dumb ones. All of those people that were telling you when you're voting for these Democrats, for democracy, you're voting for your demise.
Right.
They were the dumb ones. When we told you them stimmies ain't free, we were the dumb ones. And now you're seeing inflation at a sky high level. Your food prices have doubled.
And you were locked down for 2 years almost.
Right. You were on the lockdowns, bullied into what you should do with your body. And now women, if I'm not mistaken, ain't they trying to legislate yet again what to do with your womb?
Yep.
And all of that's happening under Democratic rule.
No, it ain't. It's happening under a dictatorship. We in dictatorship.
That's not a duly elected president.
Can y'all hear me? Because I wanted to ask Brother Odell a question.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, in the House of Commons, how they rule over there in England, they have an upper house. They have an upper house and a lower house, right?
They have the House of Lords. That is correct, sister.
Okay, so what they have duped us into thinking is that we have the House and the Senate, but really what's going on is you have Congress and then you have the Interior, the Department of the Interior, because under the Department of the Interior is your Treasury Department, your Land Management Department, and all those other departments that I was talking about with the trusts.
All right.
So that's where we've been duped into thinking that our upper and lower is the House of Representatives and the Senate, when in true reality, it's the U.S. corporation with the senators in the House being the lower, and the upper, which they do shit in secrecy, would be that Department of Interior. What y'all think about that?
Pretty much, because they control the money. It would be the Treasury, the Treasury Reserve, Federal Reserve. They control.
Yeah, I'm gonna get in on the Federal Reserve. Keep going, sister. I want to kill the Federal Reserve soon enough. I'm just getting heated here. Keep going.
Is the Federal Reserve and the Treasury, are they the same?
Yeah, they're together.
They're two separate entities.
Yeah.
They're two separate entities. Exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah.
So the Treasury, when you look at the Department of Interior, if you go to their website and you look at all of the bureaus and all of the organizations, that is the one of them. It's called literally the Treasury.
Right. Didn't they recently combined those two here after Trump? They combined the Treasury and the Federal Reserve together, if I'm not mistaken. So, but the Federal Reserve is the big boy. That's BlackRock.
No, the Treasury's the big boy.
Yeah, the Treasury is the big boy.
Yeah, that's BlackRock. They have all the money.
But the Treasury is not BlackRock. But I know what you're saying, Sis Sandra, because after Trump card, that Treasury and the Fed Reserve, now how it's working behind the scenes, it's still separate, but you're right. If you went to call them public numbers, they were like, it's one and the same. So I don't know what that's about, Brother Odel, but she is correct on that.
Yeah, I've agreed with her with the Fed, with what she said. The other thing I'm going to say is the Fed still, I'm going to say the Fed is still private.
Behind the scenes,
yes, because that's why Trump card kept demanding that the Fed be audited, and
they said they don't have to because they're private.
Because they're private. Now,
just like he didn't have to show his tax returns because he's private.
Exactly. So, and he sister, I'm desperate to go, but you're gonna have to hold me on the reins.
No, we're Nisi Poo, did you get what you need?
And the reason why they couldn't audit is because the reason why they couldn't do no audit is because he's a citizen and he's not part of the interior.
Yeah. No, the reason they couldn't audit is because he operates in the private.
Exactly.
So in other words, my private business is my private business, bruh.
You can't mix public and private.
Right, you cannot mix public and private. Exactly.
Because remember, after they finish their time, they say they're now public again.
No, that's not what we saying. We be trying to put y'all up on game without coming and saying it before they shut this whole motherfucking stream down. So I'm going to say it slow, and you're going to have to offline do your research. They could not audit Trump card, and that's why he literally laughed in their face and smirked. And I was cracking right the hell up with him because he does business on the private side, privately. He said his business are in trust, and he held a press conference and brought out the manila folder saying all of my businesses are in trust.
Yeah. And therefore they're not public.
It's not public.
Which means the mainstream media and all the horse that was there cannot audit it. It's private business.
Could not, or could that would be exactly. That would be like somebody saying, Rhonda, you need to run me your bank statement.
I'm on just like, nope.
I'm like, bro, who the F is you? No, I don't.
You hold it in trust.
It's you see what I'm saying, right? Because he held his stuff in trust. That's private. He does business on the private side of the house. So it had nothing to do with citizenship. It was public and private.
Yeah, business.
And in Trump card's raggedy defense, if he didn't teach y'all nothing else, he should have taught you that. And that was a very valuable lesson. He publicly put that out and make it be known. You can't make me divulge a doggone thing.
Because Trump, in order to operate in the public, would have to be a U.S. citizen. But his assets, this is why I keep talking about trust law.
Bing, 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 bing.
Assets are held in trust.
Exactly.
Not in his legal fiction name under you were carrying.
Exactly. That part.
We've been dropping the game. We've been saying the game. We're going no further than that.
We're not going any further than that. Go and do your research offline. And Deep H2O, shout out to Deep H2O. Federal Reserve is not a branch of government. It surely, truly is not. It is a private entity.
I'm going to kill that sort of this, by the way, sister. I've got some stuff on the Fed Reserve. We're going to kill that again. But anyway, keep going, sister. Not to clear because I enjoy the feminine energy.
No. Okay, Nisi Poo, did you have anything else? Okay.
No, I'm good. You answered. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Brother Odel, we ready.
Okay, sister. Woo. Well, so the sister said it correctly with that feminine energy. And she put it correctly. Democracy always collapses over a loose physical policy, always to be followed by dictatorship, written by Professor Alexander Fraser Tack nearly 2 centuries ago, while the 13th original states were still colonies of Great Britannia, and we rule the world. I'm going to say that again. Written by Professor Alexander Fraser Tyler, written nearly 2 centuries ago, while our 13th original states were still colonies of Great Britannia. We're still colonies of Great Britannia. At the time, he was writing of the decline of the fall of the Athenian Republic over 2,000 years ago.
So the same system, basically, but continue.
Woo! Sister, you want to read before I go in?
Yeah, I can read.
I'm going to put some feminine energy.
Yeah. You let me know when you want me to read. So he said, did I say republic? By God, yes, I said republic. Long live the glorious Republic of the United States of America. Damn democracy. It is a fraudulent term used often by ignorant persons, but no less often by intellectual fakers to describe an infamous mixture, an infamous mixture of socialism, miscegenation, graft, confiscation of property, and denial.
Birth certificates. Just a little hint.
Confiscation of property and denial of personal rights to individuals whose virtual principles make them offensive. Now, who's the people? Damn. Sis Sandra, who's the people? What's the name of that group that always scream about, we're going back to the Republic? I want to give them a shout out, although they still be misleading people.
The Patriots?
The Patriots.
Oh, yeah.
Shout out to them, although I still don't agree with what y'all saying, but y'all did get this part right about the Republic.
Yeah.
Trump card mentioned that as well, didn't it? Trump card did say about the Republic.
And QAnon, yeah. Yeah, and I don't agree with that too. But yeah, and Trump card used to say, you're in a republic.
1776, they used to say all the time. Which is we fell, but that's when they took over. 1776.
So they're telling you basically what the alphabet people are telling you, Q Elemento Z them, and the Patriots are telling you is that you've been hijacked. So the original hijack that they did from the indigenous people when they set up the Republic, it's been hijacked.
Yes.
That's what they're telling you. Mm-hmm. So those of you running around here talking about democracy, y'all have no idea what you're talking about.
Absolutely not.
And that's why it's so hard to get people to wake up, because there's so many layers to this of the fraud that is sickening.
Mm-hmm.
But it's so bad that people are literally consenting to their own demise.
And are really bad at it.
And then you want to get an attitude with those of us that say, I'm not voting for that. Get the F out of my face. Because in the defense of the people in this last election, that told y'all why they weren't voting Democrat. Everything that those people told you, they have been correct and right on schedule. But I don't hear none of you Democrats coming back and standing up saying you was right. So y'all can sit up and talk about the Trump card people like a dog all you want to. And I'm not even saying that I agree with them because I understand the total chessboard.
Yeah, exactly.
But they a little bit more up on game than you are.
Right.
100.
Because when they was telling the courts, when they was telling Biden, you don't have the right to tell me what to do with my body, they were right. When they were telling them, why are y'all spending all of this money? We don't authorize this. We don't agree with this. You are bankrupting and stealing from the treasury. They were right. When I told y'all, you know them stimmies ain't free. That PPP stuff, it's not free. Do you not understand that it's going to drive up inflation and that we are coming into another collapse?
And it's not a political movement. It's a way of thought. You're not a part of a party like they think they are. You know, I'm a Democrat. You're not a Democrat. You're believing in a philosophy of subjectivity.
Right. You're consenting to your own demise. You're consenting to your own demise. And I told y'all out the gate when everybody was running around here, oh, they gonna force you to get the hoochie coochie. They gonna come knock on your door and make you get the hoochie coochie. The court's gonna rule. I told you all then, no, they not. Because for them to be that bold, they saying I'm gonna go directly against universal law.
They can't do that.
They can't do it and they won't do it because they don't want to suffer universal law consequences. Do you not understand that they put these systems in place for you to consent to your own enslavement? Do you not understand that with the religious and the political and the social? They put these things in place so you can agree to it, so they won't have to suffer the karmic debt.
Sign paper.
You said you wanted to do
that part.
Vote.
We be knowing what we sitting up here talking about, so don't get your drugs in a bunch when we say we don't want no parts of it. As we sit back and sip our tea and see you all fall into the ditch each and every time. Continue, Brother Odel. Or you want me to continue reading? You let me know.
Are you all right, sister? Yeah, I'll just keep. If I get myself too excited, just cut me in.
Okay, no worries.
I'm enjoying just mixing that feminine energy. I want to try and get that balance right because it needs to be in here. Because people need to hit with that feminine. Right, here we go. So this idea that the government was beholden to the people, this idea that the government, governing mental, was beholden to the people, that it had no other source of power, is still the newest, most unique idea in all the long history of man's relation to man. This is the issue of this election, whether we believe it, our capacity for self-government, or whether we abandon the American Revolution and confess that a little intellectual elite in a far distinct capital can plan our lives for us better than we can plan it for ourselves.
Right.
So that's a little bit, and I got a little bit more.
We ready.
I got a little bit more.
That's pretty self-explanatory. So ain't no need y'all getting upset with us and your drugs in a bunch. I done took and told you I don't need nobody to tell me how to think for me.
Right.
I don't need it. I don't need nobody to tell me how my morals should be.
Your man needs not my morals, sir.
That's why I don't look for handouts.
Need that part.
I know what I'm talking about when I say I don't want my family involved in going up under the jurisdiction of these government agencies and being the trustee for my estate. I know what I'm talking about.
Dotted line, sign right here. Sign right here.
Now, if that's what you want to do for you and yours, hey, it's no judgment on my part. You do you, boo.
You came here to live your life. No.
But they don't know what a dictator is, huh?
But don't say you're not being given the game. You're being given the game. Because in their little raggedy defense, even them allowing me to be on this YouTube to scream with my scarf on,
Truth UnCONPromeyezed.
They're allowing this information to be out. So as far as they are concerned, they have given you disclosure. You better believe it, Sis Sandra. So they gonna lay comfortably in the bed, fart, scratch, all of that. All right, Brother Odel, we ready when you ready.
All right, sister. That's no problem. It's your platform. We're just running. We're just running. So I'm just going to show this just briefly. All right. So you can see here. So I'm just going to show it. This is your government. I'm going to get in on this government thing here. We're going to get in on this government thing.
Come on. Let's get into this thing.
I'm going to get in, and I'm not going to read all of it. I'm going to read some of it, and then I'm going to, obviously, it's just anything I've got on this, I'm going to email you. You know me, I always make sure
I absolutely.
I don't come on this platform without no receipts. You know me, sister.
Absolutely.
Can't get on this platform without receipts. That's ridiculous. It's not happening on here. They don't allow that. So the fact, sorry, sister.
One of the things he didn't really push out is that this system is handled outside of this government by the Britannian government.
Yeah, well, I'm very clear, and I'm gonna get it on a bit. Sister, I've got some gems to drop still. I'm not done yet.
Okay, I'll let you drop them down.
I'm not done yet. You go one speak. You go really one speak, but I've got some more gems. I've got more than this. I'm not reading all of this. I'm just reading some of it just to get us warmed up. So de facto versus the jaw government. So de facto, actually, in fact, indeed, a term used to denote a thing actually done. De facto government. A government de facto signifies one completely through, only temporarily established in place of a lawful government. I'm going to read that again for the slow, and the slowest in the back. The de facto government is a government governmental. De facto signifies one completely through, only temporarily establishing in place of a lawful one. Remember what we just read from previous. Okay. Thomas versus Taylor, 42 Miss 65-1, 2 a.m. rep, or 625 Christ Home v. Coleman, 43 Alabama, 204 94 a.m.
So
okay,
these are cases. I'm assuming these are cases.
Fam.
People challenging, probably challenging the de jure versus de facto. I'm just guessing. So you can go look up those cases yourself. And I would encourage people to do your research outside of what we're telling you. Take what we're showing you and research it. And if it ain't right, come back and tell us it's not right. But those would be some perfect examples for you to go look up those cases to understand what the beef was about.
And who won?
Exactly. That part. All right. We ready, Brother Odel.
It's all right. You just keep pulling me, sister, when you need to do. See, this your Austin, this your let VIP for page 336. So check that out. And I'm gonna, and by the way, sister's getting this information so she can put it out because I'm gonna email her this anyway. You know me, I come with receipts. So
I don't have to take too many pictures.
You don't have to, because sister, I'm gonna email to sister and you get it off story. I meant to sister Rhonda gets it. Everything I always bring receipts. Rhonda knows that I always email her. I always do standard procedure done. I think you use Scott. It's just if you ever want something directly, so you emails in a chat, I'll always email, but I always standardly email Rhonda regardless. You get me? Because I don't have your email, but I do have Scott.
I send it to the fam. So
yeah, I always make sure Rhonda gets whatever I've got. De facto government, one that maintains itself by a display of force against the will of the rightful legal government and its successful, at least temporarily. I'm gonna read that again. One that maintains itself by a display of force against the will of the rightful legal government and its successful, at least temporarily, in overturning the institutions of the rightful legal government by setting up its own in lieu thereof. Wortham v. Walker, 133 Texas, or 255128 SW 2D 1138 1145. So there's your case.
Leave it to Texas. Somebody up out of Texas.
So just talking about de facto government. So de facto is a Latin. Remember, I'm giving you a clue. When I say Latin, there's your clue. So who's really running it? We're going across seas when I say Latin.
Right.
Expression that means by, in fact, in law, it is meant to mean in practice, but not necessarily ordained by law.
You know, crazy.
Band-Aid.
I'm going to stop there. I don't need to read any more of that. I'm going to send this to sister. I just want to I'm going to leave the rest of that because that says enough just in standard. Right? Now I'm going to get into the, I'm going to leave this over a bit. I want to get into the de jure bit now. I'm going to leave that because I let people do a bit more due diligence because I've quite a case law because I want to move on to a couple of things. So I've got so much stuff to get through. So de jure government. A government de jure, but not in fact, is one deemed lawful, which has been supplemented. A government de jure is also a government de facto, one deemed lawful, which in present are established. A government de facto is deemed unlawful, but which is present or established. Any established government, be it deemed unlawful or not, is a government de facto. And you've got that case that says you've got Austin de jure there, so that's that one there. But I just want to get into de jure stuff because I'm going to keep going. So, de jure government of right, legitimate, lawful, by right, and just title, wink, wink, title, to do with property, in the sense contrary of a de facto. It may also be contrasted with de grata, in which case it means a matter of right. As de grata means by grace or favor, again, it may be contrasted with whatever that is. Meaning by law, as the letter means by equity. See, government and equity government is what we have over here in terms of the transfer stuff. We get a bit of equity over here and transfer courts over here. So a de jure government is a legal, legitimate government of a state and is also recognized by other states. In contrast to a de facto government is in actual possession. In contrast, a de facto government is actual possession of authority and control of the state. For example, a government that has been overthrown and has moved to another state will attain a de jure status if other nations refuse to accept the legitimacy of the revolutionary government.
So who's the one they overthrew? The first ones they overthrew were our people.
Yep. That's what I'm getting at.
De facto.
De jure, classical Latin, remember I'm doing the Latin because I'm hinting to where it's coming from, is an expression that means concerning law, as contrasted with de facto, which means concerning fact. The terms of de jure and de facto are used instead of in principle and in practice, respectively. When one in describing political or legal situations. In legal context, the de jure is also translated as concerning law. A practice may exist de facto where, for example, the people obey a contract, birth certificate, as though they were law enforcing it. And yet there is no such law. I'm going to read that again for the slow and the slowest in the back. I'm going to say that again. So I'm going to read it again. In legal context, a de jure, also translated concerning law, a practice may exist de facto, where, for example, the people obey a contract, birth certificate, wink, wink, as though it were law enforcing, yet there is no such law. A process known as destitute may allow de facto practices to replace obsolete laws. On the other hand, practices may exist de jure and not be obeyed or observed by people. So I'm going to stop there.
So
I'm going to stop there.
All right. So
yeah,
just
I know you want. I know. I could keep going, sister, but go ahead.
I know, because I'm trying to be careful with this. I want y'all to think about back when we talked about public and private, and I want y'all to equate which is which. But basically, they're telling you that de facto is really operating more on contractual / I don't want to say that word. Contractual.
I'll say temporary.
Contractual and practices.
Thank you.
But it's not lawful.
Thank you.
De jure is lawful.
Right.
And they're pretty much telling you that de facto is staying in place because people are obeying the contracts and the practices, and they're not even recognizing the lawfulness or the de jure side. So I want y'all to think back to when we opened up this conversation and the question was asked about why Trump didn't have to show his tax returns. And
Wasn't too sure.
clear me up if I'm not saying it right, Brother Odel, but you see I'm trying to talk in code.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
I'm not saying anything else. I'm saying yes.
Yeah, I'm not going to say anything else. Okay.
Because we're giving the bombs, we're giving the gems here, so there's no excuse. Go ahead, Sister Sandra.
I'll give you an example. When I wanted to get my BC or birth certificate from a republic.
What? Say that again. I'm sorry, I got distracted. I apologize. Say that again.
When I wanted to get my birth certificate from a republic.
Why?
They said no.
Do you understand why they said no?
Yes, because the government, this government is de facto, and the republic is de jure. And they would not turn over that birth certificate to a contractual government. They were fighting with the government.
But it's still a little bit more deeper than that. Because Brother Odel really gave you the answer in this.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. So the Republic one is, of course, the original one. Well, it's de facto too, but you know. And so they felt that they had the right to lock the birth certificates down. They did.
But I think you're still really missing a point.
Okay, give it to me.
What's public and what's private?
Oh, okay. They're private.
Who's private?
The Republic. And
no, you need to go back and rewind this and re-listen. Because I think you're missing the whole point, and that's what hems people up.
You mean my birth certificate itself? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you still don't get the point. So I'm trying not to get us in trouble. So you need to go back and listen to this because he literally gave you the answer to your question. He said it a couple times. So you go back and rewind it because I'm not going to say it because they're going to come and shut the stream down and get to messing with us and all of that particular jazz.
I'm trying to eat dinner too at the same time.
Yeah, and that's fair. Go back and re-listen when he was giving you that, when he was going over the de facto part, he gave you the answer to your question on why you didn't get what you were asking for. Now, am I wrong in what I'm saying, Brother Odel?
No, you're absolutely fine.
Okay.
I kept dropping the hint.
Okay, yeah, I'm dropping the hint. So you need to go back. Plus, if we give you the answer, you still ain't going to understand it. So I want you to go back and rewind. If I say it out, which I'm not going to say it out, but...
Thank you, sister.
He literally gave you what that answer is. So go back and rewind this and listen to when he was reading through the de facto. He said it about 3 times.
Yeah, and sorry, go ahead. Sorry. Feminine energy, keep going. Keep going.
I was just saying my state would not give it to them.
We understand all that. I'm telling you, he gave you the answer to why that didn't happen. Because it wouldn't have mattered if it was your state, my state, it wouldn't have mattered.
Yeah,
I'll drop a hint. Public and private.
Exactly.
Don't mix. And I'm going no further than that.
Somebody dropped it in the comments.
Let me see.
Black Love says, that's right. Cannot mix the two, correct? Yes, Sweet Pea, you got it. You can't mix the two.
Public and private, don't mix.
Don't mix.
That's all I'm saying.
That's all we're going to say. That's all we're going to say. And this is exactly why I ain't asking him to teach none of this. Because number one, we're going to be harassed. And number two, people ain't going to get it.
We had this before. I was quite happy to explain and go in. And
Exactly.
sisters like, nope. Sisters want to like, nope.
Nope.
I've been there before. They had the feds up in there. They had crooks in action up in there.
Yeah.
Because people did not do their due diligence. And sisters like, I'm not getting you caught up in that. So I was like, okay, Rhonda spoke to me privately
exactly.
about it.
No.
Made it very clear. So I was like, okay, Rhonda, we're going to leave it.
Yeah. But he gave you the answer to a sis. So just rewind this back when you get a moment. And when he go over the de jure part, the de facto part, he laid it out. Okay.
And I've got more bombs to drop because I'm still not done yet.
Yeah, we ready when you ready.
I just sat here giggling away in the background, just laughing. I'm not even reading the whole documents of this stuff. I'm just reading partially because they've got so much of this more to come. And I'm like, you know what it is? So just do bits and pieces. So I'm going to this. I've covered this before. And the list of contracting parties, the War on Land Convention, the Hague Convention. I think I've already emailed this to the sister. She's got it. July the 20th, 1899. The War
yeah, because you went over this.
Yes, but I'm just touching it for obvious reasons. But go ahead, sister.
Yeah, so now just so I can line this up. Would this not explain this whole deal? Because Sis Sandra, she pretty much summed this up at the very beginning when Son Scotty Anisipu was reading through that stuff. She said this was based on the war. I think she said the military.
Yes,
so,
that's why I'm reading it.
Right. So isn't this going into why everybody running around here saying they're federally recognized as an Indian and what land they supposedly and allegedly hold sovereignty under? Won't this break all of that down? Okay, I don't want to lie up upon what you about to read. Okay, I'm ready when you ready.
So let's keep going. Considering that while seeking means to preserve peace and prevent armed conflicts among nations, and that doesn't mean just nations as in different countries. I'm talking about nations in tribal, Indian nations. You know where I'm going with the sister.
Exactly.
It is likewise necessary to regard to cases where appeal to arms may be caused by which events their solitude could not avert. Animated by the desire to serve, even in this example, the hypothesis, the interests of humanity, and the ever-increasing requirements of civilization. Thinking it's important with this objective to revise the laws in general, customs of war. I'll read that again. Thinking it important with this objective to revise the laws and general customs of war, either with the view of defining them more precisely or laying down certain limits for the purpose of modifying the severity as far as possible. Inspired by these views, which are enjoined at the present day, as they were 25 years ago at the time of Brussels Conference in 1874. I'm dropping a hint there. Go look that up. By the wise and generous foresight, having in this spirit adopted a great number of provisions, the object of which is to define and govern the usages of war on land. In view of the high contracting parties, I'm going to read that again. In view of the high contracting parties, Piscean construct, and I'm going no further. These provisions, the wording of which has been inspired by the desire to diminish the evils of war so as far as military necessities permit, are destined to serve as general rules of conduct for belligerents in their relations with each other and with the populations. It has not, however, been possible to agree forthwith the provisions embracing all circumstances which occur in practice. On the other hand, it could not be intended by high contracting parties that the cases not be provided should, for want of written provision, be left to arbitrary judgment of the military commanders until a more complete code of laws of war is issued. The high contracting parties think it right to declare that in cases not included in regulations adopted by them, populations and belligerents remain, I'm going to say this again, populations and belligerents remain under the protection and empire of principles of international law. I'm going to read that again.
For the slow ones in the back.
Thank you, sister. And the slowest. Contracting parties think it's right to declare that in cases not included in the regulations adopted by them, populations and belligerents remain under the protection and empire and the principle of international law, as they result from the usages established between civilized nations from the laws of humanity and the requirements of the public conscience.
Stop right there.
I certainly will for you, sister.
So, as Brother Sean would say, do you see anything in there where it says any Indian nations, any chiefs, any Indian tribes has any authority? Who does it says have the authority? The high contracting parties. But it does tell you that the populations, so those populations would include everybody, including those Indian tribes, those Indian nations, and the belligerent ones, the immigrants / indentured servants. Again, who did they say has the power? The contracting parties. But it says the population and the belligerents are getting the protection under the principles of international law.
So they're protected and recognized, but they're not contracting. They're not sovereign. They're not in charge. They're protected
Exactly.
under the law, but they're not sovereign themselves. They're just
they're not sovereign.
If they were sovereign, they would be part of the high contract.
They would be part of the high contracting parties,
setting international law, and they're not doing that.
And that's why.
Go ahead, sister.
That is why they go to who? In order for these tribes, see, Brother Odel never misses. He never misses. He never misses. So those of you that are saying you've been recognized as a tribe, you told us how you had to go get recognized.
Mm-hmm.
You told us that you had to go to where?
International.
Exactly. You said you had to go international. But if you were sovereign, you would be part of the high contracting. This is why you also don't know what's up in that trust. It says, as they result from the usages established between civilized nations, from the laws of humanity and the requirements of public conscience. So, yeah, somebody peeped game, Alabama Niji said public consciousness. Uh-huh. So would it be a far stretch for me, Brother Odel, to say that they're not even operating on the private side, or am I stretching that?
The Indians.
Yeah, the Indian is what I'm saying.
Yeah, because if they're in international law, when they go to the international courts will recognize them, but then the status they would have would mean that when they're traveling, I spoke to diplomats when I've been in London a couple of times, and I know how it kind of works. When you've got diplomatic status, the police can't arrest you, they can't touch you, they can't do anything, they've got no jurisdiction over you. But the 40th Amendment birth certificate, well, that's a wholly different story.
Yeah, that's totally different story.
So the only as once they're recognized correctly in international law, then they dictate from the international courts, it would cascade down back to the US government. So while they're dealing with the US government, they can never recognized internationally, because if they recognize internationally properly, then they never have to deal with the US government, because their charters would come from the international community, and that would set their own, like the rights of indigenous people, it would set their own standards, and therefore their own standards automatically. Like, for instance, when diplomats come to over here, when they come, because I've spoken to them, when they come over here, the government over here can't arrest them and tell them what to do. They've got to respect the country's laws here, but they're recognized as sovereign. They're not recognized as foreign from US citizens, so therefore the police can't arrest them. They can't do certain things to them. So if the Indians were so-called sovereign, they wouldn't directly deal with the US government in the way they're dealing with them now. They would deal with it from the international point. They would have their own embassies and consulates that would interface with the United States government. They wouldn't interface with them from the land and the tribesmen and telling the government what to do. They don't do that. They would deal with them they'd have their own flag, and they'd have their own consulate, and their own consulate would deal with the United States government.
Because what they're saying, Brother Odel, is that, well, we got our own chunk of land.
Yeah.
And
Given
that
to whom by whom?
Exactly, and that's the point I be making. But we've been given our own land, and we are sovereign on that own land, and the U.S. doesn't have jurisdiction over that land.
Right, and how are they doing commerce?
I still ain't figured that out. Ain't nobody shared that with me, and that's why a lot of those reservations are struggling, because they're restricted in the commerce.
It's federally controlled.
Whereas I know, for that I spoke to diplomats, they don't have no restrictions on commerce. They do business deals. When I spoke to the States consulate, where my dad's from, they do business deals with other countries.
Exactly, and that's not the case on those reservations, which is stifling them into poverty.
So therefore, they're not sovereign. Because if you had your own consulate, you could bring in if you had your own consulate, you could bring in international trade to your own reservation and you bypass US government anyway, and they couldn't do anything anyway. So they're clearly not sovereign, because if they're sovereign, they do business internationally across the board.
I 1000% agree. So no matter how you slice it, I'm not understanding how you all are sovereign. You can't do commerce internationally, because I think they can only do commerce within their own borders without being taxed. And they may be able to do some commerce within, off of their reservation. But you're right. Once they get into the international stuff, I don't think they can do it. And again, I'm sorry, go ahead.
If there was, they should be having their own representatives on the international scene. They should be at the UN. They should be dealing with international law in terms of they're recognized, and they're going to these meetings and setting the policies enforced. So they'd be setting the policies. So they'd have their own consulate, and anything that they would be doing, they would be involved in all that. They're not involved in that process.
I agree. I agree. And
so they can't be sovereign.
Again, they have someone else managing their assets. So to me, how's that sovereignty?
No, because the consulates, they do their own thing. They're responsible for their own stuff.
Exactly. Nobody's issuing you out your assets. None of that. I agree. So we're just pointing these things out. Now, again, if you're going the federally recognized route, that's your business. We're just putting the information out here to you. And I say again, you're not sovereign.
Nope, I'm going to prove it. I mean, they can go the federally recognized route. I'm going to kill that soon. I'm going to get destroyed.
Okay,
soon.
I'm ready when you're ready, child. We want this tea. We ready.
So we've done that. So I've just, and the sister has, by the way, for those in the chat that are genuinely interested in this kind of stuff, the sister does have the information because I have emailed it to her. So if you're prepared to approach Rhonda privately, respectfully, then Rhonda can give you the information. But you're going to have to come respectfully. All this ego stuff as Rhonda was on about earlier on, no, you're not coming to Rhonda like that, because I'm not certainly dealing with people when they're in their ego. So if you want the information, Rhonda does have it. Approach Rhonda respectfully, privately, and obviously she can pass you the information so you can do your own due diligence. But yeah, you can't be disrespectful. So let me just roll in. So you've got the high contracting parties. So let's just read Article 1. Agreed on the following. The high contracting parties shall issue instructions to their armed land forces. I'm going to say that again. The high contracting parties shall issue instructions to their armed land forces, which shall be in conformity with the regulations respecting the laws and customs of the war on land, annexed to the present convention. So that's making very clear that all contracting parties have got to respect this convention.
Yep.
And
So I'm going to read Article 2. The provisions contained in the regulations mentioned in Article 1 are only binding on the contracting parties in case of war between two or more of them. These provisions shall cease to be binding from the time when a war between contracting powers or a non-contracting power joins one of the belligerents.
Woo! Boom! So they basically saying contracting parties, you could turn around and try to partner up if you want to with one of them nations. It's getting ready to be on and popping.
So we'll keep going. The present convention shall be ratified as speedily as possible, as ratification shall be deposited at The Hague. That's telling you where it's international. The process verbal shall be drawn up recording the receipt of each ratification, and a copy duly certified shall be sent through diplomatic channel to all contracting parties. So that means everybody's notified. including the U.S. government. So therefore, if you was a sovereign, the U.S. government would be notified.
You would be getting
and
notified.
Exactly, and therefore they couldn't interfere with you. And therefore, you would not. Therefore, if they couldn't interfere with you, they couldn't interfere with you. Not just sending the police on there. I'm talking about commercial jurisdiction
That's
as well.
right.
I'm talking about
Doing
diplomatic
commerce.
jurisdiction
Yep.
as well. So therefore, you can come in and off your land, bring who in and off your land. You can build whatever you want on your land, and you can bring who in and want your land, whenever you want, whenever you feel like. You with no restrictions.
Because you would be sitting at the table. You would be
Yes.
part of that contracting powers.
Yes.
Because even the international people they're in between of the contracting parties. So you're still going to an in between. You're not sitting at the seat at the table. You could continue.
You'd automatically be recognized. You'd be automatically recognized. Therefore, the US, when they're coming to approach you, they will approach you through diplomatic channels, through your embassy, and they wouldn't be coming with police and armed forces to come and beat you up. They wouldn't be dealing with you like that, because if you're sovereign, they would recognize you. It's like over here, the US don't come and attack over here in England. Because
Right.
they recognize us, right. They recognize you the same way they recognize England or they recognize Germany.
Wow.
There's a difference in how they recognize you through diplomatic channels. So, anyway.
So would it be fair to say, Brother Odel, that when we talk about these reservations,
they're not sovereign.
It ain't nothing but a state.
That's under the jurisdiction of the U.S. government.
Exactly.
Under the 14th Amendment.
Exactly.
Which means it's not sovereign. Because if it was sovereign, you can do what you want on the land. You can bring who in you want on the land. It's not regulated by the state. It's not
you could
regulated
do
by the
business on the land the way you want to business exactly. on it. You could do business internationally on the land the way you want to do business.
You can bring in who you want on the land. You
Exactly.
can build what you want on the land. You can do what you want on the land when you feel like, when you're ready.
And your
Period.
assets would not be held in a trust
under
with
Section
someone
2 AKV.
else's administering it.
Yes, under Section 2 AKV, exactly. So therefore, they're not sovereign.
Exactly.
Also, I understand they would have their own standing army.
Yes.
Yeah. But every time we bring that up, people want to brush over that, because remember I had that Jeopardy question a couple weeks ago. I said, how are y'all going to get this back? It's only two ways. And I did the near. And one of the ways was Mother Earth naturally shuts it all down. And the second way is you're going to have to do it by force.
Yep.
So all this other talk that people are talking, you just talking.
Yep.
Paperwork ain't gonna get it.
Okay, we ready,
Okay.
Brother Odel, when you ready.
No, sister, when you run. So, I'll read this last bit. In the event of one of the high contract parties denouncing the present convention, such denouncing would not take effect until a year after a written notification made to the Netherlands government and by it at once communicated to all the other contracting powers. This denunciation shall affect only the notifying power, and that's very clear. That's very clear how they have to do things properly. So you can't just go around just doing what you want. You see what I'm saying? So now I'm going to move to the other bits now. So that's that part. So we've got about this now. Where's the bit that I like to read? It's a bit that I want to read on this. There's always a bit I like to read. It kills the stuff about individual, but I won't go in. There's a particular bit.
This reminds me of a story of a lady who was from here, I think, and she hit and killed a child in Great Britain. Her husband was a diplomat. And she had to surrender herself.
Because she wasn't
party to the contract. Yeah, she was not part of the diplomatic
I mean, Law and Order always, Law and Order have at least 2 episodes about them diplomats. They be coming to the different, Law and Order did a few little episodes where the diplomat then came over and violated some doggone body and they couldn't touch him. They had to let him go.
That's what they see. That's what they do with the church. Remember, I told you about the church system.
Yep, same thing with the church. All the shenanigans the church, them folk be doing, and people be, why can't they prosecute them? Woo, woo, woo. And I'm like, cause y'all don't understand sovereignty. They're not under their jurisdiction. The Catholic Church would have to take action.
That's correct. And and as we know, the Vatican, and I make this very clear, forward on the record, the Vatican does have its own courts.
Yes, it does. That's why they would remove, if enough stink is made, they would remove those priests or whomever, whatever their title is. And because remember what they were doing, they were removing them and they were just putting them somewhere else.
Yes.
And they were still doing the same shenanigans because that's why they got sued. Because it's like you all kept moving this person around and they kept messing with folks. And I'm trying to get around censorship. They kept messing. Yeah, they kept messing with folks. Mm-hmm. But now you let your raggedy self try to go messing with folks. You ain't finna keep getting away with that, and you're not gonna get away with it, and they know it. Because it's 2 different things. That Catholic Church, these local authorities, even the federal government does not have jurisdiction over them.
Nope, I proved that last time.
Yeah.
We're going to touch on aspects of that tonight, but go ahead, sister.
No, I'm done. I'm ready when you're ready.
So I'm going to say this again. So on military authority over a hostile territory, keep in mind what we read earlier on with the de facto versus de jure. I want to read this bit again. Article 42. A territory is considered occupied when it is actually placed under the authority of a hostile army. The occupation applies only to the territory where such authority is established and in position to assert itself.
Well, Sis Sandra knows this one very well. She said it. So they're pretty much telling you, fam, they took it by force and they keeping it by force.
There's technically no way to really be sovereign. It's really just to operate as privately as possible, but sovereignty under their dome is not really possible.
Well, as a nation, these people running around here talking about they're sovereign as a nation.
Yeah.
We're like, how, when you have a standing army that's going to bust you dead upside your head to the white meat? How are you a sovereign nation?
Right.
This is deep. We ready when you ready, Brother Odel.
I'm bringing the receipts. I bring that source. I'm the source. Bringing that receipts, bring that pie. I'm the source. You're not playing. We don't play on here. That's what we don't do. We don't play on here. The authority of the legitimate power keep in mind what I talked about a de facto and de jure, and I talked about what democracy is versus a republic. I'm killing the game here, and I don't know how people don't get it, but let's keep rolling. The authority of legitimate power having actually passed into the hands of the occupant. I'm going to read that again. The authority of legitimate power having actually passed into the hands of the occupant. Keep in mind what I've just read previously. The latter shall take all steps in his power to establish, ensure, as far as possible, public order. Ensure public order.
Yeah.
There you go. And safety while respecting, unless absolutely prevented, the laws enforced in the country. Let's keep going. Any compulsion of the population of an occupied territory to take part in military operation against its own country is prohibited. So they can't serve. So there's certain principles there. Again, they can't violate free will.
And we told them that, but okay, there it is in writing. I had took and told y'all that, but anyhow,
This has been saying this. Any pressure on the population of the occupied territory to take off to a hostile power is prohibited. They can't violate free will.
Yeah.
We keep telling you. Family honors and rights and individual lives and private property, as well as religious convictions and liberty, must be respected. There goes the church again. Private property cannot be confiscated. I'm going to read that again.
Can you read that for the slow ones in the back?
And the slowest. Family honors and rights and individual lives and private property, as well as religious convictions and liberty, must be respected. I wonder why that is. Private property cannot be confiscated.
That's the drip, isn't it? They got that from that drip. The American Declaration of Indigenous People. Remember the drip? We talked about that. They said you cannot take the people's property.
I'm gonna get why.
But you're missing the key word in what type of property.
Yes, thank you, sister. I highlighted that. Remember previously I said here, look, I'm noting it. I'm gonna read this bit again. Let's go read this bit here. As far as possible, public order and safety while respecting, unless absolutely prevented, the laws enforced in the country. I'm going to read that again. As far as possible, public order and safety while respecting, unless absolutely prevented, the laws enforced in a country. Now I'm going to go into this next bit.
What about private?
Dropping the hint. If I'm not making it obvious by now, I'm sorry, people, but we can't help you any further.
Yeah, we can't help you any further than that.
Family honors and rights, individuals and private property, as well as religious convictions and liberty, must be respected. Private property cannot be confiscated. I don't know if you're going to drop the bomb, sister, but...
Yeah, let me drop it. Hold on, because I was answering, but let me drop this bomb. Exactly. So y'all need to study. Exactly. Continue, brother.
This is interesting. Keep in mind the Piscean construct. Listen to this one. Keep in mind the pirates and war. Keep in mind the pirates on the sea. Pillage is formally prohibited. I want people to look up the word pillage. Do your own due diligence. And that's why I'm hinting when that's talks about maritime law and pirates. Pillage is formally prohibited. Okay? If in the territory occupied, the occupant... I'm going to say that again. The occupant collects taxes, dues, and tolls imposed off for the benefit of the state or estate. He shall do so as far as possible in accordance with the rules in existence and the assessment in force, and will in consequence be found to defray the expressions of administration of the occupied territory on the same scale as that by the legitimate government was bound. Remember in previous law I read about de facto and de jure. All right, so we're dropping the hints here. Okay.
3.2 is not totally correct, though.
Huh?
3.2 is not totally correct, huh?
No, because, and I wasn't good. I don't get into that with people regarding the taxes because I don't want to lead people down a road in any way to get themselves hemmed up.
Right. But you know, the problem is other organizations do.
Yeah, they do. But that's why people need to do their due diligence. You can't just take what somebody says and make those type of important decisions. You have to really, really understand this information and know what you're doing. Because if you truly don't understand it, you have no business doing it.
Get caught up.
Because if you mix the two, I'm telling you, you're going to jail.
Yeah, it has to be separate.
Okay, you can go ahead on, Brother Odel.
The way you say, you're going to jail.
Article 49.
So occupant collects publicly. I'm the public.
That's all you have to say.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I read it. That's why I hinted.
Mm-hmm.
I hinted.
Yep.
Okay, I hinted. So, if besides the taxes mentioned in the preceding article, the occupant levies any other monies in the occupied territory, this can only be for military necessities or administration of such
territory.
The key word is administration there.
Mm-hmm.
Are you purchasing and administrating?
Okay, this is my favorite one here now. No tax shall be collected except under written order and on the responsibility of commander-in-chief. This collection shall only take place as far as possible in accordance with the rules in existence and the assessment for taxes in force. For every paying rental, a receipt shall be issued to the given taxpayer. So I'm going to stop there for a reason, because I want to get in on something else. Or shall I do 55? Shall I read Article 55? Yeah, I'm going to just read this. I want to read the Article 55 because I want to read this because it makes very clear, because I want to, before I jump on to the next bit, I want to jump on Article 55. This is key here. The occupying state, keep in mind about de facto and de jure, the occupying state shall only be regarded as administrator. I'm going to read that again. The occupying state shall be regarded as administrator and usufructuary of public buildings, real property, forests, and agricultural waste belonging to the hostile state. I'm going to read that a bit again. I'm hinting cleverly here. The occupying state shall be regarded as administrator and usufructuary of public buildings, real property, forests, and agricultural works belonging to the hostile states. Which is what? Hostile meaning what? Hostile meaning what? The other one.
Captured.
Meaning against. I'm sorry, say that, Sis Sandra.
The captured.
Yes, the captured.
But the hostile state would be what? The hostile state would have been what? Because it was captured. So what would the hostile state been previously?
The indigenous people.
Right, thank you. There you go. And situated in the occupied country, it must protect the capital of these properties and administer it in accordance with the rules of usufruct.
Okay, so stop. Let me sip this water, because I got to talk around this.
Federal Reserve. I'm going there next.
Oh, shoot!
I see what you're saying.
Okay, because I was just thinking on the terms of the Indian folks and...
use it on both.
But it's on both. But I'm so glad you finna refer it on that level. But just to bring it back to what we were talking about earlier, with the Indian stuff being in trust. This is what they're telling you in this paragraph. Now, Brother Odel finna put us up on game on that other side of the coin, which is really the same thing. So when that thing that Son Scotty and Nisi Poo were reading earlier, they kept talking about the trust. And I kept saying, and they kept saying the trustee. And I said, what's in the trust? Who are the administrators and the trustees? They're telling you right here that they're the occupying state. They're assigning them as the administrators. And here's the assets. buildings, property, forests, and agricultural works. And of course, that's going to include minerals and all of that type of jazz.
Yes.
So anything situated in the occupied country.
Correct.
Isn't the hostile state the one attacking? Sorry.
I'm sorry. What you say, nephew?
I just want to understand something. Isn't the hostile state the one attacking? When the person's being hostile, isn't that the one attacking?
Right. So back that up. Think about it this way. Remember when this is who? This is the war people, right?
Yep.
So if you are a prisoner of war, would not you be hostile to the state that conquered you?
Exactly.
That's what they're telling you.
That's why I talked about the facto and the joke. I hinted earlier on. And I talked about the occupying republic.
Okay.
Yes,
they're the occupying state.
Okay, they're occupying me. Okay, no, I'm trying to get the word. Is the word I'm trying to get understanding. The word occupy.
Yeah. That's so meaning, they're the conquerors. They're the colonizers. And you are hostile to them. You're the prisoner of war. You're the hostile state.
Right. And they're occupying my place and state. They're taking out my place. I should be there, but they're occupying my
Exactly. By force. By force now.
Yes, right. No,
by force.
Right.
Because that's why I read de facto government and de jure government, and I said which one is which, and I read what is democracy, and I read what republic is.
Exactly. And Deep H2O was right on the money. He said the occupant becomes the de facto government. Bingo. Yes. Exactly.
That's
Deep H2O got it.
Finally, ding dong. His penny's dropping.
Exactly.
That's why I said
Deep
the
H2O
occupying
got it.
state shall be regarded as administrator, the occupying.
That's right.
Which is them that Sleepy Joe on them.
And it's saying that they have to protect.
Yes.
The capital, so the economics.
Yes.
Of these properties, and administer it.
That's why everything is in trust and everything.
Bingo, nephew. There, let me give you that bomb. See, I knew y'all was gonna get learned it tonight.
Words mean things, guys. These words mean things.
Exactly. That's why it's important when we tell you you have to understand how a trust operates. You have to understand the difference between de facto and de jure. You have to understand the difference between public and private. When you understand those things, when you read this, you're gonna know exactly how it shakes down. And can't nobody bring you no piece of paperwork. Can't nobody bring you no ideology, because you gonna already know what it's about.
So when you're asking for reparation, what are you really asking for then, guys?
They don't know what they have not a clue what the hell they asking for.
Damn, because they're holding everything in trust for you, and they're like, I just want $100. Like, okay.
It's equivalent to a pimp saying, you go out there and make this money, B. Well, can I have money for a sandwich?
Yeah,
I think about, you ain't finna get no luxury sandwich. You better go on to McDonald's and get that 99-cent sandwich.
And bring me back my change. Bitch.
Right, and B, you better bring back the change.
God damn.
And matter of fact, I'm gonna tax you on that said chicken sandwich you finna get.
And you took long. What the fuck?
And last hint on top of what, just backing up what sister was saying. And keep in mind, I'd mentioned about democracy and the republic. Keep in mind at the beginning, I talked about democracy and republic as well, and the military stuff. Remember at the beginning, I talked about democracy. Remember, I'll just pull it up. I still got it just got it here. Remember, I talked about democracy, but I also mentioned, and this is why I went this way around specifically, and I know why I went that way around. Because. And I went about democracy because I remember I talked about the war manuals and stuff like that, and I did that on purpose because I was relating that back to this here, which is what I've got here. So hopefully that will make sense to the people. I'm hoping it does.
I hope it does. We spent about 5 additional minutes breaking it down.
We'll get a dictionary by now. Come on, guys. Come on.
You know,
exactly.
I guess Dr. Valentine, Dr. Valentine, he was talking about that the ones that threw out of the military are the ones that didn't sign a paper that they would fire on a citizen of this country.
What, recently? He's talking recently?
No, not recently. It's,
No, that's probably like a test, like aptitude test.
yeah, it was a test. And it was about, when Fukushima, around Fukushima.
Oh, uh-huh.
And he said they were preparing them for the event of shooting the U.S. citizens, if need be. And so this is kind of crazy because I'm thinking about how the police shoot us. And where does this happen? Where can we? I'm trying to figure out, how we can work this through. But we can't because they're the occupiers and we're the hostiles. And another preacher said that when they come in our community and they tell you to halt, and you ask them a question, it ups your threat level to them. And if you don't stop, it ups.
Oh yeah, you're not complying.
You're not complying. And finally, they use lethal force if you reach 4 or 5 levels, because you are considered hostile from the beginning.
Right. That's what I was thinking it from, because I always thought it was like you're the aggressor, but I'm like, no, that's not what they mean.
You didn't even ask the question. You didn't do nothing, but you're already the hostage in your.
Right, you're already the hostage. Absolutely.
And they're the occupier.
Yeah, and they're the occupier.
Because when people don't really understand, you hear people say all the time, we're at war, but I don't think they understand this level of deepness.
No.
We don't.
They're talking skin color.
They're talking, your skin color. And so we have to tell them who we are? No, we don't. All you got to do is see your beautiful face.
And even at that level, if they still feel in that scenario that you just described, even if you break into who you are and what and I know that most law enforcements are not going to know all that information, and you still going to get bust upside your head.
You're going to get shot.
Okay, but now you should understand why they train them the way they do, because it is an assumption that you're operating in the knowledge of citizenship.
Correct.
And thank you, sister. I brought it up there. You can see
you're operating under the notion of citizenship, so therefore you're automatically under hostile. Exactly.
Statutory KV property.
Exactly.
They're administrating statutory KV
exactly.
property. That's why I talked about citizenship earlier. You want to be a national, as a living man, a national, not a citizen, because that comes with jurisdiction of a bishop. I'll get in on that at some point. But I was going to pull this up about the democracy. We mentioned it about the bank holidays and stuff. This is what I was just referring Nuwa to. Again, Nuwa, I'm going to email you this anyway, because I wanted to see the difference between a democracy and obviously you've got the republic, and I want to make that very clear, because this is the war. The democracy is the war. This is the war. This is Sleepy Joe on them. That's right in office right now. Yeah, this is Sleepy Joe.
Yeah.
So Sleepy Joe and them are occupying. They're the occupiers due to what happened in 1776, 1812. 1861, 1865, and 1871, because Synodia, interregnum, and the government was Synodia, and it's interregnum. I'm using the proper terms here, so look them up. Interregnum and Synodia, because that's when the democracy took over, the republic completely went, and it was adjourned Synodia, and then the democracy took over. So again, the government was put into an interregnum, and then Synodia and then obviously we've got the democracy, and the democracy is this, and that democracy results in the war on land is what I'm talking about, and the war on land. I'm giving you a total game here. The total game's being exposed here. There's war on land there, therefore they're the occupying state, and therefore the original state is then hostile to that for obvious reasons.
Right.
And therefore that's the hostile state is private.
Yeah.
Because the democracy is public. That's why one can't recognize the other. That's why they can't meet, because one is at war with the other for obvious reasons. I'm dropping in it. If I can't make it more obvious now, then it's people don't get it now, they're never going to get it.
They're never going to get it, because this was the whole argument, or is the whole argument of the Patriots.
Right. They want to stay up under the republic.
Right. This is their entire argument.
Right. And
but the original government.
I was gonna say the queen. I was gonna say the queen represents a democracy, because I guess she just came and took over. She didn't care, and they came up under that, trying to be a republic, but it still had its.
Well, my thing, and that's where the Patriots argument falls through, because she's still over both. Make no mistake about it.
She's over both, because the original. And this gets it. We need to do a proper show on this with me, Nisi Poo, and do it properly. And we're going on it, because I've got some other material that I'm not even sharing tonight that I've got that would kill that. That I'm not sharing. That could even get shut down, sister. Sister, I need to contact you this week, and I might go.
We need. We'll talk. Yeah, rest up and just reach out, because we'll definitely talk. But real quick, Stillness Jackson says a for-profit private foreign corporate military occupation called democracy.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yep, we agree. You got it, Stillness. Okay.
So I have that there. So
that's what they need to vote. It's consent. No, as you say, our voting is consent for them to continue ruling over us, essentially.
Correct. Right. Either way, you're consenting. Either way. Exactly.
Under 14th Amendment, under Section 2 AKV, they still have maladministrating the estate.
Exactly. Even if you go with the Republic, you just have a little bit more leeway with the Republic than you do the democracy, because the democracy is doomed to fail. It's basically what they telling you, and you consenting to be on welfare. Let's just keep the shit real. That's why Republicans and people are just so slow. They're looking at the Republicans as being racist when they say you shouldn't want to take handouts. But they are correct, because the democracy, they're giving you welfare when they bankrupting you.
And it's still your own estate.
Right, where they kicking it on your money.
It's your own thing, blood. It's your own sweat equity. And
exactly.
And they're taking a
and they're bankrupting you. They the biggest pimps of all. The Democrats are the biggest pimps. So they got you out on the corner with raggedy drawers and no pantyhose.
In the snow.
And you eating 25-cent chips, and I'm sure with inflation, them chips probably 30, 40, 50 cents.
Wendell DeLeo.
You ain't getting no proper meal, none of that.
50 cents Nike, and you paying $300 for it.
Huh? What you say, Sandra?
50 cents Nikes, and you paying $300 for. They just doing inflation on you so bad.
So when you're voting Democrat, you so slow, it's ridiculous. Although with either one, let's be clear, when you vote, you're giving them the consent to administer your estate. One just administer it differently than the other. One administer it a little bit more in your benefit than the other. But that's how low folks' comprehension and consciousness have sank.
Gives them hope.
They will literally fight you for their enslavement. And the saddest part of all of this that be making our stomach turn, you're talking to melanated people, which a large percentage of them, you are the prisoners of war because this is your stuff.
Yep.
These are your resources.
Yep.
And you windmilling on the people saying, do you not understand what you're doing? Stop voting for these people. They don't have your best benefit at heart. And then you want to come up out of a bag on us. But yet, Joe Biden them, now they kicking people off Section 8. Inflation is high. They're taking away benefits. And women, remember y'all was all rah-rah. I'm talking about melanated women. Rah-rah for Kamala Harris, who ain't even melanated, who ain't even, her lineage ain't even indigenous to the land. Y'all was rah-rah for her. And she's sitting back with her legs crossed in those Timberlands that she mesmerized you on. And I ain't heard a peep out of her as they talking about Supreme Court ruling. Them telling you what you can do with your body. That ain't go down up under Trump card. That went down up under what's his name? Under the Democrats. The democracy. That wasn't that Biden that came out and said that he's gonna mandate for you to get the hoochie coochie. That wasn't Trump card. But we was crazy when we told you you are voting against your own interests.
I'm trying to tell you.
We know what we talking about. And it had to take the Supreme Court to tell him, and I told y'all he can't do that. Because, see, now you crossing over and violating my privacy. I told y'all that wasn't going to fly, and the Supreme Court said, no, you can't do that. But we crazy, though.
I got a question. I got a question. First, good evening, family.
Hey,
how y'all
peace
doing?
and love, nephew.
You know, peace and love. Peace and love. Holding some power. Okay, this is my question. So, basically, the whole game is they're trying to psychologically keep the masses in thinking that they operate in public when they really are supposed to be operating in private.
Facts.
That is correct.
And they've gotten majority of people conditioned to believing that operating in public and being public with themselves on all levels is the proper way to go instead of operating in a private way, which is the correct way to go.
That is correct.
And on top of that, they done conditioned multiple generations into not only operating in public, but defending their right because it's your choice to choose to be private or public. And they've gotten multiple generations conditioned into fighting for their right to be public with themselves, quote unquote, being the hoe on the corner.
That is correct.
14.
Okay. I'm just asking because I got bits and pieces of everything. I've been out and about all day, so I had to get bits and pieces of everything. So I just had to kind of. I still need a full breakdown. So Odell, please send me that email, please, brother.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to put it together and not say it. You know, you already know. I'm not a cold talker, but I gotta do my best to try to.
You did very well, and you just came in these last 30 minutes, and you done picked all of that up because we've been going through this a good 2 hours, and it's been the continuous thing what you just summarized.
No, everything you got is exactly what we did. Yeah,
I'm still not done yet.
We ready whenever you're ready, Brother Odell.
Twan, obviously we spoke recently. I need to touch base with Sister Wanda this week, and it's paramount that I do based on some of the stuff that I'm going to share with her. But Twan, I'll email you and we'll try and touch base because I want to talk to you about a few things. Because last time, unfortunately, you got cut off Well, we was proper going in last time. I got really excited, but we'll figure something out so I can. I'll touch base with you properly and we'll speak. Definitely. Because last time we had a great conversation. Me and Twan, we went in. You know what
You funny.
It was good. It was good stuff, man. Yeah, you like the next bit anyway. So I'll pull up the next part I was going to go in on, and I'll pull this up because it's all relevant to what we've been on about. But yeah, I'll email you shortly. But I've got to make sure I get this stuff off. But
Brother Odel, before you end, I'm just going to say, there's also ways where you can't not avoid being public either, though. You have to, in some ways, if you're going to interact with the system, you're going to have to some way still interact with them on some public level. But I said the goal is to stay as private as possible. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, it's how you interface with the system. That's why I talked about trust law. Mm-hmm. I've got trust. I keep telling everybody this. I've got trust. The problem is, it's how you interface in the public. If you're under to AKV with a birth certificate property, they're going to administrate you. Now, if all your assets, this is your trump card. Mm-hmm. So he put his assets in trust. So even though he was operating in the public, they couldn't touch his private assets.
Yep.
So when he's doing the private side,
because some assets you have to still operate in public, no? Like you have to have a driver's license, for example. That still has to be.
You don't have to have a driver's license.
Yeah, so we're not gonna go into that.
All right,
don't go into that. Do not. I'm not. That's okay. That's okay, nephew.
I'm just trying to understand
okay.
some lyrics here. You know, I'm doing some things that I know we can't talk about.
Yeah, don't go into that because we don't want the smoke.
We don't want. I know this is not the smoke we're looking for. I know.
Yeah. Okay, we ready when you ready.
I will say to you is, you could always, and this is a dropping hint, you could always create a new fiction for yourself and put it in an international court and have that as your own thing, and then just set that up and then just get an international license and then just operate from that. Because the issue is you operate under Section 2 AKV on the 20th Amendment. You need to have your own thing you can do instead and just get an international one, have an international license, and then that will still allow you to operate wherever. Just do it that way. But that's the last thing I'm dropping. I'm getting too much.
I understand.
I got a question.
Yes, Twan.
So is that basically like instead of them creating a straw man for you, you create your own straw man.
That's what it's supposed to do.
Exactly. So that's it. Yeah. Don't say nothing else. Because if y'all gonna talk that language, they gave you enough. Just what these brothers been saying, they've given you enough. So run with that. They pretty much gave it to you right there. Run with that.
So it's basically what you saying, Jay. Instead of going and take their technology, why don't you sit down and do the due diligence and make your own?
Exactly.
Instead of keep going out and having your hand, why don't you learn it?
Social security number.
Basically learn how to code, in a sense.
Social security number. Drop in the hint.
Yep. That's all. Don't say no more. Don't say no more. He's giving it to you. He's giving it to you. So real quick, Freeman says, again, we are prisoners of war and they took all of our assets. Remember in 1933, the American people, which is us, became enemies of the United States Corporation. Became enemies of the United States Corporation. Yep.
That's why I hinted, and that's sort of the thing about democracy. And it talks about the bank holiday.
United States Corporation.
We talked about it here. Bank holiday in the 1930s. Post orders from the White House suddenly demanded that all copies of this book were withdrawn from the government printing office and the army post to be suppressed and destroyed without explanation. This was the beginning of complete control of the government from within, not from without.
Right.
I'm giving you the hint. Just said very clear here. And again, if you approach Sister Rhonda respectfully, those in the chat, you can have this. Rhonda is going to be emailed this real-time jurisdiction. Now I want to get into something else while I was here.
Shout out to Brother Sean. He just sent us a hi. I forgot he said that he's doing some training. So I saw him briefly in the chat, and then we got into some deep stuff. So peace and love, Brother Sean. We're glad everything's going well, brother.
Thanks for the drop, Brother Sean. We love you.
Yeah, that drop was good. Okay. We ready, Brother Odel.
Okay. So now we'll get into, now we talked about United States government. Let's get into a bit more into the government thing. Before I do this, 1 second. I'm gonna have to stop that first and do it the other way around.
Okay.
Just because it's important to do it.
This is one, as he's pulling up the next one. This is one of these classics that y'all better rewind this sucker. I'm suggesting it, if you got the bandwidth, download this sucker and keep it for your records, because he's dropping some gems in here.
If you got the Cashapp, drop the Cashapp.
Oh, you know.
Support the sister, please, and support the platform. I always say that, definitely.
Truth UnCONPromeyezed, hit the like button.
Yes, please, at least, yeah, exactly. Support the platform.
Hit the like.
Right now, just watch it for fun. What's that, Antoine?
Nothing. I was thinking out loud. That's all I was doing. I was thinking out loud.
All right. Okay. So I'm just reading one part of this. Even though I've got the full text up, I don't need to read. I need to one part of this. So I'm going to say this again. One mythical body whose head is Christ, and the head is Christ of God, governance, ordinance, departments. In her, because they know the truth, in her, then is one Lord, one faith, one baptism. Furthermore, we declare and we proclaim that we define that is absolutely necessary for the salvation of every human creature, birth certificate, 62 AKV, be subject to the Roman Pontiff. Made that very clear. Now, let me go in a little bit more. This will help what the guy just said in the chat. So it's James Trafficant and High Prosecution. We've got the Maritime and Canon Law. James Trafficant of Ohio addressing the House. Mr. Speaker, we are here now.
I remember this. 11.
Members of Congress are official trustees.
The official who?
Trustees. Remember, you can call me with sister whenever you want.
So, Nisi Poo, I don't know if you still can come off mute and tell us who are making the legislative decisions, and maybe our son Scotty can talk about this too, on those recognized Indians. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Absolutely.
But I thought it was Congress, right?
Congress, yeah.
It's Congress in combination with their elected or their chosen, which is the Secretary of the Interior, Deb Haaland.
Okay, so, but Congress are the official trustees. So those other folks are probably the administrators.
The administrators. But see, there's something that's kind of weird when you look at the Secretary of the Interior and what her powers are. And it says that she has more power than the president. So being that it's the Interior, she has powers over the BLM, the Bureau of Land Management, over the Bureau of Indian Affairs, the Treasury, not the Federal Reserve, but the Treasury. And she also has powers over the and when I say powers, y'all know what I'm saying. Like, I'm using that term because that's what they say, but we know
control
that it's not necessarily she has control. Thank you. But yeah, so you have Congress working hand in hand with this other secretary.
So because she could be, so she might be a trustee also.
I'm thinking she is definitely a trustee, but this is the other thing. She's only acting in the capacity of dealing with public lands, the public trust. Like she got some, she doing some shit. We just might not know. I'm just saying.
if she's dealing with the public, what is the president then? What's he administrated of then? Is he then like he's the CEO of the company of America, but she seems to be operating all the major estates for that company though.
Remember I was saying something about the interior and the posterior?
Yeah, I understand. That's what I mean. Yeah, exactly that. Yeah.
And the upper and the lower. I think this is just my opinion. I think that Congress is in a position of like what you would consider the lower house. And the upper house is the hidden hand. And the face for it is Deb Haaland.
Yeah. One woman.
Well, there's other people that are involved like this. Yeah, but that hidden hand, because when I was checking out the biographies of the Congress back in the 1700s, you'll see all the Congress members, right? Going back as one of them was Adair. And Adair was very instrumental in setting up the General Land Office and the Bureau of Land Management. So these Congress people were setting up that interior department to operate kind of like with a circle within a circle, if that makes sense.
How long is her term? Like how long is the term of Congress?
That I don't know. I'm not sure about that, but
I don't know if she was longer than the president. If she's longer than 4 years, if she has more of a even that pull, like if she's there longer than him.
The Department of Interior Secretary role, I can't say how long that term is, but I can find out. But I'm really interested in a circle within a circle because I'm starting to see things adding up in a different light. Because when you say republic, well, they say we're over the public lands. That's what the Bureau of Land Management says. And they also administer leases to corporations to do mining and to do any type of extraction out of the ground. They are the ones that handle those leases, the Bureau of Land Management, which is a bureau under the Department of the
Interior. Can I just put one thing up I heard today? I read it on currently AT&T. They said that on Facebook on April the 30th, that Biden's his private physician posted that he should resign immediately because of his cognitive decline. And Feinstein is also on that. Well, he didn't say that about her, but they're worried about her cognitive decline too. So we may have some other executor taking over. I don't know who that may be. But maybe the vice president.
So, Nisi Poo, when you said who was given the rights to do the mining?
So the agency that manages the mining is the Bureau of Land Management. So just in short, just to give you guys a little bit of overview of what the Secretary of the Interior, her role is comprised of. And I'm reading from Wikipedia. The United States Secretary of the Interior is the head of the United States Department of the Interior. The Secretary and the Department of the Interior are responsible for the management and conservation of federal land along with natural resources, leading such agencies as the Bureau of Land Management, the United States Geological Survey, Bureau of Indian Affairs, and the National Park Service. The Secretary also serves on and appoints the private citizens. Let me say that part again.
Yeah, they're the trustees.
Yeah, the Secretary also serves on and appoints the private citizens on the National Park Foundation Board. So there is the National Park Foundation Board. If y'all remember, there's been a lot of talk about these national parks because that's where a lot of our indigenous ancestors, prior to, them marking graves and stuff like that, like you're talking about mass graves. You're talking about ancient sites where, you know, they say where our religious, I use that term loosely, but our spiritual practices where we did those things, they mark those off as national parks.
Public too.
Right. The secretary is a member of the United States cabinet and reports to the president of the United States.
She's appointed.
The function, yeah, she's definitely appointed. The function of the U.S. Department of the Interior is different from that of the Interior Minister designated in many other countries. So she is also known to be the first Native American woman to have this role. That's what Biden says.
Yeah, he appointed.
Yeah.
I think appointments are time constrained with the president, right? Because they change them out. Some of them go past that, but most appointments that the president makes when he's elected are for his term. At least that's my understanding.
So
I'm not sure about the term. I'm gonna find out though. But go ahead, Auntie.
So just to be clear, with all what she said, that secretary lady is the trustee, and then she has all of those other agencies under her that are the administrators. But bottom line, they are managing the assets / resources of the prisoners of war, or the hostages to the state.
She's Native American. Did you hear that part too?
Mm-hmm.
And that's how they're getting around it then. That explains it.
And this position, up until very recently, was always held by men.
Yeah.
It wasn't until 2001 it was held by a woman, Gail Norton. And then you had Lynn out of California was the other woman right after her. And then it went back to a man and then a woman. But yeah, all of these people, if you look at them, they look like people of your, white European descent. And they, yeah.
So Deep H2O says, basically, it sounds like she has the power of attorney while the president is an administrator. She's not an elected official.
No.
Right.
Disappointing.
Well, that role is a different role though, because you got to think about it. When you talking about the church and you talking about bishops, do people elect and pick the bishop, or is the bishop appointed? I mean, the pastors of the church, like they're appointed people. Mm-hmm. They're not voted upon. So
right.
It doesn't mean that she holds a smaller. I don't know what I'm trying to say.
No, I don't think he was even saying it in that mindset. I think he's pointing out that because she's not an elected official, how powerful she is, just like the Fed Reserve.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's what I just know how deep H2O thinks, so I know that's what he's really saying.
And they also have under her, they have the Deputy Secretary of the Interior, the Solicitor of the Interior. Next in line is the Assistant Secretary for Policy, Management, and Budget. After that is the Secretary for Land and Minerals Management, the Assistant Secretary for Water and Science. Like, they got all of these different roles going on in the background.
Right. That's over the assets.
Yeah, they captured everything.
So Queen Ottawa says president is chief of staff and commander of the military.
Right.
Very good point.
He doesn't operate
and it says her term length, she has no fixed term. And her constituting instrument is 43 USC section 1451. If anybody wants to check that out.
Check that out.
43 US. let me just repeat that in case somebody does want to check it out. It's 43 USC 1451.
So Congress are the official trustees of the corporation, and this interior lady is also a trustee. I'm still gonna say she's a trustee over the assets, and up under her, all of those departments are just the administrators
for her. Yeah.
Exactly. That's all I gotta say. But again, ain't no federally recognized tribe broke down what the assets are. What's in the trust?
We just did, but they didn't.
But they sovereign.
Yeah, they don't even know.
They don't even know. That's like Big Mama and them leaving an estate to the family and don't nobody know what's in the estate. The trustee know everything. You don't even know what's going on as the beneficiary. Okay, then.
I think they know, but they just don't want to, they don't want to ruffle the feathers, because if people find out, it's gonna be an all-out war.
Right. Well, I don't think the people in them tribes know. They can't possibly know. They cannot possibly know. Now, whether or not the people that they're calling their chiefs, and I'm talking of you federally recognized tribes, them civilized ones, I don't think, I think the chiefs may know. But to be honest, the chiefs may not even know. I think they're only negotiating welfare. That's all them chiefs are doing. They're just negotiating a welfare check.
Yeah, how much pay they can get.
That's why I'm not the one, the two, or the three to be up under nobody's nation. I don't need you to negotiate a mother effing thing for me. And that's especially you men. Because I told you, you ain't pimping nothing over here. You all are bad businessmen. I'm going to run that for the slow one in the back. Men, you are horrible businessmen. This is how we got in the position that we're in now, because you had no authority to be making decisions regarding land assets. You had no authority to do so. That is why we are in the position that we are in. That is why we are in the position worldwide as indigenous people on the planet. Your one job, men, was to protect. You were supposed to protect us from these invading forces, and you failed. So if you think I'm fencing to sit up here and trust your leadership to negotiate something for me, you got another thing coming. It'll never happen. And you still keep failing. You still keep showing up, talking about some tribe, talking about you a chief, talking about some decisions that you gonna make on behalf, and keep leading people in the ditch. Because your one job to protect, you failed at. And y'all still don't get it. So now we're all prisoners of war. meaning the women and children are also prisoners of war. And now you struggling and you lost and you trying to figure out how to provide. You don't know how to build. You can't protect because you originally broke universal law. You did not have authority over the land. But you listened to your boys and them that you cuddled up with, them Romans / Hebrews / Huguenots. You was hugged up, drinking, smoking weed with them.
Rum and shit.
And you lost everything. You got us put under subjugation. And when I tell you to kiss my ass, you get an attitude.
You gotta rub it in my face.
And I'm going to rub it in your face every chance you get, because every chance I get, and you get too, because you still keep making the same mistakes. And for you to sit up at the audacity of it all. I love how you youngest came up with audacity. Baby, that's my new one. And the audacity of it all. Your arrogance. Like somebody's supposed to honor you and prop you up on something when you put us in this situation and you can't get us out of it. So I'm sorry. All right, I'm done.
We not.
We ready, Brother Odel, because I know we in overtime. Ciao. And just real quick before you go, Brother Sean just sent me. I'm going to tell you something. I don't know, but I'm going to give you a heads up. A con drop. You took some information off of my landing community wall on the drop that I did on last week.
Goddamn.
Sure did. I don't Auntie, you caught that?
Well, Brother Sean caught it because, I don't listen to, I only listen to certain people.
It popped up on my feed.
That's what he said. It popped up on his feed. Now, I'm going to tell you something. I don't have a problem with you taking information, but you do realize I had to go get permission for that.
Oh, you can't just run that, bro.
I have it in writing. I got permission, and they gave me specific instructions on what I could use and how I could use it. And I had to turn over to them the portion that I did the drop on to make sure I didn't violate those terms. So I am warning you, if they come back and copyright strike you, that's what it is. I got permission to put that stuff up. And I'm pretty sure you listened to the drop, because otherwise you wouldn't have turned around the following week and put that stuff out. So I am telling you, you better be careful. They're going to hit you with a copyright strike.
You know, wait a little bit, bro.
I got permission to use that.
Was he on the same feed? Remember you and Brother Nuva had said y'all had saw it on the same time in the little space y'all was in online. Was he on there too? That's what I was thinking.
No, because he took the pictures that I put up on my community wall.
Right, I snapshot my pictures. So
this picture was not on that Facebook post.
Right, exactly. So it's a completely different thing. Because she got the real information, like the real.
So again, it's not the fact that you used my stuff. Although you niggas good for jacking people's stuff and you don't credit.
That's the fucked up.
But if that's how you roll, that's how you roll. That's how your integrity is set up in the game. That's on you. But I'm giving you fair warning. I had to go to them people and get permission. They told me specifically what I could do, why I had to do it that way. because they are beholden to Amazon, and I had to turn over to them the part of their stuff that I used. So consider yourself warned. You jacking them people's stuff. All right. Okay. All right, Brother Odell, we ready when you ready.
All right, sister. No problem. So after that, we'll run on it. So, yeah, so 11 members of Congress are official trustees presiding of the greatest recognized reorganization in world history. Again, reorganization in world history. The U.S. governmental, we are setting forth, hopefully, a blueprint for our future. There are some who said this is a coroner's report that will end in our demise. Remember what we talked about democracy and how it all ends? We're going to see that shortly anyway. With Sleepy Joe on that. It is an established fact that the United States federal government, I'm going to state this. Remember I talked about de jure and de facto? It's an established fact that the United States federal government has been dissolved. I'm going to say it again for the slow ones, and the slowest in the back. It is established fact. Remember I talked about de jure and de facto government. It's established fact that the United States federal, I'm going to say that again, United States federal government has been dissolved by the Emergency Banking Act, March 9th, 1933, 48 statute, public law, 8971-9. Okay, declared by President Roosevelt, being bankrupt, and the hidden history of the money and the New World Order, usually keep in mind of the War on Land Convention I've just read from. New World Order usury secrets revealed at last. Page 385. Right? Insolvent. Listen. House Joint Resolution 192. Do your diligence, please. House Joint Resolution 192, 73rd Congress in session, June the 5th, 1933. Joint resolution to suspend the gold standard and abrogate the gold clause, dissolving the sovereign authority of the United States. I'm going to read that again for the slow ones and the slowest in the back.
I don't want to before you do. Can I say their 1776 died on 1933? Could I say that?
Say whatever you want. I want to get through this bit.
All right.
I want to state this very clear, because for some reason everybody seems to think that Sleepy Joe up in that White House is a sovereign government. I'm here to tell you all who voted for that democracy. I'm here to tell all of y'all, all of that and that jazz, none of that that's operating right that now, none of it has any authority at all whatsoever. Zero authority. So I'm going to say this bit again. House Joint Resolution 192, 73rd Congress in session, June the 5th, 1933. I'll make it very clear so you can do the due diligence. Joint resolution to suspend the gold standard and abrogate the gold clause, dissolved the sovereign authority of the United States and the official capacity of all United States governmental offices and officers and departments. And further evidence that the United States federal government exists today in name only.
Let me do the bomb on that, because that deserves that.
Yeah, because that dissolved, that's that corporation talk, where they dissolve them corporations into the corporation,
Right, so don't dissolve mean no longer exist?
Thank you.
Troll love.
Okay, then.
Okay, Nua, add your bit on now, after I said that bit.
Sorry?
You can add your bit now I've said that bit. Go ahead.
No, I'm good. You're good.
I want to say that last part, that name only is important. It's name only. So I don't know what this.
Oh, I understand what you're saying. Okay, yeah, it's only by name only, meaning that they're operating under, as you would say, not de facto. They're saying that there's something that they're not.
Mm-hmm.
So what's all this power that folks are claiming that they have?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then. I didn't want to put no words up in the mix that weren't true.
No, the original Constitution, as far as I was heard, as long as the people held the gold, they held the power. And so they don't have it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
The Emergency Act.
Mm-hmm.
Because they went on emergency and then they gave them the time to now.
And what's it? Right, and and what is an emergency?
What power is that?
War on Land Convention, occupiers, keep going. Nobody's awake, ding, ding, dong, keep going.
Sis Sandra been on that war stuff. Baby, she been on it.
Go in emergency. I'm like, I know it's not the word he wants.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I don't know why people not getting this. We keep saying it over and over again.
Who are you asking for your stuff? Not the U.S. government.
Thank you, Noah.
Right.
Thank you, Noah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm hinting at.
Exactly.
Go ahead.
Because the United States is what?
It's dead as of as I said, June 5th.
It was dissolved. Right. Dead. Dissolved. It's bankrupt. It's in receivership.
Only.
Yeah.
Name only.
But now this goes into the trust. Who's now, if the assets are dissolved, who's holding these assets in trust?
We're going there. That's where we're
right. Going. But somebody did ask a great question. Alabama said, what caused the emergency?
What caused the emergency?
Mm-hmm.
Due to what happened in 1929 with the Vatican and the Lateran Treaty, and what happened with Juali in 28 when they found the charters. They knew what was going on. This gets back to what Woodrow Wilson did in 1913 when the fee simple absolute titles were taken from the land, and then it was all being brought up there. You see, and this gets back into what happened with 1871 Synodia. I hinted at it. Interregnum Synodia. When the democracy hijack came into place, they hijacked it, and then they started to do all this stuff, putting in with what Woodrow Wilson did in 13.
Exactly, the meeting at the Jekyll Island.
Jekyll Island.
Deep H2O dropped it. The meeting of Jekyll Island off the coast of Georgia in 1913. So that set up what? The Federal Reserve, right?
Yep, and the fee simple absolute land titles were taken, and then there was everybody was fighting over that. Juali knew about all this. Guess what happened into the 20s with Marcus Garvey and all that? They knew all this, and it gets back into what happened in 1929 when the Vatican got the Lateran Treaty in, and the fee simple absolute titles were taken, and then obviously we know what happened with the crooks in action and the food. I can't use the term I want to normally use for them. And idiots. Something in idiots, FB idiots. I use another term for that, but I'm not going to use that term because I don't want to get the sisters platform.
Right.
But they got involved. Crooks in Action and the FBI. They got involved, and obviously, certain things were taken away from the states. And then obviously, when Franklin Delano Roosevelt was a high 33rd degree Mason, going to Japan, he asked for the War Powers Act. I'm dropping the hint. And obviously, then the gold was transferred to England over here to the City London Corporation and to the Vatican. It's all to do with setting up the end of the First World War. All to do with the Treaty of Versailles, and it gets back into what happened with Ferdinand Marcos at the end of the Second World War, when the gold was taken and the Vatican keep hiding all the gold and stuff. But we talked about that previously. So let's get into the question of what Nuwa said. And says, so who's now in the receivership position? I agree with you, Nuwa.
Yeah.
So let's have a look here. The receivers of United Snakes bankruptcy are the international bankers. BIS. Bank for International Settlements was set up in 1930 by the Vatican. Hence why I've been telling everybody who's in charge. I've been telling everybody, but nobody listens. Anyway.
He dissolved the company and took the assets.
So now y'all understand.
The birth certificates, Noah.
Exactly. And now y'all understand why that depression happened, right?
Yes, that's correct. Between 29
to 33. Now y'all should understand why it happened.
That's correct, Noah. So the receivers of the yes, Noah, exactly.
Thank you, respect.
But no, go ahead.
No. I'm an audience, bro. I'm forgetting at the footsteps, bro. I'm listening, bro. I'm good.
No, keep going.
I'm just saying it's just interesting how he's able to manipulate the government in this manner to take over without anyone really knowing it. And like I said, for us, we're fighting over white and black, fighting over land. He just dissolved the entire corporation.
Over bull crap. And what was Roosevelt? What was his political party?
It was a Democrat, wasn't it?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whole corporation is dissolved. We're fighting over crumbs, guys. Crumbs.
Thank you.
I was reading something. Hold on, real quick. I was reading something, and they was combining those parties at one time. They were calling it a Democratic Republic. But go ahead.
The receivers of the United States bankruptcy are the international bankers via the United Nations, the World Bank, and the International Monetary Fund. All the United States offices, officials, and departments are now operating within a de facto status.
Yep.
Remember what I read it earlier on, so I'll give you the hint to the games. In name only, under the emergency war powers.
Yep. So when y'all hear the term, we are still at war, coming from, because you literally hear it coming from, the red, black, and green people. I want you all to start knowing what that term really means. Okay, I'm ready, Brother Odel, when you're ready.
Okay, sister. I'm going to say that bit again. All the United States office and officials and departments are now operating within a de facto status in name only. I cannot hint that enough. Under the Emergency War Powers Act. I've done the War on Land Convention. I've told what democracy is, and I've talked about what de facto is. If people can't get it now, they will not.
They will never get it.
They're choosing no excuse. We're not having no excuses to hide. No more. The receipts have been shown. Yes, Noah.
Is this why we're consistently under an emergency act? Because even when, let's say, 2001, when we had the planes hit the building, there was an emergency act that was enacted.
Yes.
Now we're in Rona, and another emergency enactment is enacted. It's as if they have to keep the emergency war act or the emergency act going to maintain this level of control.
Exactly. Yes. You got it.
Now you're getting it.
Excuse me. I believe that's why they keep egging Putin on to fight.
That's why he's doing what he's doing.
Well, the whole Putin and Russia, China, all that drama there is just to keep us in that suspense. There's something going to happen. Never know. We got to go to war, guys. We got to go to war.
Remember I showed you about Putin and them. They're all in the same club.
They're all in the same. Yeah, because war never ended. Because the war is not with these particular corporations. So when I'm talking corporations, I'm talking the Russian and the United States and the China.
England.
The war is with the indigenous people of the lands that these occupiers, which they are, they're occupying. That's the true war.
Yes.
Because we're the hostiles on
That's
the land.
why I'm reading it. That's why I'm making it very clear. And if people can't get it now, they won't.
They'll never get it. Exactly.
With the Constitution and Republican form of government, now I'm going to read that again.
They keep saying it's dissolved.
Yeah.
With the Constitution and Republican form of government.
So that's saying the Republic is dissolved also, right?
Yes.
Okay, I don't want to lie upon the people. Continue, brother.
1933.
The receivers of the bankruptcy have adopted a new form of government for the United States. This new form of government is known as a democracy. Sleepy Joe? Being established as a socialist communist order under a new governor for America. This act was instituted and established by transferring or placing the office for the Secretary of Treasury. I'm going to say that again. Is right. I'm going to read this very clear. This new form of government is known as a democracy, being an established socialist communist order under a new government for America, or United States, should I say. This act was instituted and established by transferring or placing the office of Secretary of Treasury to that of Governor of the International Monetary Fund. So it's not the Treasury is not under domestic. It is non-domestic. Private.
Not private.
It's private. Ciao.
I'm getting hot. You might have to slow me down, sister. I'm getting hot here. Into Public Law 9456, Section 8, HR 13, 1955 reads in part, the U.S. Secretary of Treasury receives no compensation for representing the United States. Gold and silver was such a powerful money during the founding of the United States of America that the founding fathers declared that only gold and silver can be used as money. During the founding of the United States of America. Gold and silver coinage were heavy and inconvenient for a lot of transactions, so they were stored in banks, and a clean check was issued as a money substitute.
Yeah.
People traded their coupons as money
or currency.
Currency is not money. I'm going to say again.
Currency is not money. So if they took away the gold in 1933, what is currency backed up by?
The people.
Thank you, Noah.
Because it sure ain't backed up by no hard assets. It's only backed up by your faith and your consent to use it as money. But really, your labor and your consciousness is what keeps it moving.
Yes.
But it's not real because, again, it got dissolved.
It's not real. It's not real. No.
Name only. Right.
Thank you.
All your assets going straight up to the Vatican. It's not going to the corporation.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Thank you for recognizing that. For the U.S. Secretary, Treasury of State is under the International Monetary Fund, Public Law 94, 54, 56 for page 8. Section HR 13, 1955. So we're very clear. We're giving you the rules to the game here. So currency is not money, but a money substitute. Redeemable currency must promise to pay $1 in equivalent gold or silver. Federal Reserve notes make no such promises and are not money.
Can you read that again for the slow ones in the back, and then I get this explosion ready?
I'll let you do this because I put some feminine energy on it.
Okay. Federal Reserve notes make no such promises and are not money.
Nope. So anytime the transaction is happening for these Indians or for anybody else, and anybody says the United States is managing its assets or managing its land and they have to make all these contractual obligations and they're using Federal Reserve notes, it's not money. So that kills the issue of the United States government being sovereign or owning any land or all these interiors and all these departments. It's all rubbish, fam.
It is. Because it was all dissolved.
Yeah. Yes. So realistically, if you're going to make a claim, that you're claiming it to the Vatican, because the company that you're claiming to is not in existence.
Okay, so stop right there. You already got the game. You got the game.
That's what we came to do. Not me. We got the game.
Yeah.
Points on the board.
So the slow ones in the back. I mean, it can't get. Although I know this is probably a lot, but those that claim that they are sovereign We done already ran through those folks that you said you went that gave you your sovereignty. We done already broke all that stuff down. We done broke who rolls up to what and why that's not so.
Auntie, you know, yes. Why I take the government as like is like when you're going to a baseball game and they got those ticket scalpers. Are they selling you a real ticket? Because what they're selling you is not a real. What they have to sell you, the reparations, is not real. They're theirs to give you, because everything they have is not theirs. So you're hoping that what they're giving you is real, but realistically, it's not.
Right. And that's why I keep saying it's fraud upon fraud upon fraud, because you going to somebody for reparations that really don't have, they literally have nothing to give you.
1933, bro. They lost it all.
They literally have nothing to give you. And let's say even if they were going to give you something of value, they still have to get permission.
Correct.
Through them chains of command, which ultimately goes back to the IMF/BIS.
Right. Thank you. Thank you for pointing out the BIS, sister.
Yeah, so, I mean, we know what we talking about. Y'all don't know what y'all talking about when y'all sitting up here talking about reparations.
That's why you're going to jail.
Last bit. This is
yeah, we ready when you ready.
So, Federal Reserve notes are unsigned checks on a closed account. That's where it's gone bankrupt on a closed account.
Do y'all understand why the account is closed?
Oh my God! You cashed in a fraud check, nigga. Sorry.
Y'all understand why it's closed? So if the bank said, Rhonda, listen, broad, your bank account is in the negative. Them checks that you then went out there and wrote, it's in the negative. We closing down your account. It's dissolved. So how I'm gonna still be writing checks?
That's what they do.
Writing checks, Auntie. You still writing checks. You just sent one to Ukraine, Auntie. What are you talking about? You just sent a check to Ukraine.
You can keep going, Brother Odel.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to make this very clear. So FRNs are an inflatable paper system designed to create debt through inflation. What's going on right now?
I know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm talking about.
We're not even pre-reading this shit. We're going free line by line.
And I told y'all inflation was going to happen before I told you it was going to happen. And I was right on the goddamn money.
We're not even pre-reading this shit.
Devaluation of currency. Whenever there's an increase in the supply of money substitute in the economy or the economy, without a corresponding increase in gold and silver, inflation occurs. Look what's happening right now. Inflation is a visible form of taxation that irresponsible governments inflict on their citizens.
So them stimmies were not free.
They're costing you.
You remember when they kept saying that the government's gonna shut down, they need money, and Congress, against progress, kept approving to raise the debt ceiling.
Yeah.
All of that causes inflation.
So they know they're writing by checks.
Yeah.
They know they're writing by checks.
And I told y'all that, I've been telling y'all that for 4-5 years, but this past 2 years, and specifically at the beginning of the year, go check out the podcast series, Gateway to a New Economy. I broke down to you all in January exactly what's happening today. And I told you exactly how it's happening. Down to the T. Y'all the ones need to get this and wake up.
Bullshit.
That's why they keep treating you the way they treat you, because you let them pretty much handle your affairs and your business.
It's an agreement. Give me some welfare and mistreat me. It's okay.
That's exactly what you the prostitute standing out on the corner with raggedy drawers and no pantyhose.
Oh, you better get some draws too. Cotton's going up.
Eating a 25-cent bag of chips. Continue, Brother Odell.
Thank you, sister. So the Federal Reserve system is based on canon law. So we know who's sweating the hijacking here. And the principles of sovereignty protected in the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, in the fact is the international bankers used canon law trust. This is getting up to what you were saying, sister. We're going where it needed to go. Canon law trust as their model, adding stock and naming a joint stock trust in 1873. Remember I talked about in 1871, the Synodia and the Interregnum. I'm dropping the hints. I can't be any more than what we're doing, sister. People don't get it, then they're choosing not to get it.
That's on them.
Federal Reserve, exactly, it's on them now. Federal Reserve Acts legislated post facto 1870, although post facto laws are strictly forbidden by the Constitution's Article 1, Section 9, Paragraph 3. The Federal Reserve System is a sovereign power structure separate and distinct from the United States government.
Can you read that again so I can drop the bomb, or you want
I'll
me
let
to
you
read it?
it, sister. Put the feminine energy on it, please.
The Federal Reserve System is a sovereign power structure separate and distinct from the federal United States government. The Federal Reserve is a maritime lender.
Crosses the seas.
No excuses.
None. I told y'all when I did that series, Gateway to a New Economy, that the Fed Reserve was Big Daddy. I told y'all that. I told you he was Big Daddy. He was the godfather of all godfathers. All right, we ready when you're ready.
All right. And a maritime insurer or underwriter, keep in mind I shared the bonds on this talk, or an underwriter is. I think
you did when you went into the white, the pink, and the blue.
Yeah, and I'll just show whether, because we know what an underwriter is, we're going to have to find them, because I'm going to have to put it on here. We've got to put it on. I think it's on this way. It's here. They've got the seal. These are the bonds that are underwriting. I'm gonna have to share. I'm gonna have to reshare it again just so I can show it. I think it's important that we did mention it, because a lot of people, I think we're crazy and we know we're not. Here we go. Here you can see the copy. These are underwriters. These are the bonds.
See, we don't miss. We know what we're talking about. You can't say that we didn't tell you.
Yep, there's a remittance bond there. The bonds. There's the underwriters bond. The blue copy you can see there. So the underwriting. So we've been very clear. We shared the evidence. So I just went off there just to make it very clear. We've shared. We can have no excuses when we've gone through this. I'm sorry, but we can't. We've kind of given you everything that was needed based on what we've given you. We're literally spoon feeding at this point. We're pretty much spoon feeding.
Queen Anwar is saying that your change is the money. And I think that's why they kept saying we need change at the bank. We need change.
Yeah, because they trying to recall that change, baby.
That is real money.
Yeah, that is, because I don't think it's silver, but it's still, at least it's some type of hard asset.
It has some silver on it. Plated, I think it is.
Shoot, even if it's iron or whatever, or steel, it's more value than that paper.
The reserve note.
Oh, a quick question, Brother Odell. I think this is a good question by Alabama. But there is no constitution if it was dissolved in 1933.
Pretty much it.
So I think that's a question for you, Brother Odell.
What does it mean there's no constitution?
So I guess what he's saying is, if they dissolved the United States and the United States Corporation in 1933, what does that have to do with the Constitution?
There is none.
There is no constitution.
Yep.
I said that with the de facto and de jure government. We've gone over it.
Yeah.
We covered it. We covered it in the de facto and de jure government. I explained that all.
Yeah.
All of it now, all of their offices. It was in this talk. It's in the previous. What it was in the previous slide. We talked about it in the previous slide because in the previous slide we explained the Republican form of government is gone, and then it said they're putting the democracy in its place. We explained the difference.
Democracy.
Right there in this talk, it was right here in this, and it says here the Constitution, Republican form of government is now dissolved. It's telling you it's dissolved it.
Yep. So if there was a question,
very clear. It was very clear. I said it in the previous talk.
And there may not have been a question. I may have just put it in the form of a question. So if it was a question, Alabama, that's your answer. And if it's not a question, you are right. There is no Constitution. It was dissolved. So, and I've been saying that for years. And people want to get their dogs up in the bunch, telling me what the Patriots and them said. And I said, I don't care what the Patriots and them say. And Q Elemento P and them. I've been done told y'all that.
They don't understand what happened when this went down.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, I would say that it's really been the hijack's really been since 1871 when, and I keep saying
it was way before 1933. I would agree.
Yeah. 1871 with the interregnum and Gen Synodia, and this gets really back to what happened with the original series with the War of 1812.
Exactly.
When they knew what they were fighting over, and this gets back to what Nuwa mentioned in 1776.
Yeah.
It gets back to that point because they all knew at that point that's when they started to have the hijack, and this has been a longer process.
Yeah.
So I'll just read this last part and then get you in on, sister.
Okay. And Alabama said, that was his point. So he was just making that statement that it didn't exist. Okay, got you, Alabama. Yeah. Thank you. Great point.
So the underwriter of the United States operating exclusively under, again, Piscean construct, maritime, Admiralty Maritime. The lender and underwriter bears the risk, and the maritime compelling the specific performance, remember those bonds I was showing that, in paying the interest and premiums, this is why they got the birth certificates, are the same. Assets of the debitor can be hypothecated. Birth certificates, wink, wink, to be pledged as something, as security without taking possession of it. Who holds the birth certificates?
We already know.
As a security by the lender and underwriter of the Federal Reserve Act. It stipulated that the interest on the debt was to be paid in gold. There was no stipulation in the Federal Reserve Act for
ever paying the principal.
Prior to 1913. Most Americans owned clear loyal titles of fee simple absolute, which is what I get Jack of Jekyll Island. Fee simple absolute to property, free and clear of any liens or mortgages
until the Federal Reserve Act of 1913.
Hypothecated all property within the Federal United States to the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve, in which the trustees, stockholders, held legal title. The U.S. citizen, tenant, franchisee was registered as beneficiary to the trust by his or her birth certificate. And if people don't get that, you can always go over that again, sister, with some feminine energy. But that's very clear.
So I don't know how much clearer we can get with this information. I mean, now you should understand why you don't get an allodial title, which would mean now you should understand why even if you quote, quote, paid for your home, meaning you don't have a death sentences or a mortgage on your home, that you still have to pay taxes on it.
Yep. It's in the UP jurisdiction, commercial.
Exactly. And you now should understand that there's always going to be a debt because Big Daddy, the Fed Reserve, the principal never has to be paid.
Yes,
we broke that down. Oh, you're not paying the principal?
Exactly. So we should all know that. What? So that's a forever bill, right?
Yeah, like when messes $1 trillion. Okay, that's cool. We're paying on how much?
So now instead of paying it through gold and silver, they're paying it through your labor.
Yeah.
Yep.
that labor via that BC.
Yep.
Yep. And it's not even the principal that's being paid.
Because that's the stock.
Yep.
Principal, bro.
So, do y'all now understand why when I just recently did the drop and I was talking about the reset and how they shifted the population and how they brought in more laborers?
Reporter.
Do y'all understand what's going on? Anytime they start talking about population and the numbers, y'all thinking in terms of black and white, and it's not about black and white.
Nope. Because it's all coming to statutory KV.
Exactly.
Not about black and white, right? They all come to statutory KV.
Exactly. They want those stock.
Yes,
you are the stock.
Portfolio.
Yes.
Want to increase their portfolio. That's what it is.
They want
Hispanic,
the stock.
Black, white, Hispanic.
Yeah.
Black, white, Hispanic.
They don't care about your black guy.
Yellow, purple,
and they don't care nothing about that. So when they numbers get low, they'll shift that population.
Yeah.
And hence now they trying to bring up women. You ain't having enough children.
Exactly. So what did they do?
We want the stock. And so when I sit up here screaming with my scarf on, telling you women, you should not be thinking of yourself as a breeder. I know what I am talking about.
Because you've given them jurisdiction with that birth
trapping you in the whole system.
When I tell men, you ain't finna tell me what to do with my womb. You're not going to force me to keep birthing babies and souls into slavery. I know what I am talking about. Because not only am I birthing those souls into physical slavery, I'm birthing them into spiritual slavery.
Yeah.
Yep. And we talked about that baptism. We talked about that, sister. We've covered that. But go ahead, sister.
I'm done.
No, that was good.
Right. So, as a result of the manipulated bankruptcy of the United States of America in 1930, the assets of the American people, the person, and their country are held in the depository trust. Remember, I talked about the corporation at 55 Water Street, New York, secured by UCC commercial liens, which are monetized as debt
money.
Federal Reserve. By the Federal Reserve. There you go. It may interest you to know that under the umbrella of a depository trust company lies the CDC Corporation and the Federal Reserve Corporation, the American Bar Association, the legal arm of the banking interest, and the Internal Revenue Service and the Systems Collection Agency. So, I think we'll stop there.
I mean,
we could keep going. I mean,
yeah, that's deep. It's all there, fam. Yeah, we're gonna stop there because
just because we're in overtime. I know you probably want to just
Plus, I want you to go ahead on and get your necessary rest because I know you in another whole day. It's time for you to start work. Let me give sister. Brother the explosion. I mean, I don't know how much more we have to break it down for y'all. So all of this talk about reparations, all this talk about you having a sovereign tribe, you still not getting it.
You can't have a sovereign tribe. And just this, I was going to just show this, sister, just briefly just show this. But you can see this. I'm just talking about the Bar Association.
Okay, hold on. Let me bring that up. Hold on. Let me...
Just so people can see it. I'm not going to read it. You can see the Bar Association, the British Accreditation Regency, because it's all to do with what happened with the Jesuits over here and the Crown Corporation, because that bar over here is went to the bar over there, because it's over here where it started, because it's over here. And we can see the bar, and we can see this is where it is, the height, width, depth. You can see Vatican controlling it. London is the finance and world is the military arm. That's what's going on. This is the 3 triple tiara heads of the purple tiara crown that's running this bull nonsense with the 501(c)(1) agreements. It's all there. It's a monopoly, people.
Oh, yeah.
It's a monopoly, and their courts. Just
Everyone
referring
has
to
to
what the
spend
sister was
their
saying here.
Kangaroo.
Which is accreditation region said their courts. It's all kangaroo system. It's all under that maritime flag, under maritime law, the administration. It's all fraud, blood. It's a kangaroo, blood. It's kangaroos.
Yep.
It's all kangarooing from. It's all kangarooing from. So I just wanted to share that with you. All fiction.
What it was, huh?
So can you go back up a bit? Because right there, a private person, when a full capacity, presumed at age, demonstrates full knowledge, demonstrates full responsibility, demonstrates full liability.
People are afraid of that, Auntie. People are afraid of that.
And that's okay. Don't get me wrong. If you're afraid of that, then you operate under the corporate constructs.
Yeah, I understand now.
So this is why they tell you not finna mix the two.
Can't.
Nope.
Because the minute you don't take responsibility, you don't take liability, and you don't have the knowledge,
exactly,
you have to fall under the public side. Sorry. For your safety.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm done.
I just, you know what I mean? I just for me, I just get people don't see this.
That simple, eh?
It is, and it is that simple. I agree with Noah. It literally is that simple. And before I run, just another thing, just another little hint here, because I'm dropping hints as I go.
Oh, okay. Let me bring it back up then. Hold on a second. Okay.
And here, you've got all this tax duties, laws, supreme law. What I'm going to do is, I might cover this. This talks about what happened in 1871. If we need to go into
that's going to be good. To be honest, Brother Odel, if you don't mind, next week, you got to get up out of here right now. But if you don't mind, if your time permits, but we'll touch base over the weekend, whatever the case
but I'm going to speak
be.
to you over the weekend about this.
But I think we need to go over this. We got to go over this because people got to really understand what went down with that 1812 stuff. They gotta really get this.
So I'm just letting you know we've got listen, we know everything is unlocked. We know how it's unlocked. We know how it all set up. Listen, we've got the whole jig. We can expose this entire. There's no after we finish with you can't excuse yourself. You get me? Because I've got it all here. I've got
it's all
here,
there.
So. All there, maritime lenders, everything. I've got it all there in depth. I've got pictures. I've got so much stuff for you, sister, that I just haven't got round to doing because we've been all over the place.
I know.
I've got it all. I've got it all.
Okay, and we just got to move where, you know how we move. We move where the energy takes us. So, Nisi Poo and them brought that up via Brother Sean. And it had to be talked about because, over here, these conversations keep happening about reparations and I'm a sovereign tribe and this, that, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And we keep asking them, what do you really mean? And based on what they're telling us, I know they don't know what they're really talking about.
They're trying to sell us the friggin' check. They're trying to sell us the fraud check.
They're trying to sell you a whole check.
Yep, that's what they've
It's done. Welfare.
Yeah.
It's literally welfare.
That's what they want to do to people too. Anyway, right now.
Exactly.
The whole universal health, the universal.
I'll have a tiny bit of fun, just to give you an idea of what we'll touch next week.
Okay.
So, for more burdensome to the people than they are beneficial to be sovereign, it is contrary to the justice that both Ireland and America should contribute towards the discharge of the public debt of Great Britain. So this is what they're not telling you about, because when the 13 colonies were there, they came and brought their nonsense over to where you lot was over there, and they caused a whole load of trouble. So I was just giving you a little bit of brief, just to let you know that you get me? Woof. We could drop some bombs.
And Angel, you got to go back. I don't know when you came in, but we went over the Indian not tax stuff.
Yeah, we killed that.
Yeah, we went over that. So this is one.
You can have that if you want.
I'm telling you, you're gonna have to listen to this a few times, and I recommend if you have because I know it's gonna be long, yeah. If you have enough space on a computer or whatever to download it and chop it up.
Yeah, it might get taken down because we went in and
yeah, because we went in pretty deep. But you're going to have to listen to this a few times, and you're going to have to break it up. You're going to have to stop it. You're going to have to research to truly get it. But yeah, we went over that Indian not taxed. We sure did.
That ain't us. That's them. And then they don't even really get the benefits of being, oh, you just got some tax-free stuff. That's just some like instant gratification to later get fucked. Like, hey, we did this little bit of something for you, but now take this real raping in the back.
Prostituting.
Yeah, we went over it. We went over it clearly, identifying what is what, and all this stuff people been saying, all of these titles that y'all holding on to, it ain't gonna get you what you think it's gonna get you.
Not a thing.
And I've been clear on that, and people have been upset with me for some years over that, and I don't care. I understand why they're upset because they don't get it.
Or they're enjoying the welfare that they're getting.
And they're never going to get it until they understand these basic concepts. And I keep telling you, you have to start with understanding how a trust works.
Yeah.
And he brought into play, you have to understand what democracy is. You have to understand what a republic is. You have to understand what de facto means. You have to understand what de jure means. You have to understand what public means. You have to understand what private means. And I guarantee you, any question that you can possibly think of, when you understand that, you're going to be able to answer it. It's not that I'm sitting up here being no genius on this. I studied those things for years. Mm-hmm. And then I said, oh, when stuff come up, I'm like, okay, now I know what side they're talking on. That's why I knew the language Trump was talking in.
Yeah.
So this is one, you're going to have to definitely study this. And you're going to have to do supplemental studying on your own. Because we could come up here every week. And hell, a man literally has come up here every other week. And he keep going over the same stuff.
I'm giving you where to find the information as well. We give you the truth. We give you the laws and everything where it is.
Yeah. So it is what it is. So, all right, Brother Odel. Woo! Let me give you your hand claps. Oh my goodness. We didn't expect to go into this tonight, fam.
No.
But chow. It was needed. I so thank you, brother. I mean, we laid out a lot. And we literally ran up to the edge of the cliff and had to stop.
Yeah. Pulled us back a few times.
Yeah, like, no, don't say that. Don't say that.
No!
But, yeah. But he gave you the game.
Yep.
He gave it to you.
Where to find it and everything as well.
Exactly.
So people need to realize that every time they get involved with this Statute AKV birth certificate legal fiction. It's why Trump couldn't touch him because he had this stuff in trust.
Yep.
And they couldn't touch him because it wasn't in the Statute AKV 14th
exactly.
Amendment.
And don't think that was by accident they did that. I'm telling you, they did that purposely.
To make people aware of it.
Exactly. To make people aware of it that knew it. And we're like, oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, I get you. And to make people that was like, what do he mean? To do research. That was folks' time to open up their mind. Say, well, why he don't have to do it, but everybody else do? That was their time to do it. Now, I'm not trying to say whether they right or wrong. I'm just telling you what they did.
Yes.
How they do it.
And how they do it. Absolutely. So, fam, we keep putting this stuff before you because as melanated people, and I don't care, and even as Caucasian people,
No matter now.
and even as Native American people,
American Indians,
Yeah.
Negroes,
Negro, colored, African American, Hebrew, whatever you want to call yourself, Moors.
Yeah.
You all need to understand this information. You have to really know it. Because all I'm seeing is you keep being misled. All of these different groups that you're getting into, they're only giving you this much piece of the puzzle.
Yeah.
And some of them, in their defense, that's all they know.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm not even saying that they're purposely trying to lead you down that road. But you not knowing and you following somebody, that's going to be on you. That's not going to be on them. Especially when you have people like Brother Odel putting it out there for you. And hell, y'all may not like my delivery, and I'm okay with that, but just prove me wrong. Make it your mission to prove me wrong. Study it and prove me wrong. Because to be honest, that's how I learned it. When folks was bringing it to me, I'm like, yeah, okay. All right, you ain't got, okay, that's what you say. What's your source? That's how I learned it. And 99.9% of them that was bringing it to me, they didn't have all the pieces. It's your responsibility. Everybody running around here talking about sovereignty. Everybody running around here talking about nation. But don't nobody want to do the work. You don't want to do the work on the physical side of setting up the infrastructure to be those things.
Right.
You don't want to do the work to do that. You want the occupying forces to stand up them infrastructures for you and maintain them infrastructures for you, but you want to get the benefits and rule over them infrastructure, and it doesn't work that way. So you don't want to do the work physically. You don't want to do the mental due diligence. You're not educating your children. They ain't forcing you to send your babies to them schools. You're not building healthy communities. Some of you not even building healthy families. You can't even start it with your families, but you want to run around here and talk about nations and tribes? Do you understand what you have to do in order to have a sovereign nation? You have to have the infrastructure. You have to have some type of commerce. You have to have those military forces. So what are you all talking about when you're running around here talking about nations and sovereignty? You're really just talking about having a nation and knocking on the door of the occupiers and saying, okay, take me out of this jurisdiction and put me in this jurisdiction. That's what you're saying. But you're still being occupied.
Becky, drop a bomb.
That part.
Dog knows the truth, innit?
So prove me wrong. You can't. Come show me where your infrastructure is. Show me your military force. Show me where you do commerce, not only within the borders of the United States, but international. Show me where you sit at those international tables making those decisions.
Yeah, diplomatic channels, where's your consuls?
Exactly. The diplomatic channels, the consuls, what's the name of the part? Is it the operating parties? Show me where you're part of those operating parties. Show me when they making them moves, making them decisions, that you getting the little proper notifications and you get say in that.
Yeah. On the contract.
Show me those things.
Sit at the table.
Because if you can't show me those things, you're not sovereign. You just moved from one jurisdiction to another jurisdiction.
Agreed.
And that's okay if that's what you want to do. But do not by any means think that you can come to moi, and put your nose up at moi about what you are. Because I don't want no parts of it. So you didn't just wasted that particular egotism on the wrong one. You didn't wasted it on the wrong somebody.
Gotta get it out though.
That's not what I'm signing myself up for, and that's showing the hell not what I'm recommending for any of my people them. Because until you can do those things, you ain't doing nothing. You're just in another category of jurisdiction. So, men, y'all can sit up here and talk all this crap you want to. You can be on these social medias arguing with people, and that includes women too. You could be on these social media arguing with people. Don't none of that matter, boo. Where that infrastructure at? Where that military at?
Where the finance at?
Where that finance, that commerce at? Where's your diplomatic status? Where's your seat at the table?
Damn.
That whole part. And don't be calling me no African bitch when I point all that shit out that you ain't got.
Punk bitch.
So come on now, if we're gonna be adults and be about this work, be about the work. Be about it in truth.
Right.
Cause ego and stuff, child, we too old for that. Be about your business.
It's called clout nowadays, man. Clout.
Be clear. Understand how you're moving. And again, it's no shade on my part if you want to be federally recognized. Trust me, I don't have no shade.
No,
Do you? Do you? But you can't tell me how to move.
Or shame us because we're not moving like you.
But see, you can't shame why.
Well, that's what it's saying.
You can't shame me. Because, see, I know what your move is on that chessboard. I already know it.
I'm recognized.
I'm putting you up on game what your move is on that chessboard. And that's for anybody for that matter. That's the Moors. That's the people receiving the reparations. That's white folks up there talking about some sovereignty and the patriots and them. Yeah, that's the Native Americans. That's everybody. We just put y'all up on game. We just told you where you are on the chessboard.
Why you live on a reservation.
So do you. But I personally want no parts of it.
Sorry, I get out of there.
All right. So, Brother Odel, you have any last words for the family?
I'm going to just leave the feminine energy as it is. I think you said what you need to say. I'm going to stay quiet now. I'm just going to email you in real-time jurisdiction, so I'm just going to stay quiet. I think what was said with that feminine energy was perfectly done. I've had my rant and rave and put some masculine in there. So I'll leave the feminine energy as it's going. Just make sure you end, sister, because again, I agree. And I'm not against anybody. We just got to realize that I see the bigger. I'm not you, sister. I see the bigger picture. There's only two ways this is going to happen. Either this high conscious is going to come in and this divine feminine is coming in, it's going to lock all this thing down. That's the thing I see coming. Or men are going to have to stand up and take back the land off these muppets. And we're going to have to start dying en masse. Now, if that starts up happening en masse and people start murdering us off en masse, that's when that's why this consensus is so important. The only way they're going to get this done is through either we stand up and we fight them and go out fighting rather than begging. That's the best way to do it. Or this universe is going to take them off. So two ways this is going on. Because the way they've been behaving, they've never honored anything about reparations. They've never honored anything. We know that they don't do that. So they can't come and offer me anything I already don't know about. So whatever they do, they come with this 62 AKV. I already know it's a fraud, what it is. You can't give me something that I already have.
That's already mine. Exactly.
So therefore, you just claim back who you are, dominion over yourself. And outside of that, I don't want to contract with these people.
Exactly.
I don't want to deal with them.
I don't want to be
parasites.
Exactly.
Yeah, they're parasites. I only want to deal with people on where we're at, to be honest with you, and do our own thing. That's it. And focus on what needs to be done in terms of me leaving here, in terms of me going back to the hall. You get me? Other than that, to be fair, they ain't gonna give us anything. You get me? That we don't already know about. So whatever reset they want to bring, I want that. I mean, I've been doing the Age of Revelation stuff. I want them to bring the war. I'm ready for it. I want to bring the war. I want to fight.
What's the smoke, guys?
I want to fight. I'm sick and tired of all this smoke and stuff. I agree, Noah. I'm sick and tired of all this smoke running up and down. I'm done with that now.
Let's go.
Bring your beef. Yeah, exactly. Bring your beef. Let's have this out.
Yeah.
Because your thing is the dregs. You get me? You're done out here. You get me? I want this thing over and done with. Exactly. I want it over and done with, fam. I want it over and done with so we can get on what we really need to do. Because all this running, what's going on right now, what we're seeing right now, it's all smoke and mirrors. Ukraine, this, that, and the other. It's all negative mind control program. It's all smoke and mirrors, sister. It's not what we're about.
Indeed. Well, thank you so much, Brother Odel. Just, oh my goodness, brother. I can't wait till this thing's over with, sister. We're doing what we're supposed to be doing. Yeah, we so appreciate you because, again, we didn't plan to go into this tonight, but with Nisi Poo and, son Scotty bringing in, and shout out to Brother Sean, he knew that information needed to be read.
Yes.
I'm so glad you went into detail because I don't want people not at least having the information so you can make a proper decision.
Yes.
That's why we're doing what we're doing. You take the information and however you want to use it or not use it, that's on you. We respect that. We're all good for it. And trust me, I'm not going to judge you. The only way I'm going to judge you when you cross mama's threshold, you think you fucking with mama, I'm going to tear your ass out the frame. Long as you're not doing that, I don't have no problems. You do you. We're just here to provide the information so you can make a conscious decision. Okay? That's why we keep telling you, follow no one. That's including me. Follow no one.
Type in.
You can't be sovereign if you're following someone. So thank you, Brother Odel. We so appreciate you, brother. So go ahead on. I'm not sure if you're going to get you some rest or if you're just going to continue to start your day. But if...
I'm going to start my day now. It's nearly 6 o'clock
I thought so. I thought so.
Yeah, that's what happened. You know what I mean? I'd rather get the information out.
I thought so. We appreciate you, brother. So if you get a chance, let's catch up this weekend for sure.
I have to do it. I have to do it. But yeah, I just appreciate all of you a lot. It's just great we've been here. We've got somewhere where we kind of can do our own thing and expose the truth. I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you, brother. Salute. Honor
and respect.
Thank you, sister. Thank you, Brother Odel.
All sisters and all brothers on the call as well. All of us. We all putting the pieces together. You get me?
Indeed. Thank you. That's Brother Odel, fam. So shout out to Brother Odel. That's years and years worth of knowledge that he dropping on us. So we truly appreciate it. Nephew Nuwa, you have any last words for the family?
Well, if I could just ask the fam to drop some flames in the chats for Brother Odell.
Indeed, drop them flames for Brother Odell, because baby, he gave y'all the game tonight.
Gave us the sauce. As
he gave y'all the game, so
I had to get some more doubles or more paratas to suck up all that sauce.
So we gonna get into that 1871 stuff and that 1812. So baby, that's gonna. Should nobody be able to come and bamboozle y'all on a doggone thing?
Yeah.
Once we put the lid on that, should nobody be able to come and bamboozle you on anything? Because you gonna know both sides. You gonna know the true history of what really jumped off. You know, shout out to Brother LTC, Legendary Top Cat. Shout out to Brother Kui Mayo. For dropping that true, real history through research. You gonna know that side of the game, and we gonna bring you, this is what it means from that financial structure side, how things really operate, and spiritually. So you're gonna be able to look at above the board. Because I told y'all, I never want you on the board. I want you above the board. That's the best position. Okay? So everybody has a part to play in this. And ego is not a part of that, because when you get ego in place, you finna start fucking up.
The first thing you gotta do is kill the ego.
You're gonna start fucking up. And if you say you are who you are, if you are who you say you are, and you want what you claim you want, ego should be part of this. Be about your business. Put in the work. All right. Okay. Son Scotty, you have any last words for the family?
Yeah, just real short, because I mean that it's so clear. Like the ones in the back, like fuck, like at this point, like y'all done got the most fucking direct communication of this shit. So y'all ain't in the back no more. Like, and for this whole sovereignty talk, like I don't know how you can have all of these caveats on this and double meanings and saying one word but having a whole other different definition of what this word means. If you got to do all this explaining about your so-called sovereignty, then you're not sovereign.
Baby, can you say that again so I can give you an explosion as I sip and look to the side?
If you got to do all of that explaining about your so-called sovereignty, then you're probably not really sovereign at all.
Right now.
Exactly. Excellent point, son Scotty. Very, very good.
Thank you, Odell, for, because, people can play dumb all they want to, and like, oh, well, they didn't teach us this in school, and this and that and that and this. And like, no, you gotta, they taking responsibility for keeping up this lie. How many times do we see the responsibility of the feds, the responsibility of this, the responsibility, they taking full responsibility over your so-called sovereignty.
Sure is. So you know how that works. When you live up in mama's house, you gonna do what the F I tell you to do. That's just the bottom line. Decisions, you don't get to make no decisions. You in my stuff. So absolutely, son Scotty. Okay, Nisi Pooh, you have any last words for the family? I know you on mute. I'm not sure if you could talk. Trying to give you the opportunity. There you go.
Yeah, I'm just mopping floors at 9:51 p.m. I just want to say shout out to everybody on the panel. Like, always, everybody's always chiming in and bringing their best. And, we got a hell of a group of researchers. Yeah, I'm just super proud of everybody and their research and the time that they dedicate. So I just want to say thank you to everybody who chimed in, even in the chat. And
Yes.
I love y'all, man. Y'all my spiritual family. I appreciate y'all. I get excited every Thursday, it's not 4:00 yet. Well, it's 4:00 my time when y'all come home. I'll be looking at the watch it's not 4:00 yet. Can she just start early? Time is an illusion anyway. Can we just get it on?
We on the East Coast and we got to get home and get the baby situated and try to grab something to eat. So,
but yeah, I'm super excited and I'm pumped, and it's freeing. This information for me, it's freeing. Every time I hear it, a lot of this is not the first time I've heard it.
Right.
And it's just every time I hear it, it's like a piece of my soul becomes even more freer.
Yep.
We do have to operate within this matrix, but that whole saying, be in the world, but not of the world, that's how I feel. Indeed. I'm not of this shit. I'm here, I'm operating because I have to, but my soul is free.
Exactly.
And my conscience is clear, because even in operating in this construct, the way that I do, I try to do the most ethical thing that I possibly can, and it's hard. I remember when I was getting ready to go for my master's degree, and I was trying, and this was after 2008, and I was trying to figure out what could I possibly do that would be ethical. And I'm just flipping through every industry, and I'm just,
it's hard.
It's hard.
Yeah. Everyone about the money.
It's definitely hard. It's hard, and that's why we come to. I know for me, and I know you too, Nisi Poo. That's why we come to social media. This is our big contribution. So I try to make the best of it for my contribution. This is a part of my legacy. So I have to use it wisely. I enter and understand that if I'm up here bullshitting and my heart is not in the right place and I'm doing it for other reasons, that I'm going to get that paid back. Because look how many folks this is being spread to. This is forever. This stuff that we're talking is forever.
Life-changing, yeah.
So I'm not trying to tell anybody else what to do. I'm just telling you what I'm doing. And that foolery, I want no parts of it.
I think it's funny, to be honest. I laugh at it. At the moment, I'm not gonna lie. At the moment, I do get a little upset, and then I'll be like, "Come on now, see, this is the internet. This shit ain't real. Don't let them people get under your skin, and then you just laugh it off. It's literally entertaining."
Yeah, it is, but But
at the end of the day, when you have to sit there and be taught, when you're talked to by someone who's literally supposed to be a historian and a fellow researcher, you got to have respect for each other, and that's what's lacking.
Yeah, basic respect, absolutely.
Yeah, basic respect, like how when you didn't agree with everything that you were, when you were talking to Brother Lee Cummings, you didn't get belligerent. You just started acting crazy.
No, for what? He wasn't getting belligerent with me. I was just laughing, and it's so funny. Shout out to Brother Lee Cummings. He you trying to trap me. You play chess, and I just started giggling. No, who, me?
Did you see what I put in the chat? I said she flips that chessboard
over
every
saw
Thursday
that, and I was like,
at 7 p.m.
I'm like, who, me? I'm not trying to trap you, brother. But it was me. Yeah, I let the masculine and the masculine. See, I move strategically.
You were ignorant.
And people be thinking, oh, you know, she tried to dominate me. Y'all see, y'all not up on game. I know how to work with the masculine. I wasn't even the one. Brother Odel was like, no, blah, 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 blah. And I just looked at the brother's face. And so we all like, okay, we gonna back up in the corner. But the good part about it, he like, okay, now when they come back on, I want to come back on. That's how you do things. Yeah. It was no reason for any of us to be on there. Well, where you getting that at? No, you's a so-and-so lie. You stupid. I don't roll like that. It's no need for me to disrespect anyone like that.
It's the ego.
Yeah,
that was somebody else's house. How I'm going to go up in somebody else's house to be disrespectful? And even with me disagreeing with Two Hawks, I said what I said. But it certainly wasn't F him, that bitch ain't do-da-da-da-da. I said what I said. I said what I had a problem with. And that's the end of it. Why can't people be mature and do things respectfully?
And that's when your red flag goes up. Because instead of them dialoguing and trying to figure out, okay, well, where does this person come from? Red flags should come up when all they can do is just name call and they ain't really got no meat and potatoes to their argument. It just be like, you know, red flag. Yeah. So that's why I be telling folks, watch out for that. Because that one right there, the honey, she's going to have your ass leading down the, going down the river with no paddles.
Yeah, and again, you know, if that sister have a problem with you, I would hope she would handle it privately. I can't tell her what to do, most certainly. But, you know, everybody handles things differently. I just don't do them that way. That's all. And, you know, us as the former generation, no, I don't agree with moving like that. That's just me. I can't move like that and then turn around and expect people to respect me. It don't work that way. And who MF and SB more than I do? But it just don't work that way. It just don't. So thank you, Nisi Pooh.
Thank you, Auntie. Thanks for always, you know, opening up the panel for me to come on. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, appreciate you. Okay. Sis Sandra, you have any last words for the family?
Well, it's a pleasure, as usual, to be here, to see all the comments and get the information. And Brother Odel, he's hot.
Yeah, you know, that's my dude. You know, that's our cousin from across the pond. So, you know, that's our dude. We so love and appreciate Brother Odel. So, fam, that's all we have. Now, Nisi Pooh, I did saw you drop in a little chat that supposedly and allegedly Kitten Hills and transition. I saw that before I jumped on the air. I don't know if it was confirmed.
Yeah, so we was eating dinner when I had typed that, and one of my friends said that it was confirmed that was eating with us. So, yeah, he said it was confirmed. Kevin Samuels, right? Yeah.
Now, I'm going to say this. Y'all better pay attention to what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
You better pay attention, and you better pay attention very well. Because if this is true, and you know the YouTube streets, one thing about the streets gonna eventually get to that information, okay? And y'all better pay attention to what's going on. When I tell you what you put out, you get back, I ain't told no lies. How many of these people have been taken down? That's putting out these messages, leading people down the wrong path. And y'all still not getting it? And specifically to men, you can keep thinking you can go up against the feminine. You gonna get your ass handed to you every time, baby.
Yeah, that's not a fair point.
Now, I don't know if this is true or not. I definitely don't have no jump up and down joy celebration if this is true about the brother transitioning, but I understand universal law, and I understand that you don't fuck with mama. That I do understand. So people better get their house in order. You better get your soul right.
Something's about to happen.
Because if you think you finna be on this plane on mama and you still gonna be up and around here disrespecting, and this go for women too.
Yeah.
Mammies, don't think I'm giving you a pass. Because some of you mammies be sitting up there talking about me like a dog when I be putting the roaches in their place. When I get the motherfucking boric acid out, you got an attitude with me. This applies to you too. Don't think that you gonna come up in her house disrespecting it and it ain't gonna be no consequences. I done told you roaches and you mammettes this. I've been telling you this for years. The universe is showing you ain't nobody playing with y'all with these shenanigans. So keep on showing your natural black ass like, Big Mama and them used to say. Keep showing your natural black ass. You ain't gonna be able to show it long on her plane. Keep on acting like you ain't got no common sense, that you don't have no fucking morals and values. Keep on playing. Keep on running up behind people that don't have your best interest at heart. They about that bag. Keep on siding up with them, building up that karmatic debt. Go, keep on. Because in the words of The Color Purple, until you do right by mama, ain't nothing you gonna touch gonna prosper. So keep on. Keep on going up against the divine feminine. That's men and women. Keep on going up against it. I guarantee you gonna lose.
I do have one thing to say.
Yes, Sandra.
I think the rats are jumping ship. Because there's a lot of them is dining, and like I said, Biden, and he's been appointed a melanated female as the speaker, the secretary, or whatever.
Yeah, I heard that. I saw it briefly.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what they're doing with that though.
Yeah, they trying to surplus.
BlackRock, we've been on about it.
Yeah, the melanated feminine energy, and I done told them it ain't gonna work.
It ain't gonna work.
That's what they're trying.
With everything.
Because she gonna get her ass handed to her too, baby.
Got the debt already stacked up against them, and they have to pay them.
Again, I'm going to say this again for the slow ones in the back. I don't care who you are.
Yeah.
Man or woman, going up against mama, you will lose.
Yeah.
So I don't care who you trying to put before her. She know her people. Don't think she don't know her people.
Remember reviving her at
frequency. She know. You're not gonna win. And she has the right to discipline all of us. And I even include myself. I done already told y'all. If she say, listen, lady, I'm sick of you and your scarf, you out of here. I'm understanding of that. Well, can I put one in the air to last her? Hell no. I said, get the hell out. You got to go. It is what the hell it is.
Well, that's all I had to.
But that's a great point. And it ain't, I don't care who they put up against. Because I done took and told, we don't consent. You can't get past that. We don't consent.
Check this up. Sister, I've emailed you, by the way. Everything's in real time. Yeah, but make sure you get it. You know me, I don't play with the receipts.
I appreciate it.
But yeah, their time is done for.
Yeah,
Their
it's
time
done
is
for. Ain't nobody got time for these shenanigans. Ain't
This whole
nobody
thing
negotiating none of
is
that.
falling down right in front of everybody.
Yeah.
And that's what we're seeing right now. We're seeing the capitulation. People should be cheering right now as it falls down.
They should be with their heels kicked up, with their popcorn, with your herbal refreshments, sipping on your tea, all of that.
Yep.
So these shenanigans and all of this other stuff, child, don't none of that mean nothing to me. Y'all have at it. As long as you don't come across my doorstep with it, it is what it is. I wish you well. I don't want you to have to suffer and go through all of that. But that's not my call. And ultimately, it's not my business.
It's not my responsibility.
No, and it's certainly not my responsibility.
I'm a private individual. I take full liability, full responsibility.
Exactly. But I'm certainly not going to get in your business because I respect the sovereignty that you don't even realize you have. And that's the fucking sad part about it.
Right.
I respect your sovereignty more than you respect your sovereignty. So I be damned if you gonna infringe on mine. I'ma tear your ass out the frame every time.
Goddamn.
So with that said, all of that.
All right.
Right. So shout out to Brother Sean. We wish you well, brother, in your training. Safe travels for you. Fam, we wish you all well. So we wish the family chat. Child, y'all be getting it in as usual. We love you all. Thank you for dropping that knowledge. And shout out to the people that even been commenting in the comments section. Y'all are, oh my God.
We love you.
The amount the audience that I have gained, I love it. I've shaken off a lot of people that didn't need to be here. And the audience that I've gained, I can tell I'm gaining the proper people because I see it in your comment section, in the comment section. Y'all coming with that fire.
They're on game.
It's respected. I totally appreciate it. I appreciate you all. You know, we're all in this together trying to navigate it and get ourselves out of this cycle, get our souls out of this cycle and keep it pushing. So that's respected. Much respect to you all. So we gonna be back next week. Brother Odel, if his time permits, he'll be back next week and we gonna get into this 1871 stuff. And then during the week, we'll drop a couple more podcasts. I'm behind in the one little series. So I'll drop that as well. So thank you all for your support. Fam, thank you to my co-hosts. Love you all, appreciate you all. Thank you, Brother Odel. Thank you, Nephew Nuwa. Thank you, Son Scotty. Thank you, Nisi Poo. Thanks to Sandra. And thanks, Nephew Antoine. So love you all, fam. Love you much. We're going to rock out with the closing. Okay, love you, Nephew.
Love you, Rhonda.
Okay, love you, Brother Odel.